Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Football Governance Bill, Lords. Second reading.
The reasoned amendment in the name of Stuart Andrew has been selected. Minister to move the second reading, Secretary of State Lisa Nandy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time. Today is a day of celebration for football fans in towns, villages and cities across England. Football would be nothing without the fans. And today we put them back at the heart of the game where they belong. Yeah. Football is genuinely our national game. It is the beating heart of our communities, a core part of what it means to be British and one of our greatest exports. English football lights up the world through the Premier League, and it lights up lives in every community through the magic that clubs bring, from the biggest in the world to our smallest grassroots clubs. But across the footballing world, while we celebrate the global success of the Premier League, at every level there is deep, deep concern about the fragility of the wider foundations of the game, which threaten the global success and the success of the whole game itself. Since 1992, 60 clubs in the top 4 divisions have been plunged into administration. And behind that is the stark reality that fans have lived with for too long of being just one bad owner away from collapse. In my town, in Wigan, we are no strangers to this. In recent years, we have fought 2 long, lonely battles to save our club. And what I saw and learnt in those long and difficult months appalled me. Rogue owners, asset-stripping administrators, fans who were put last when they should have been first. In Reading, Fleetwood, Derby, Morecambe, Macclesfield, Chester and Bury, are fans who have lived with a daily drumbeat of anxiety as leagues failed to come to agreement, owners came and went, and the systems set up to protect the fans failed one by one. We promised those fans to put an end to this, and today we make good on that promise by bringing to this House this historic piece of legislation that has been far too long coming and putting fans back at the heart of the game where they belong.
I'm most grateful. Can I congratulate my honourable friend for bringing forward this bill and in strengthening the previous government's bill, particularly on financial sustainability. Football clubs are not only beating hearts of our communities, they also give a lot back to those communities. And as a former Houses councillor, you will know no club is better at that than QPR. QPR, the Community Trust, and its chief executive, Andy Evans, who are fantastic and do wonderful work in some of the poorest communities in the country.
Can I agree with my honourable friend, at least on the point about the bill? Perhaps we differ on the best football club in the world, but can I also commend him for his long support for not just his football club, but for his community, to whom it plays such an important part. I will.
For giving way. Will she take the opportunity, before she goes any further in her speech, to pay tribute to Dame Tracy Crouch, whose work in government has laid the foundations for what the Minister is talking about now? And would she also say that it would be a pity if this was mired, since independence should be at the heart of everything we do, with another story about Labour cronyism?
Secretary of State.
Well, I will unreservedly pay tribute to Dame Tracy Crouch. Without her tenacity and determination, we would not be standing here today with this bill in such good condition in front of the House. We owe her a great deal, and so does every football fan in the country. And it's been a source of pride to me that through its inception, from the moment the fan-led review began, that this has been a cross-party endeavour until today, and I'm grateful for the relationships that we've been able to forge across the House in order to get us here. But let me address this question of the Independent Football Regulator Chair head on, because David Cogan is by far one of the most qualified people in football to take up this role. Well, the honourable gentleman likes to chunt it, but perhaps he might want to listen just for one moment. I know it's not his normal mode of operation, but just give me one moment, because not only is David Cogan negotiating billions of pounds worth of broadcasting rights and advised the Premier League, the EFL, UEFA, the NFL and the Scottish Premier League, amongst others, But also, he was on the list that I inherited from the previous government, who had headhunted him directly to ask him to apply for the job. Not only that, but top of the list was somebody who had donated over £50,000 to the Conservative Party. So I will take no lectures whatsoever from the other side. No, I won't take the honourable gentleman, because I think a period of reflection, a bit of humility, might be welcome from the other side. They are embarrassing themselves, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's about time that they sat and listened and reflected on how this is perceived by millions of fans across the country. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we should be ashamed that this has taken so long. It's been 14 years since parliamentarians first called for urgent change. It's been 5 years since Bury FC collapsed, sending shockwaves through English football. It's been 4 years since the European Super League forced politicians to end years of violent indifference. It's been 3 years since the Crouch Review called time on a system that has let fans down for too long, and it's been 2 years since the member opposite introduced the bill to Parliament, calling it a landmark moment for fans. I
refer members to my register of interest. I congratulate the Secretary of State. For bringing this bill to the House today. I hope the House will join me in congratulating Bury FC, the Mighty Shakers, for their historic first promotion since the club's no-fan-fault eviction from the Football League. We love a comeback in Bury and know all too well of the devastating impact when football clubs forego good ownership and standards. It's why the government's right to deliver on its promise of an independent football regulator, a consequence in no small part because of the trauma we experienced. So will the honourable, my honourable friend support my call for the new regulator's home to be in Bury?
My honourable friend is a big fan of a comeback himself, as this House knows. And can I also declare an interest, because my stepdad was a lifelong season ticket holder at Gig Lane, and I know that I would speak for him were he still alive when I thank the honourable gentleman for the tireless work that he did while the Conservative government stood by and did absolutely nothing while his club was allowed to collapse. He worked tirelessly with fans in the community and has been able to throw open the doors of Gig Lane to fans again, and I'm grateful to him for that. I'll just make a tiny bit more progress and then of course I'll take the honourable gentleman. The time for inaction is over. We've known for so long that for English football to prosper, it must be sustainable, and that is what this bill does. We promised it, we're doing it, and we ask everybody today who cares about the future of football to back our fans, back our game, and back this bill.
Honourable friend for giving way. I welcome Bury FC's revival, just not least because then Rochdale can beat them again in the local derby. On Saturday I was at Spotland to see Rochdale clinch a playoff place for the National League, and thanks to a 5-1 win over Hartlepool FC. And I have to say that actually many of the people there knew it was a superb achievement precisely because a year ago we were threatened with financial collapse. And there was a poignant moment too at the game though, because we all remembered the death of Joe Thompson, who was we lost him to cancer. He was aged just 36. His work has been carried on by the cancer charity locally, Team Thompson. And I have to say that that epitomises everything that's great about our game. The fact that we're at the heart of the community, the fact that giving something back with players like Joe. Does she agree with me that people like Joe are everything that's great about our English game, but also about the need to make sure that smaller clubs have a reverse of inequity in the game nationally?
Can I thank him for that, and can I take this opportunity as well to add my voice to his and to pay tribute to Joe. All our thoughts are with his family and the community. That shows exactly why this matters. And may I say that this also shows why up until today this has been a real cross-party endeavour backed by members on all sides of the House. And against that backdrop, can I just take this opportunity to say that this is an absolute embarrassment. Because with the exception of stronger protections for fans, which the party opposite supported, this bill, which he is opposing, is the bill he introduced. This is the light touch regulation system which incentivises football to get its own house in order that only a few weeks ago he was championing. In fact, not only is it light touch and pro-growth, but we've actually written those measures onto the face of the bill, something the party opposite failed to do when they were in government. He should be thanking us, and he should be welcoming the strengthened provision in the bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a proportionate approach which rejects one-size-fits-all so that those with the broadest shoulders bear the greatest burden. How should he know that? Because he presented it to this House. And only a few weeks ago, he was busy endorsing it. This is the bill that every single one of them supported at the election. In their manifesto, promises made, promises broken. You simply cannot trust a single word they say. And if he wants to intervene, I will be happy to take him.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. She talks about light touch and proportionality. Clearly, the General Secretary of UEFA wrote to her about some of the potential consequences of her proposals before Christmas. That letter is relevant to the decisions we have to make today. So will the Secretary of State publish a copy of that letter with the House before we vote this evening?
Madam Deputy Speaker, they just cannot stop embarrassing themselves. Seriously, he was the whip on the Bill Committee. He knows full well. He knows full well. UEFA has confirmed in writing to me, as the FA confirmed directly to members of both houses, that the bill before this House does not brief UEFA statutes. Now, I'll just say to him gently, like I said to members opposite, if the honourable member would like to learn something again, I would just say gently to them that it's one thing to criticise the government for something you disagree with. It's another thing to criticise the government when you did exactly the same thing when you were in government. And he will know that the last government, of whom the Shadow Secretary of State was the minister responsible for the bill, refused to publish any private correspondence with UEFA or otherwise, because they said rightly that it remained confidential, it was private, but we have been happy to disclose to this House that there is no problem with the bill that is being presented as far as UEFA is concerned. I mean, honestly, no, he's embarrassing himself. Sit down, have a period of humility and learn what is in this bill. Yes, I will.
Thank you, my honourable friend. I expect that today we'll hear a number of debates and we've got a number of football fans in this audience, many football clubs across many leagues. So many of you won't be surprised to hear the chant, well, it's all gone quiet over there. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Secretary of State if she, like me, is surprised at the apparent silence from the opposition benches and now seeming reluctance to put fans at the heart of our game?
I mean, even for the party opposite, I am absolutely gobsmacked. This is millions of football fans around the country. I've never, certainly in recent years, not been of the opinion that they think about anyone but themselves. But even on that test, I would have thought that they would think that it was in the interests of the Conservative Party that back something that means so much to millions of people in every town, village and city across this country. Now, let him remind. No, I'm going to make some progress, but I will bring him in when I can. Let me remind the member opposite what he used to think about the bill. He used to say a regulator was substantial but necessary. He used to say that without it, the consequences would be catastrophic. And he used to say that without fans, football clubs are nothing. We would all do well to remember that as we work towards reform to secure a brighter future for football. Well, Mr. Speaker, they've now worked themselves so far towards reform that they're virtually indistinguishable from the member for Clacton. I can only think that he's writing their policy on football. But seriously, how can he look those football fans in the eye in Hartlepool, Bolton, Portsmouth, Reading, Bury and Luton and defend this after making them a promise just 2 years ago and again at the general election? Look, I've got the full list of what you might as well have it because he's the only person in this room who doesn't seem to remember what he said. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am left wondering if either he didn't understand a word of his own bill that he introduced to this place just a few years ago and championed at the general election, or whether the sad truth is that the public cannot trust a single word that his party says. Now, let me try and help him with what the bill actually does. Firstly, this bill introduces a licensing system which requires clubs to have a sensible business plan that it sticks to. That will include a clear financial plan which properly assesses risk, measured and proportionate, with requirements and clubs reflecting their circumstances. And let me address the particular concern that he's just discovered that he has. It will take into account factors like league, club size and financial health, which will ensure the regulation is light touch. And we have cemented this proportionate approach that we inherited from the member opposite by adding 2 measures: a financial growth duty, so that the regulator will need to consider financial growth of English football as part of its secondary duties, and a specific... Well, look, he can't have it both ways. He can't take credit for this piece of legislation and then try and vote it down. Honestly, I mean, I've seen quite a lot from the party opposite. I've seen people taking 3 different positions on 2 different options in front of them. What I haven't seen for quite a long time is a shadow minister who's got 2 different positions about his own view. I mean, this is just absurd. And we have also included a specific regulatory principle on the face of the bill that clarifies that the regulatory regime is light touch. This will provide the clarity and certainty that will prevent any unintended consequences of deterring good owners from investing in our clubs. I will in a moment. The Sports Minister and I have worked closely with clubs at every level to produce legislation that is clearer for prospective owners than the system that exists at present. And we are confident that this is the stable environment that will drive more investors with a long-term prudent approach into the game. I will happily give way.
One of the sticking points, and that has changed in this bill, is the issue of parachute payments. One of the concerns this side of the House has is the fact that it will deter investment, especially when this is the best league in the world. Quite literally, across the world, people invest with that security to know that they can get back there. If you take that away, there is a worry that you'll deter investment into other leagues. This is exactly what the German league are looking for, the French league are looking for, and the Spanish league. How does she rectify that issue by putting it in this bill?
The honourable gentleman raises a decent point, and let me address it head on. We have no plans to abolish parachute payments. There is no measure in this bill that allows us to do so. Neither do we take a view on parachute payments. That is for football itself to determine. But it would be a nonsense to exclude parachute payments from the State of the Game report, given that this is a bill about financial sustainability of the whole game. The regulator has to have the ability to take that into account and to inform discussions with different clubs in every league across the footballing world. That is the view that we took, but that is also far closer to the spirit, intention and recommendations of Dame Tracy Crouch's review of football that was led and informed by thousands of fans across the country, and it is the right thing to do. I will make some progress. There are many members who want to speak today, which I think it really does show how important this is to this House. Secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, some members in this place raised concerns about competition, and indeed the honourable member opposite raised this earlier. So let me be crystal clear. Football is an economic powerhouse. The Premier League and its clubs contributed more than £4.2 billion in tax in 2021, supported more than 90,000 jobs. England leads the world when it comes to football, and the English pyramid is based on competition. That's why the regulator will not intervene in competition matters. Its scope is tightly defined, and I can say to the House with confidence that it will not risk contravening any international statutes. They will have heard what I said to the honourable member opposite about the view of UEFA. They will have heard what the FA has confirmed directly to members of both houses. And in fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are so committed to this principle to protect England's ability to compete in international matches that we removed a damaging clause that we inherited from the previous government, which required the regulator to have regard to the government's foreign policy and trade considerations when approving takeholders. This is a better and far more independent system as a result. I will give way.
I'm really grateful for giving way. On the point of the enormous amount of money that there is, particularly sitting with the Premier League, does she share my concern that the Premier League and the FA in general do not do justice by the families of those footballers who suffer from neurodegenerative conditions? We know that players are more like 4 or 5 times more likely to have neurodegenerative conditions than the rest of the population. And those organisations, the Premier League and the FA, are meant to support families with the care costs of the needs of those former professionals, and they do not do it. Would she meet with Football Families for Justice so we can do something with this bill that forces the wealthy people in football to support those who suffer?
Can I thank him for his advocacy on this, and also my honourable friend who's done incredible work in this field. I'm due to meet some of the families shortly, and I'm grateful to him for raising it. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll try and make some progress because I know how many people want to speak, and particularly to raise the situation of their own clubs and communities. On financial distributions, it is our strong preference football is able to reach its own agreement on broadcast revenue distribution, but regretfully, as the House will know, since 2019, when the last deal was struck, no agreement has been reached. That is why we agree with Dame Tracy Crouch that clubs must have a safeguard in these circumstances, and the bill sets out a backstop power. It's been explicitly designed to incentivise industry to come to its own agreement and restored the right of the regulator, to, as we've discussed, to consider all elements of club finances, including parachute payments. Madam Deputy Speaker, by definition, a backstop is a measure of last resort. As such, we've strengthened the measures in the bill to ensure the regulator will only have the power to intervene as a last resort. We've also been clear that the regulator will need to publish its State of the Game report before the backstop can be triggered, so all parties have a clear and common understanding view of the problems which should be addressed before engaging in mediation. And finally, I recognise that the exact process of how the backstop should work has been a matter of serious and considered debate in the other place, with thoughtful suggestions given by Lords Burt, Pannick and others. We are confident that we have proposed an effective mechanism, but we appreciate the constructive and thoughtful debate on this matter. And ahead of this bill's committee stage, we will consider if there are sensible ways to improve the process and ensure we present the best possible option to the House. I will.
Thank my right friend for giving way. Can we just come back to the position of the party opposite on parachute payments? I say how much I welcome the fact that the government now has not ruled out taking parachute payments into account when the regulator does his work. Because what the party opposite is saying is there's going to be a State of the Game report, and the whole purpose is surely to look at the health of the football pyramid as a whole. And before that report takes place, the opposition now want to rule out the regulator being allowed to take account of parachute payments. That is a nonsense when 80% of the help the Premier League give to the rest of the league is now going in parachute payments. That's a nonsense. At least it ought to be considered for the future.
Thank you for his intervention and very much support what he says. Finally, fourthly, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me touch on owners and directors tests. Football clubs are the pride of our towns and cities. New owners bring important investment, but they're also the guardians, the custodians of clubs that have stood at the centre of our communities and our lives for over 100 years. Fans grow up attending matches with parents and grandparents, only to later take their own children and grandchildren in turn. These are clubs that are handed on from one generation to the next. Institutions that, as the member for South Herefordshire once wrote, help to shape and define us as we help to shape and define them. They are too important to be used as playthings by people who have no stake or care for the community that owns them. That is why the bill introduces a fitness test for owners and directors, a source of wealth test for owners, and a requirement for adequate financial plans and resources also for owners only. Prospective owners and directors will have to pass these tests before buying or joining a club. Incumbents will not be automatically tested, but the power exists if there is concern about their suitability to remove them if found unsuitable. This approach reduces the regulatory burden and is proportionately targeted where there is a risk of harm. It will bring peace of mind to clubs, their staff and their fans who deserve nothing less. Happy to give way.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. I suspect it would surprise many people in this chamber. When I first started supporting Manchester United, on the front of the programme it said United will survive because they were bankrupt, because the young men that were killed in the Munich air disaster weren't insured. That was the basis for it. It took a lot of effort to get that. What I find defective in the bill, when my right honourable friend is talking about directors and right and proper people, I think I could speak for every single Manchester United fan at the present time if it doesn't enable the fans at the centre of things to get rid of the Glazers who are sucking money out of Manchester United to support shopping centres in Florida. It's a defective bill.
I'm grateful to him. We have purposely set a high bar for incumbents, but it is right that the power exists. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to the most important people, the fans. I said at the outset that the bill maintains a tightly defined scope focused on financial sustainability and safeguarding heritage, and it will continue to take a light touch, targeted and proportionate approach. But it's a new season and there's a new manager. And like all good managers, I couldn't resist making some well-timed substitutions to improve our odds, to deliver on our manifesto commitment, to make this country the best place in the world to be a football fan. Excuse me, I will stop this in a minute. And to deliver a bill that is match fit. Too many fans have seen their team's owners change club badges and colours without any fan input, or have seen their club sell its stadium and up sticks until their club is barely recognisable. Too many fans have watched as their clubs tried to join closed-shop breakaway leagues against their wishes, and too many have seen their club struggle and even collapse under the weight of mismanagement and poor ownership. Nobody knows this better than my honourable friend. I'll happily give way.
Very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. She's absolutely passionate about the beautiful game. She has been for many years, and I'm delighted that she is making sure that this bill will finally, I hope, be passed with the difference it will make to fans. Now, one of the huge problems that has existed for fans has been when their club has got trapped with an unsuitable, unsustainable, extremely expensive stadium because of goings-on at the club. We've got that with Oxford United now. Does she agree this bill will help to stop that kind of situation, and that Oxford United have to be allowed to move to the Triangle as soon as possible?
I'm sure she will continue to fight for Oxford United and for all of their fans. And I would say to her that we've explicitly included provisions in the bill to ensure that there are protections for fans around club relocation and the sale of stadiums. I know from my own experience at Wigan Athletic that is one of the only reasons that we still have a club, is because the council had a covenant on the land which prevented the stadium from being sold when we were administration. Happily give way to my honourable friend, and then I'm happy to take the gentleman up.
Right honourable friend, I know she's making a fantastic speech and commend her for that, but can we also commend the good owners of football clubs, such as the Frank Rothwell and his family, who've made such a difference to Oldham Athletic. But not just is he ploughing all his money into the club, he has raised millions for Alzheimer's research. So could I associate myself with the comments of the member opposite around the family for Football Families for Justice and what they're trying to do around getting an independent, comprehensive strategy for dementia for footballers, 4 to 5 times more likely to suffer from dementia.
I'm really grateful to her for putting this on record, but also for raising it with me privately on a number of occasions. I know how committed she is to it. And can I also associate myself with her words about good football owners? We firmly believe that this bill will provide the clarity and certainty that allow good owners to invest, not having to be outbidded or compete with people who mean our clubs ill. I also have an extremely good owner at Wigan Athletic. We're fortunate to have him, and we know how important those owners are. I think the honourable gentleman was trying to intervene.
Incredibly generous. During COVID, non-league clubs took DCMS sport survival loans, but repayment now threatens the viability of some. Will the Secretary of State assure fans that she will do all she can to assist them? And as my local club, Kings Lynn Town, is in active discussions with Sport England about their loan, will she or the Sports Minister agree to meet with me to discuss that?
I'm grateful to him raising this. I know that it's a real issue for many clubs around the country. The department continues to engage regularly with fans and with the sporting governing bodies, not just in football actually, but across the board, who are facing difficulties. We're working constructively with them to help support that, and I'd be delighted to provide him with a further update about the individual case that he mentioned. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are determined to meet our commitments and promises to fans, and we have improved the bill to explicitly require clubs to provide effective engagement with their supporters, to consult fans on changes to ticket prices and any proposals to relocate their home ground. I will make some progress if he would forgive me. I think there are over 50 members who are trying to speak in this debate today, and I really want to give them an opportunity to contribute. But we are determined to ensure through this bill that these protections are in place. Clubs will be required to establish that a majority of fans are supportive of changes to club emblems and home shirt colours and attain FA approval of any change to a club's name. This will, for the first time ever, set a minimum standard of fan engagement in law. It will introduce financial regulation, giving the regulator the power to oversee financial plans and step in where it has concerns. Many clubs are already delivering with and for their fans, fans, but this should be a right of all fans, not just some. That is what this Labour government delivers: strong and sensible measures that respect the contribution of working people to this country. And our message is clear: if you value it, we will protect it by putting fans at the heart of the game, where they belong.
Has been most generous. It's reported that Manchester United, Liverpool and others have advertised posts which exclude applications by white men. Will she say on the floor of the House today that any such policy is illegal and infringes the Equalities Act, and give that clear message today that any such policy must be reversed?
I'm not aware of that. Genuinely, it's the first that I've heard about it, but I'm happy to look into that and come back to him. I'm going to proceed, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I can see you nodding your assent that you would like me to do so. Real change, lasting change, never comes from government alone. It takes a nation. So I would like to thank the fans, the clubs and the leagues, the EFL, the Premier League, the National League, for their extensive and constructive engagement. The FA, UEFA, FIFA, for their continued support of the bill. The FSA, the PFA, Kick It Out and clubs across the pyramid for their invaluable perspective and support, and Noble Lords for their close scrutiny. I would also like to thank the civil servants in my department who have worked tirelessly for many years across 2 different governments of different political persuasions in order to get us to this point. And most of all, I would like to thank one woman without whose passion for football and its fans, her relentless drive and determination to make good on this long-held promise, we would never have reached this moment, Dame Tracy Crouch. This is an effort that has united clubs across every league, fans and governing bodies, towns, villages and cities across our country. And until today, even political parties, in our determination to fulfil our promise to fans. For the party opposite, this is genuinely a shameful moment, pitting themselves against fans, clubs and the national game. But for football and for its fans, this is a new dawn. Hard fought for and long awaited, it will give our national game and our much loved clubs the most promising future and put fans back at the heart of the game where they belong. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. I call Shadow Secretary of State Stuart Andrew.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let me begin by offering my congratulations to Liverpool FC on winning the Premiership yesterday, and to those who've been promoted. I feel I especially need to mention 2 of my former homes, namely Leeds and Wrexham. And I think I can speak for all members when I say that football is a defining part of our national identity. With clubs bringing fans and communities together week in, week out, football has, since its inception, been a great unifier. It was a football match that famously brokered a momentary truce on the Western Front on Christmas Day in 1914. Since the inaugural FIFA World Cup in 1930, football has brought nations together around one central purpose: the love of a game in friendly competition. Football is a multi-billion-pound industry with a truly global footprint, and I know that members across this House want to see it continue securing its future and growth. The collapse of clubs, yes, like Bury and Macclesfield, the devastating impact of the pandemic and the failed attempt by some English clubs to join a breakaway European Super League have all highlighted that the future of the clubs we love and the beautiful game is far from guaranteed. For this reason, we introduced the original Football Governance Bill, aimed at securing the future of football clubs for the benefit of both communities and fans. This legislation, as we've heard, followed the fan-led review that was brilliantly chaired by our former colleague, Dame Tracy Crouch, and extensive consultation with a wide range of stakeholders and experts. And I, too, want to pay tribute to Dame Tracy and all those who participated in the process and contributed to shaping our bill. But it is because of the importance of football, both to our national identity and economy, that we have had to take a decision regarding our stance on this particular legislation. Because when circumstances change, so too will your approach, and things have certainly changed, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is not a decision that we have taken lightly, but after careful consideration of our responsibility to the game, the clubs at its core, and the millions of fans who cherish it, we have reached the conclusion that we must vote against Labour's version of the Football Governance Bill. And that is because the bill we are considering today is not the same as the one we had originally envisaged. It has fundamentally altered to a point where it threatens to do far more harm than good. She says in one breath that it's the same bill, and then in the next breath that she's changed it all. They're almost like saying that Manchester United and Manchester City are the same. Not least the government's decision to appoint a Labour donor as chair of the independent regulator raises serious concerns about political interference in football governance. I'll give way.
Getting down to details, he's already praised the Chase Crasser's review, which everyone has welcomed and supported. Would it now specifically set out the measures in this bill which contradict and differ from what Dame Tracy recommended?
Well, the first and foremost, and I'll come on to it, is the fact it's no longer independent. Now, I confess... Yes.
I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for... I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way, and he's absolutely making the key point here in that this is not an independent regulator anymore, with the Secretary of State's choice to chair it. Can my right honourable friend tell me that if a Conservative Party donor was being presented by a Conservative Secretary of State, the Secretary of State being Shadow Secretary of State, does he think that she would support that stance, and isn't it one rule for her and one rule for everyone else?
Shadow Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will absolutely come on to that point. And you know, when the regulator was being set up, and when you are looking for people, you cast the net wide. Of course you do. You want to know who's interested. You want the best candidates. But I tell you something, if any donor of any political party had been put forward to me and recommended to me, and I would have said no. That is the difference. She said yes to a Labour crony, I would have said no. Now, I confess that when preparing and drafting our version of the bill, I went through a whole host of conflicts in my mind. What to include, what not to include. But after months and months of considerable consultations with a wide range of stakeholders, from fans and fans groups, the FA, the Premier League, the EFL, the National League, UEFA, FIFA, and many, many roundtables with MPs from across the political divide, the bill we presented was, I believe, measured and proportionate. Tightly scoped to ensure stability, financial stability of football clubs, sustainability of the leagues, and fans given say over the club's heritage. And the two things that stood out, I will in 1 minute, and the two things that stood out to me most throughout all that engagement I did was this consistent call for it not to be overburdensome and costly, particularly for lower clubs, and that it must be independent like all sports.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. He'll be aware that the new chairman of the Labour football regulator gave £5,000 to the honourable gentleman who's just chortled from a seat, gave another £70,000 to other members opposite, and is going to get a return Madam Deputy Speaker, of £130,000 per year for a 3-day week. £500,000 of personal return on that £75,000 investment over this Parliament. If the Right Honourable Lady were sitting on this side of the chamber, she would be able to smell hypocrisy. Yep. She would be able to smell a stink of corruption. Yep. And that is why we cannot accept this appointment. It doesn't give the independence which this position would certainly require.
Shadow Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I absolutely and wholeheartedly agree with my honourable friend. He is absolutely right. This is not... There is... I would point out, from a central position, there are points being made that you shortlisted them. Let me assure this House that I most certainly did not shortlist this gentleman, and even if he was presented to me, there is no way I would have appointed him for precisely the reasons that my honourable friend has made. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour's expanded remit for the IFR significantly increases the regulatory burden on clubs. And make no mistake, the smallest clubs, the beating hearts of their communities, will be hit the hardest. The government's own impact assessment estimates that the cost of compliance could reach a staggering £47.3 million. And make no mistake, that will push ticket prices up. I'll give way.
Thank him for giving way. At the Football Supporters FSA AGM in 2023, he said, despite the phenomenal success of football at home and abroad, we've seen too many examples of the devastating impact the failure of a beloved club can have on a local community. My local club in Gateshead nearly was wound up in 2019. Is he really content to maintain the grotesque status quo that allows too many of us to lose our clubs to score political points on this?
I would say to the honourable gentleman that he's actually going to be adding costs to those clubs. I've just mentioned £47.3 million. And furthermore, with the football regulator's remit now considerably expanded, operational costs could raise to £150 million, which clubs like his will have to fund themselves through the levy. Baroness Brady, someone with deep knowledge of the football industry, as Vice Chairman. Oh, they all mock, but the the Sports Minister had to retract some comments like that, and she did so graciously, I have to say. She has raised serious and well-founded concerns about these costs and the disproportionate impact they'll have on clubs, because all of this comes against the backdrop of Labour's wider economic mismanagement, which is already undermining the financial stability of our football clubs. Labour's new national insurance job tax will hit clubs' finances hard, with the Premier League saying it will amount to £50 million a year and £250 million over the life of this Parliament, compounding the pressures of increased regulation. And at the same time, football stadiums are facing higher business rate under Labour's watch. To give the House some examples, Wembley Stadium is set to pay £829,000 more, while the Etihad Stadium will see a rise of £564,000. These are not abstract figures. These are real costs that will trickle down to fans through higher ticket prices or reduced investment on or off the pitch, or even clubs having to close. Against all of this backdrop, we have now very real concerns about the impacts this will have on smaller clubs. And indeed, Mark Ives, the former General Manager of the National League, highlighted the financial strain increased regulation will place on lower league clubs, calling it, quite rightly, a huge concern. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, most egregiously of all, they have fatally undermined the IFR's independence. When it came to independence, the fan-led review into football governance was unequivocal. A credible regulator must be fully independent, free from political influence, and certainly free from government interference. It's stated clearly, independence means operations and decision-making are independent from the government. This is a critical element for me personally. In almost every discussion I had, this was a point raised over and over again, and quite right too.
On that point, with my right honourable friend.
I will.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. This isn't just a Labour-leaning business person, generally independent but deciding to support Labour. This is someone who was a director of Labour List until just a few weeks ago. This is someone absolutely embedded in the Labour establishment, funding members right across the House opposite, including the Chancellor, and now given this £500,000 boondoggle for the next 4 or 5 years. It clearly isn't independent, and Labour need to think again. Does my right honourable friend agree?
Well, it feels like my honourable friend has already read my speech that I'm about to complete, but because those are the points I want to make. Because I would say this, absolutely, when I had those meetings, extensive meetings, time and time again, that question of independence was raised by fans who were worried that they did not want party politics or government interference in the game they love, by clubs and leagues who time and again wanted reassurances that a regulator would be truly independent, and from UEFA and FIFA particularly, as they have strong statutes about political and government interference in football, indeed as most international sports governing bodies do. I pledged and I promised to all of them that independence meant just that, and I fully understood the possible consequences if the regulator was seen as anything other than independent. That is why independence matters and why I always held it dear. But
will you give way?
I will give way.
I'm grateful to the Shadow Secretary of State making the point. It's not only the political concerns about independence, but there are concerns from the EFL themselves about the links previously with the Premier League. When you're trying to make a decision, a digital decision, say, for example, if we do come to the backstop or choosing one side over the other, which is effectively what the legislation does, there is a conflict of interest there if you've been working for the Premier League over the EFL. Does he agree?
Exactly. My honourable friend makes really important points about this appointment. This appointment is really important to the future of this regulator. Because what has this Labour government done? They have announced the appointment of David Cogan, a key Labour donor and political insider, to lead the football regulator, and it is deeply troubling. No, I'm sorry on this. I feel really strongly. Let me be clear. Mr. Cogan is no impartial figure. He is a long-standing member of Labour's inner circle, having donated thousands of pounds to the party and having spent 5 years on the board of Labour List, as my honourable friend said, the party's propaganda outlet, only resigning this month. This appointment isn't about qualifications, it's not about merit, it's about rewarding a political ally. And at the same time, they have totally thrown out any credible claims that the regulator is independent and free from political interference. Football fans deserve better, the British public deserves better, and our national game deserves protection from political meddling. Give way to the honourable gentleman.
Grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving away, because he must have been very upset when the previous government appointed Richard Sharp as the chairman of the BBC, not only a former donor to the Conservative Party, but also a member of a think tank. So, did he express similar views to his government back then when they made that appointment?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman has just highlighted to us that they went mad about that, but now they're doing it because it's one of theirs. And now media outlets are reporting that even some EFL clubs are now deeply worried about this political appointment. If they are worried, then we should be, and we should listen. Members will recall that this is not the first time alarm bells have been sounded about political interference in football governance. Well before this deeply questionable appointment, UEFA raised serious concerns that England risked exclusion from the European Championship due to concerns that a government-backed football regulator could lead to unacceptable political interference. We understand that a letter from UEFA, and still withheld from members of this House by this government, the General Secretary said one particular area of concern stems from one of UEFA's fundamental requirements, which is that there should be no government interference in the running of football. We have specific rules that guard against this in order to guarantee the autonomy of sport and fairness of sporting competition. The ultimate sanction for which would be excluding the Federation from UEFA and teams from competition. And that was before the government sought to install a Labour crony at the helm of the football regulator. Madam Deputy Speaker, we began this debate by recognising football for what it truly is, not just a sport, but a pillar of our national identity. Some think that unites communities, carries our shared history, and inspires future generations. It is because we care so deeply about this game and everything it represents that we cannot in good conscience support a bill that risks compromising its very foundations and its independence. So I will give way.
I am very, very grateful. The Shadow Secretary says that he cares deeply about football and the communities that football lives up. My patch is just down the road from Reading, where we have seen truly horrific scenes as a bad owner has ripped the heart out of a football club and driven it almost to a point of extinction. Reading fans back this bill. And they do it because they know that this bill will make it far harder for what has happened to Reading to ever happen again. So I ask the honourable gentleman, why will he not back this bill?
Just been explaining why, because this party, this government, have made an independent regulator a party political regulator. I am ashamed that they have done this. I therefore ask the Minister, in her summing up, does she not appreciate that the appointment of David Cogan drives a coach and horses through the independence of the football regulator? Does she not understand that the appointment of Mr Cogan only exacerbates the risk that the introduction of the regulator could lead to England being excluded from European competitions? And will she publish all correspondence received from UEFA that members and fans can be better informed of that risk? And given that there have been so many donations to these members of Parliament, will she publish all correspondence regarding the IFR from number 10 and number 11, given £5,000 was made to the Chancellor? And will she make sure and explain how smaller clubs will have to cope with the increased regulatory burden she has brought? Madam Deputy Speaker, it truly pains me to see what this government have done regarding this issue, playing fast and loose with the independence of the regulator. They have turned this into a Labour government regulator, increasing burdens on clubs when the Treasury is already hammering them with their taxes. It is beyond disappointing, and I am genuinely furious. They have put their curia... They may laugh, but when I met each and one of those stakeholders, I made it really clear that independence was sacrosanct. Absolutely. They have destroyed that in one appointment. They have put their crony before clubs, their friends before fans. They've put their donations ahead of football. And that is why we have no confidence in this government's ability to bring in a truly independent football regulator that won't raise more questions than it solves. I beg to move the amendment in my name too, ma'am.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time since when an amendment is being proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. I call Chris Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And thank you in particular for calling me early. I did run the London Marathon yesterday, and I don't think I could bob up and down all afternoon. So thank you. I have to say I respect the honourable member opposite, and I count him as a friend, but I do believe, I did listen to his speech, and hysterical in some points. Yeah. He has made another claim that UEFA are going to ban English teams from competition as a result of perceived government interference. He knows that is wrong. Yeah. The fact is, UEFA would have made a statement about this by now. They have not. They have not opposed mirrored legislation in Spain or Italy. It's not going to happen. They are not going to ban English clubs from European competition. That is a fallacy to say that. And I'm embarrassed not only that the honourable gentleman has been forced to come here by his leader and move an amendment against a bill that was introduced and endorsed by the party opposite. It means they lose credibility and cannot bring about a bill that we can all unite behind like we did in the previous government, in the previous parliament. Now, I want to move on, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I have to raise an interest. I am the author of that great book, Don Reevy, the biography. And I think what Don Reevy did, what I discovered in the research of that book, is how much football has come on. In the days when Don Reevy was lifting the League Championship in 1974, and I see my honourable friend there nodding away, I'll go FA Cup in 1972, League Championship in 1969. Football was not a place where you wanted to take families. It was not a place that you wanted to be in town on a Saturday morning, because of fans rampaging through cities and towns throughout our country. It was not a place where you want to go to stadiums, often crumbling, hooliganism, violence, vandalism. There are countless examples of clubs being banned. Now, I do take again issue, and I'm sorry I'm not singling the honourable gentleman out, but again he says he believes passionately in football and in the game. It's a pity the Conservative government of the 1980s didn't believe that. What they believed the solution to hooliganism was penning our fans in electrified fences, and we've seen the tragic results of that. That's what Mrs Thatcher believed. And if he doesn't believe that, I'd ask him to read Dominic Sandbrook and his views on Margaret Thatcher, what she believed about football. She didn't like the game. Like many other people didn't like the game over that side. Football only turned a corner in the 1990s. And it is ironic that the Premier League is endorsing any form of breakaway leagues in the future. They contain this bill that themselves are a breakaway league from 1992 when they broke away from the EFL itself to form the Premier League. Although it is a British success story. The Premier League has become the most watched game across the world. 1.5 billion fans in 189 countries watch the game at the moment. The global success story begins at home. 8.8 billion annually in UK GVA, contribute 4 billion in tax, supporting almost 100,000 jobs. This is a success story. And so we turn to
Jim Shannon.
Can I commend the Honourable Gentleman for his wise words and setting the scene so very well? Does he share my concern, the concern that the Premier League is very much a rich man's world, where the tickets for Arsenal, for instance, are £1,000 per person per season? I'm a Leicester City man, I declare an interest for that there. The three of us come up, the three of us are going down. Last season the three went up, the three went down. So does the Honourable Gentleman share my concern that the gap between the Premier League and the Championship is becoming too great, and the gap between the Championship and the First and Second Division is also becoming too late? And does he feel it's time for Premier League to share some of their wealth with the rest of us?
Yes, I do think that the Premier League does have a responsibility to share its wealth, and I think what is quite interesting is this is the second year running where the promoted clubs have gone straight back down. And the gap between, I think, West Ham at the moment and Ipswich is huge. There's no way they were going to breach that with 4 games left in the season. There are issues we have to look at on that. But I will turn now to the bill. The new legislation, I want to say this, even though I'm broadly supportive of the bill, it doesn't mean that I don't have reservations, and I hope today the Minister can bring some comfort to those. The new legislation includes a licensing regime requiring clubs to satisfy the independent football regulator that they have sound corporate and financial governance in place that provides financial stability. Now, licensing does concern me. The fact is, it's okay for the likes of Manchester United, Liverpool, Tottenham, Arsenal, whoever you want to name in that traditional top 6 bracket. They will have people in place that can bring about a licensing regime, and they will be able to comply with it. Not so if you're a smaller club. This could put unnecessary burdens on them. and therefore that needs to be addressed within the bill, and I hope the government will bring that about. That is something that needs to be brought about. Sure.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, my fellow Leeds United supporter, but I raised with him the issue of Leeds United, and he talks about the top six. Is it not true that Leeds United could have found themselves in the top six of the English Premier Division had it not been for bad ownership and bad financial decisions, and that's what this bill seeks to deal with?
Of course, Peter Ridsdale's name is blackened in Leeds, and he's also blackened in Arsenal and Barnsley, wherever he's been as well. And I think that Leeds is a very important point. We talk about the glory days of Don Revie, we forget about the early 2000s. We're overspending on certain players, massive wages, where players have been sold and wages were still being paid. It was ultimately the benefit of trying to bring about success to the club, but it failed. And when it started failing, there was no safeguards in place. So he's absolutely right on that as well. And I do believe and I do hope, the eternal optimist, that we both will be celebrating the top 4 finish next season, and we'll be back in the Champions League for the first time since 2000. I think the huge issue that I do have with this bill, though, and again, this is a framework piece of legislation. When the independent football regulator does come about, they are going to have to set out their rules and their guidance. This is going to likely to run to hundreds of pages. This is going to take time. So the government must make regulations specifying which leagues will fall under the legislation initially. It also needs to bring about a timetable to ensure that when that framework piece of legislation is written out, it is done in a way that doesn't affect clubs' future. The fact is, a lot of these clubs are small budgets, do have to plan for the future. So I do hope there's a strict timetable put in place for governance, and there's issues that clubs must meet as well. So, now to turn to the concerns about the bill. And I've already talked about the UEFA and the scaremongering from the party opposite, about somehow English clubs will be banned from Europe, and I hope that I have addressed that issue. The second is that the owners test might require some current owners to sell their clubs. Although, again, this is scaremongering from the party opposite. This is unlikely. There is possibly some impact on the ownership of clubs in the next few years. The new testing bill develops the test already applied by the Premier League and the EFL to date, and the more significant changes are likely to emerge in the long term, as we see more guidance in the overall approach from the IFR to how it applies to the test in practice. It's also important to bear in mind the bill is focusing the application of the test to new owners purchasing the club, rather than the owners already in place, as my right honourable friend has touched on. However, it is possible that some current owners might find themselves subject to the IFR applying the test if new information raising concerns about the suitability comes to light in future. Again, I hope that's addressed in committee stage and amendments are moved to address this. But I want to turn to what I believe, I do, as I said, broadly support the bill. However, I do want to return to something which I think does need to be addressed. And it was addressed by the former leader of the Liberal Democrats earlier. Throughout the writing of the book, Don Revie, obviously I was very heavily involved with the players, and I met Johnny Giles, who is probably the greatest midfielder to come out of Ireland. Sorry, Roy Keane. However, I got talking, and I met with his son Michael, and also his cousin John Stiles, who is the son of Nobby Stiles, who was a 1966 World Cup winner. And unfortunately, Nobby, like so many other professionals, succumbed to dementia and Alzheimer's. And like so many of that World Cup winning side, have also succumbed to that terrible disease. They have formed the Football Families for Justice, a voluntary organisation which campaigns on behalf of ex-professional footballers or dying because of neurodegenerative diseases incurred in the course of their work. Footballers suffer neurodegenerative diseases at 4 to 5 times the national average. It is something that needs to be investigated. Alzheimer's and CTE, usually suffered by boxers from blows to the head, is 5 times the national average. Motor neuron disease, which claimed the life of my hero Don Revie, is 4 times the national average. And Parkinson is twice the national average. This needs to be investigated. The goal of the FFJ is below. We call on the leaders of the football industry to act with urgency in allocating a small proportion of its massive wealth to address the tragedy of dementia and other neurodegenerative diseases suffered by so many ex-professionals, and to meet the requirements of these victims with respect and kindness through best-in-class support to include care home costs and financial help for their widows as required. I do hope when the football regulator has come about, that is part of their remit. Research into medical conditions that those people who have given so much pleasure to so many people over the years, people who have been heroes. And I also, as well, when the football regulator does come about, it is not just the leagues that they investigate as well, but the Professional Footballers Association and the way it is being run as a trade union. There are serious concerns about the pay of the chief executive. There have been serious concerns about the way the so-called union is being run. And I do hope that will be in part of the remit of the football regulator. I do hope that it is something that we can do so the tragedy of people like Nobby Stiles, Jackie Charlton, Bobby Charlton, those legends who trip off the tongue, that their successors, Harry Kane and the likes of those, do not suffer like they did as well. Like I said, in the main, I support this bill. I think it's a good bill. I am disappointed that the party opposite, even though it's almost identical, has decided to take some crazy decision that they have. And I'm sure that, as I said, I do believe that the opposition spokesman does, in his heart, support this bill. But I think there has been other forces, mainly the leader of the Conservative Party, who's probably changed his mind somewhat. And so thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Football is irrevocably intertwined into our national story. It's about belonging, it's about the communities we live in, it's about what we do in our spare time, and for many of us, it's what we daydream about when we should be working. And I feel that on a very personal level every day. I speak primarily today not as a politician or as a Liberal Democrat spokesperson, but as a football fan. I've been to more than 50 Football League grounds and a fair few non-league grounds too, and for the non-league ground hoppers out there, Brimscombe and Thrupp FC in the constituency of Stroud is well worth your attention. I've followed England home and away. These days I mostly watch my local team Cheltenham Town, who have enjoyed a thoroughly mid-table season, but I grew up watching Southampton. And while time allows, I still watch them too, though through gaps between my fingers at the moment. Despite that, the Honourable Member for Great Yarmouth, who's not in his space, he will remember when times were so much worse for Southampton, and I'm sorry he's not here to hear this. I had a season ticket while he was the chairman, and I can tell you, there he is. He's speaking to Madam Deputy Speaker, not listening to a word that I'm saying. I remember this when I was a fan, in the stands.
That's why we need the bill.
Calling for so much better. I hope for the sake of football that today this bill doesn't go the same way as the Saints' season. Now, as ministers know, we will be supporting this bill today because our game needs financial sustainability. There have been too many Berries, Chesters, Herefords, Macclesfields and Readings. Because our heritage assets in our game need protection. Who can forget when Cardiff were forced to play in red, or when Wimbledon were moved against their will to Milton Keynes? And we're supporting it because... I will give way, of course.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. This bill needs to expand the list of protected assets to include training grounds, car parks and hotels. For example, Reading Football Club's training ground, Bearwood Park, in my constituency of Woking, the owner, Di Young, tried to sell it off with no consultation with the fans. When I was a leader of the Borough Council, I worked with fan groups such as Sell Before We Die to stop the sale, and we were successful. Does my honourable friend agree that the bill needs provisions to ensure that assets like training grounds shouldn't be sold off for the gain of the owner ever again?
Well, I thank him for his intervention. I do agree with that, and there have been too many examples where football clubs have been separated from their stadiums, from their training grounds, from their assets, and it's a disgrace every single time when football clubs are asset stripped. Now, I mentioned sustainability, heritage and fan engagement. Those are the three things that we think this bill will bring forward. Those are the aims of the bill, and while this bill is not perfect, it will make important progress in all those points. And indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, shortly after I was elected, Cheltenham Town's board and the Robbins Trust in my constituency were both very clear with me. The one thing they asked me to do was back this bill, and we will be doing so because it is the right thing to do. Now, this bill is in origin cross-party, and we should all thank Tracy Crouch for her work on the fan-led review and the subsequent work on the bill in the last Parliament carried on by the shadow ministers. It is a shame that her party has decided to score an own goal today. Now, they might seek to present themselves akin to England's 1966 heroes, but in trying to kill this bill, They're more like the villainous Maradona with his hand of God in 1986. In what they seek to do by killing this football regulator, they're betraying football fans the length and breadth of this country. They're going in studs up on football fans. This is the kind of political acumen that means they now only represent one Football League club. Yeah. Can anyone name it?
Bromley.
Bromley, there we go. They're obviously... I think they've rather proved my point for me. And their reference to the risk of increased ticket prices does rather suggest they're either uninformed about or willfully ignorant about the existing problems that football fans suffer every week with ticket price inflation, as tens of thousands of fans will confirm, because there are unaccountable football fan owners who are not forced to engage with football fans on the issue of ticket pricing. In my reflections on how to improve the bill, I'll begin with financial fairness. Now, the Cheltenham Town Community Trust tells me that this bill is needed, and I quote the Chief Executive, Simon Peruzza, of the Trust, that this is needed to ensure clubs like ours continue to make valuable contribution to supporters and the community. The game's fractured governance model and inequitable distribution of finance need to be urgently addressed. Now, the Premier League generates more than £3 billion each year from media rights alone, and yet the share reaching clubs further down the pyramid is dwindling. The Premier League keeps 84% of the revenue now, up from 74% in 2007. Any suggestion that somehow the Premier League is a golden goose that is going to be killed by this bill somewhat misunderstands the problem that we have within our game. The campaign group Fair Game warns that the balance of funding between the top division and lower leagues in this country stands in stark contrast to that in other major leagues. The facts are that money is not trickling down here as it does in other European leagues.
Will the honourable member give way on that point? I thank the honourable member for giving way. Given that the person who negotiated that deal, that rights deal, is going to be the regulator, how confident is the honourable member that he will change the process which he is criticising?
Well, he will be working within the boundaries of the regulator, and he's obviously very good at striking deals, isn't he? So we can be confident that in his new role he will do a good job if the honourable gentleman's contention is he did a good job in his old job. But the Liberal Democrats think that redistributive mechanisms ought to go even further to promote financial sustainability, including taking account of the restricted resources in the fifth tier and redistribution beyond that level to cover more grassroots clubs in the National League North and South and beyond. Then we have the issue of social responsibility. Football clubs are not just businesses, they are also civic institutions. They are often the most visible and well-loved organisations in any community. Liberal Democrats in the House of Lords pushed for clubs to be mandated to report on their community work, and so I welcome the new clause requiring clubs to report this. In my own constituency, the Cheltenham Town Community Trust delivered £5.4 million worth of social value work with young people, older people and work to reduce antisocial behaviour in its last reporting year. What gets measured gets done, and those clubs want to continue doing that work, but they can't keep doing it if they can't afford it because the Premier League is hoarding all of the money. But we need to go further to support clubs in doing this, particularly in providing help for those smaller clubs which may struggle to fulfil reporting requirements, and I agree with members who have made similar comments. Next up, we believe that the bill needs to go further on problem gambling. Nearly 30,000 gambling messages were posted across the Premier League's opening weekend this season. That's a tripling of ads when compared with the almost 11,000 recorded over the opening weekend of the season before. These ads are normalising a dangerous relationship between football and gambling that is destroying lives. Football should not be a gateway drug to problem gambling. It cannot be right, whether we are watching television or in the stands, that we're bombarded with gambling adverts to the extent that the enjoyment of the game is now for so many people culturally intertwined with placing bets. It cannot be right that broadcasters are able to launch their own gambling platforms and use advert breaks to promote those platforms, using the pundits describing the games as mouthpieces for gambling. This merger of journalism, the merger of journalism and advertising is something that should give us all pause for thought, and I will now give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. Just to be clear, is he suggesting that the regulator should intervene on the issue of gambling ads rather than this House taking responsibility for doing that? Because I worry about a spread in which the regulator is going to force small clubs to engage with their communities over ticket prices and the rest of it. We need to keep this regulator, if there has to be one, highly constrained?
Well, the football regulator will have a wider role than currently is envisaged in the bill if the Liberal Democrats were in charge.
More regulation. More cryptic.
When the Lords tried to tackle the proliferation of gambling ads, the government committed a professional foul. As the bill makes its way through this House, we hope MPs will show the gambling companies a yellow card. And yellow cards on this matter are very Liberal, not a red card. We do not propose the banning of gambling, as shadow ministers will be pleased to hear. Now, on ownership...
You want to bet?
I will not be placing any bets from this chamber today. Not for the benefits of myself, anyway. On ownership, this bill provides a stronger defence against owners who might have a dodgy track record, but there are still gaps at the back. The new owners and directors test still makes no explicit mention of human rights. Now, this is a glaring miss. Sports washing is an all-too-common tactic used by oppressive regimes to launder their reputations through our national game. As the historic home of a global game, we have a moral duty to seek to use the soft power of football. If you want to run a football club in this country, you shouldn't be able to do it while running roughshod over human dignity elsewhere in the world. Liberal Democrats will continue to push the government to replace the red carpet for dodgy foreign owners with a red card instead. Now, on broadcasting, not a single Premier League match this season has been shown on free-to-air television. All 380 matches in the Premier League now lie behind a paywall, while match-day tickets are increasingly expensive. Latest rights deals will see Sky Sports and TNT Sports have the rights to show Premier League matches for a 4-year period, and that means that those without a subscription will have no opportunity to watch a live match on television until the 2030s at the earliest. Now, Spain's La Liga has one free-to-air game per week, and as does England's Women's Super League. We will continue to champion expanded access to free live sport broadcasting in this bill. We will also call for the strengthening of the bill to ban domestic games being played abroad. The thought of Man City playing Arsenal in Dubai is something that should leave us all reaching for the sick bucket. But we can go further to build a game that is open, accountable and properly rooted in its communities. Every good manager knows when to switch to a 4-3-3 and bring on the super sub. It could be Steve Howard. The Minister, I understand, is a Birmingham City fan. Now is the time for ministers to embrace that principle of bringing on substitutes, changing the formation and be even more ambitious about this bill. After all, they've got more than enough players sitting on the government bench to be more ambitious.
16 of them.
They should do that because football isn't just a business. It's part of who we are as a nation. So let us treat it that way.
Yeah. I call Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The bill today is very much rooted on what Dame Tracy Crouch recommended in the fan-led review. I asked the Shadow Secretary if he could detail the ways in which this bill deviated in any way from what Tracy Crouch recommended. He said independence, and he went on about that for some considerable length. There was not one other proposed in this bill that differs from the fan-led review. Not a single proposal. Sorry, not one single proposal. The reality is that the Shadow Secretary of State didn't even convince himself by his arguments today. I think there's a phrase that football fans chant: "You don't know what you're doing." And it seemed to apply to his speech today, and I'm sorry about that, because I respect his past contribution to the previous bill, which is the framework for what's here now, with one or two improvements. What Dame Tracy said was very clear in the recommendation H, which is key to the fan-led review. Fair distributions are vital to the long-term health of football, and the Premier League should guarantee its support to the pyramid. That's absolutely key. The pyramid is uniquely British. The strength of the pyramid is uniquely British. Yeah. And it's something, therefore, we need to preserve, but you need a fairer distribution of resources to do that. And the one change, therefore, that has been brought about in this bill is the potential to include parachute payments when the regulator comes to a view about what the distribution should be. And instead of simply ignoring parachute payments, pretending they don't exist, as the previous bill did, this recognises the problem that currently 92% of the funding, the distributive funding for football, goes to 25 of the clubs, the Premier League clubs and the clubs receiving parachute payments. And those clubs receiving parachute payments have basically 10 times the amount of resources as the clubs getting payments in the Solidarity Fund from the Premier League. This is just a nonsense. We can see the difference now between the Championship and the Premier League. We can see this year, for I think the first time, that all three promoted clubs have been relegated straight back, and the difference even between their points total and the points total of West Ham just above them. This is not sustainable. It's not sustainable at that level or going down the leagues as clubs simply struggle to survive. So that distribution of funding, I'll give way, yes.
For giving way. One of the biggest challenges we have is that the English Premier League is the best in the world. Every bar you go into across the world is wanting to show Premier League football. There is a real danger here that we're killing the golden goose by trying to pull that down. Because if you look at the Championship, for example, it is the 7th most valuable league in Europe. And that's considering it's our second tier. My big worry here is that actually, look at the way England is playing, look at the way the clubs have come up. Take Leicester winning in 2016, take the likes of Brighton and Brentford and Nottingham Forest, all flying up the leagues. This is a competitive league. This is what we want to see. We do not want to over-regulate it and kill both our national game and our international presence.
I'm sorry, just let's kill this myth that somehow this bill is going to kill the Premier League. It isn't. This bill is designed to sustain the rest of the football pyramid. Look at the resources the Premier League has. It has got twice as much money as any other major European league. That's the difference. And taking a proportion of that away to support the rest of the pyramid is not going to undermine and destroy the Premier League. It will help sustain the rest of the pyramid. And that's the message that we need to get across. And just to go on about the rest of the bill, the issue of sustainability of the pyramid is absolutely key. I'm still a bit wary about the rigidity of the backstop powers and think there's some room for debate about giving a bit more flexibility to the regulators there, but that's something hopefully we can discuss in committee. But the other key elements are about ownership, and we've heard stories from, and no doubt we'll hear more, about the problems that some clubs have had with owners who simply are not fit for purpose. And been talking to colleagues in Reading, they came on a call, Teams call with me and Sheffield MPs the other day to talk about their problems to Sheffield Wednesday supporters, and we should stop those clubs having to face those problems in the future. Now, Sheffield Wednesday, we have an owner who's not actually a bad man. He's put a lot of money in the club. He hasn't ripped the club off, but he's clearly running out of money to make the club sustainable. He couldn't pay the players' wages last month. He couldn't pay the tax dues a few weeks ago. And another failure to pay will mean the club are subject to a transfer embargo for 3 transfer windows. That completely undermines both the competitive and the financial basis of the club. That's not acceptable. The chairman, the owner, is the only director. He doesn't have a board of directors. He has no chief executive. He runs the club from Thailand by remote control. And when he can't pay the bills, he said, well, my companies are owed money, and therefore I haven't got the money to pay the club's bills. We don't know what companies those are in Thailand. As far as we can see, he's no companies that earn money. We suspect that the money comes from the family trust that owns Thai Union Foods, John West and other brands. So in other words, he's reliant on his family members to give him the money to pay the players' wages. That's not sustainable going forward. So the fact that this bill allows the regulator, it compels the regulator to make sure that owners have the funds to sustain the club going forward, and the source of those funds, so it's transparent and open for all to see, is absolutely key, not merely for Sheffield Wednesday, but for lots of other clubs as well. And finally, just one concern I've got, and I hope we can strengthen the bill in this regard. The owner, as in other clubs, has separated the ownership of the ground and the club. I don't think that was for malevolent reasons. It was to try and get around the financial fair play rules and to help the club. That was his rules. But the fact they're separate, and other clubs have got that problem as well. So I know in future, if an owner wants to separate the club and the ground, the regulator can step in to make sure that is for proper reasons and done in a proper way. Unfortunately, when the ground is already separated from the ownership of the club, there is a challenge. I would like to see an addition to the bill which said in order to get a licence, then the owner doesn't really have to prove they've got the financial funds going forward, but they've actually got a ground to play on going forward and lock that in that way. So I think there are changes, improvements that can be made. But let's just say this is a bill that really helps football. It helps fans in the end to make sure their club is sustainable going forward, to hold owners to account. And it's great that fans now are going to have a real role in involvement in their club going forward, to be properly consulted. Fortunately at Hillsborough, there is an engagement panel for fans, but the chairman chooses who goes on it. And when you go on the engagement panel, you have to sign a statement to say you won't talk about outside what's actually been discussed. Now, what sort of accountability is that? It's a nonsense. This bill will strengthen the hand of fans to be properly engaged in their club. I thoroughly support it and hope that the House passes it overwhelmingly.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Caroline Dinenage.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I suppose I want to start my comments not as the Chair of the Select Committee, but as a football fan, and with apologies to the member for Cheltenham and Great Yarmouth, as particularly a Portsmouth football fan. And as such, I think I understand very strongly what a football club means to a community, what it means to a local way of life, what it means to the fans, and most particularly what they will do to protect it, because in the 5 years that followed Portsmouth's fantastic FA Cup victory in 2008, we really went through the ringer. The club boardroom seemed to have a revolving door. We had a succession of different owners, each worse than the other. The club entered administration twice. On 2 occasions it had a 10-point deduction. Pompey suffered 3 relegations in 4 seasons. And I saw what that did to the city of my birth and to the fans that feel as strongly about the club as I do. The club was pulled back from the brink of oblivion by the largest fan-led buyout in history. Fans literally put their money where their mouth is. They had to, because the club was at risk of extinction and the Portsmouth Supporters Trust was formed. 2,300 Pompey fans invested their own money. They became shareholders, raising about £2.5 million. And remarkably, under that fan-led ownership model, the Pompey Supporters Trust were able to declare the club debt-free in September 2014, just 18 months after taking over. But I know that not all clubs are so lucky, because time and time again we've seen and we've heard around this room the stories of clubs falling into the hands of unscrupulous owners who had little regard or care for their club's history or what it means to that local community, and who just don't listen to the fans, who we all know are literally the blood that runs through the veins of our football clubs up and down the country. And so I guess it was that, alongside the spectre of the European Super League, that the previous government had in mind when they commissioned the fan-led review, captained so brilliantly by my friend Dame Tracy Crouch, who was so pivotal in the genesis of this bill. Now, I really hope that this rebooted bill, just as much as its previous iteration did, will protect English football and keep clubs at the beating heart of their communities. Some of the government's changes to the legislation echo the previous Culture, Media and Sport Committee's recommendations. Firstly, on enhanced fan engagement. We know that English football fans are some of the most passionate in the world, and their voices must be heard. For too long, they have just been left in the dark when it comes to decisions on ticket pricing, on the home shirt colour changes, and on home ground relocations. So I welcome the bill's commitment towards this. I also welcome the removal of the requirement for the regulator to consider government foreign and trade policy when deciding whether or not to approve club takeovers. This must demonstrate the regulators' operational independence from government. But that's something I want to come back to in a minute. We have seen some controversy around other aspects of the bill, particularly around the inclusion of parachute payments in the final distribution mechanism. That has inevitably spark some hostility towards the bill, but I think you could be in the room with 10 different people and they'd all have 10 different opinions on how the parachute payment should work. You will never please everybody with this piece of legislation, and I know that for this reason some oppose the bill entirely. Others have voiced dissent for a myriad of reasons, illustrating the growing criticism of this bill this time around. The sheer number of amendments tabled in the other place was a sign of that discontent. And of course, it will be really crucial to ensure that the legislation is right. We only have one chance to do that. But I suggest that we all take a moment to remind ourselves of the findings of the fan-led review and why the regulator was conceived in the first place. And that's because self-regulation simply isn't working. Given many chances, so many chances over so many years, the leagues just haven't been able to reach a deal on financial distribution themselves. Don't forget, left to their own devices, those 6 greedy clubs plan to break away and form the European Super League, risking English football itself. I will.
Thank you for giving way. Is it not a shame that there hasn't been a recognition from these big clubs that the better there wouldn't be a Premier League if there wasn't grassroots football, and the better actually our grassroots football is, the better the league would be.
That's absolutely right. The English football thrives because of the ecosystem, because of everything from the grassroots right up to the very, very top of the elite, and it's our job to ensure that it continues to thrive and that every aspect of that ecosystem is protected and supported. So, you know, we know that there are some really irresponsible club owners who continue to this day to play fast and loose with club finances and assets. Far too many clubs have been on the brink of collapse, and that's why this regulator must have a role to protect English football. But it will need to bring together all voices within that really complex ecosystem for it to work properly. And that's why the Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee, which I chair, look forward to our pre-appointment hearing with David Cogan, the preferred candidate, next week. It's been a long journey to get here. I'm sure the Secretary of State appreciates that this, having scheduled and then postponed hearings more than once as ministers have struggled to pick a candidate. The chair will be utterly critical in ensuring that the regulator performs its role well. They will steer this ship, and then they will set the temperature for football going forward. They'll have to come in on the front foot. They will have to broker strong relationships with stakeholders across football to get that full buy-in. I've already spoken about some of the naysayers, some of the detractors here. They need to be able to build that faith, and they'll have to demonstrate a good understanding of the dynamic football ecosystem in order to have the clout that they will need. But they also need to make sure that they don't come with a load of industry baggage. It's a really difficult position to be in. And at the same time, they have to demonstrate regulatory experience in order to be effective. Ultimately, though, they have to demonstrate that they can be objective and fair and crucially independent of government and of the leagues and of individual football clubs. It's a very difficult job to recruit for. Indeed, UEFA have raised concerns and threatened sanctions over the prospect of government interference. That's why I am surprised that the government have proposed a candidate who is so close to the Labour Party and who've donated money to the Chancellor and others. It does raise concerns about whether the regulator can truly be seen as independent given their close ties to to members of the government, and I expect this is something that the committee will want to explore in detail when we hear from Mr. Cogan next week. He needs to demonstrate that he intends the regulator to be operationally 100% independent from political interference, and I'm struggling to see how that will happen, but my mind is open because as a select committee our job is to have a pre-appointment hearing with this potential regulator. But we did see, as others have mentioned today, we did see the former chair of the BBC, clearly talented, a very capable, very smart man, but found himself undone by giving the impression of a lack of independence from government. And like the BBC, there are very many people out there at the moment who are willing this body to fail. I don't want to see this happen. And if the regulator is undermined in its infancy, that is the worst case scenario for everybody. But even before the chair is in place, there have been some concerning signs about the government's approach to the independent football regulator. We know that many clubs in the Premier League in particular have expressed misgivings and in some cases very strong opposition to the regulator. And despite what the Secretary of State says today, and she speaks very strongly on this, there are some lingering doubts. The whole process has been plagued by leaks and delays. Members have seen and heard the rumours that the regulator was poised to be thrown out onto the latest bonfire of quangos, even before it had started. And when discussing the so-called blockers, it seems telling that the government chose to single out Gardens Trust, Sport England and the Theatres Trust, all organisations to no longer be consulted over planning. And when considering AI and copyright, it seems to be siding with big tech over creative industries. You'll forgive me for beginning to feel like the sectors that we represent on the Select Committee, culture, media and sport, are not valued by her department. So I look forward to hearing next week from the proposed regulator. I look forward to seeing the bill progress through the House. I think that the bill can improve the resilience of clubs and encourage sensible financial decisions. I would like clarity on how the regulator will operate alongside cost control measures, the ones it has no oversight of, such as Premier League profit and sustainability rules, which we've recently seen clubs like Chelsea manipulate to their own advantage and arguably will undermine the regulator. So I'd be grateful if the Minister could come back to me on that. I'd also really like the cast iron reassurances that the legislation will prevent the really painful situations like Reading FC, we've already heard about today, have experienced with their owner, Di Young, who's just an appalling situation. Otherwise, we're going to be all wasting our time. It's really imperative that this bill safeguards English football, which is central to our communities and central to the national fabric of our country. Football is a unifier. It brings people together for the love of the game, right from the grassroots to the very, very top of the elite clubs, and it is the envy of the world. All the other countries in the world would love to have our football leagues. We've got to secure its future for generations to come.
With shy of 50 members wishing to contribute, the only way I can guarantee the maximum contributions is by having a speaking limit to begin with of 5 minutes. And I call Jill Furniss.
First, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to talk about the legislation and make the point that I am wholeheartedly in favour of this. And I know many of my constituents do so too. I want to place on my regard for Dame Tracy Crouch, who we are all aware we would not be here today if she had not initiated this excellent bill. And I wanted to also mention the former members for South East Cambridgeshire and Bristol West, along with all fan groups and other bodies that have engaged in this lengthy process. Sheffield is at the heart of football's story. While I'm sure many of the honourable members present are aware of Sheffield Wednesday and Sheffield United, what has often flown under the radar is that our city is also home to the oldest club in the world, Sheffield Football Club, a club approaching its 170th birthday, who to this day still play in the oldest derby in the world against Hallam FC. Critics of the bill question why the government is getting involved in football, but stories like these illustrate that football clubs are no ordinary businesses. Many of our largest clubs today were originally formed by workers in towns and cities up and down the country, and they remain as essential parts of the heart and soul of our communities. I have had the privilege of seeing firsthand some of the excellent work being done in Sheffield, Brightside and Hillsborough by Marcus and his team at the Sheffield Wednesday Community Programme, and I want to place on record my thanks for all that they do. The good work that many of our clubs do for constituents in need, and the joy they can bring to many more, only further emphasise why the government is right to protect these vital assets. Our clubs are not playthings of the wealthy, to be recklessly mismanaged and tossed aside, or when the lustre of custodianship wears off. Last week, myself and a number of other MPs, including the Honourable Friend for Sheffield South West, and the privilege of meeting with the Sheffield Wednesday Supporters Trust to hear their concerns about the direction of the club under its present custodianship. I do not have enough time to list the many issues highlighted at the meeting, but one of the key things they spoke about was disregard for fan engagement and even abusive disdain for the Supporters Trust and other groups from the club. I gently remind all of those who are fortunate enough to be custodians of football clubs that without the fans, clubs are nothing. Which is why I am pleased that this bill will introduce a minimum standard for fan engagement and compel clubs to democratically select the fan representatives. I also strongly welcome another change this government has made from the previous iteration of this bill by allowing the regulator to examine parachute payments. The strength of our football pyramid is the envy of many nations, yet a pyramid is nothing without a stable foundation. I believe that providing support to relegated clubs is important, but parachute payments in their current form are undermining our pyramid. They have ballooned to become one of the most distortive elements of the modern game. Last season's parachute payments to 5 recently relegated clubs were 3 times as much as the 67 other EFL teams received in total. This, in my view, is the driving force behind many of our beloved clubs being run in increasingly unsustainable ways. And it's no wonder that the majority of the top 92 clubs in the game are technically insolvent. The damage that irresponsible owners leave in their wake is immeasurable, as sadly too many of my honourable friends have been able to attest to today. I am pleased that government is getting to grips with this situation, and I look forward to supporting this bill as it makes its way through Parliament, helping to safeguard the future of all the clubs in the pyramid. Thank you.
Sir Oliver Dowden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I refer to my register of members' interest. Wherever I've been in the world, I'm always asked 2 questions, whether it's in Hertsmere or at the United Nations. When did you meet the late Queen, and which football team do you support? Such is the strength and the reach of English football. And as I've said to this House before, it's a cherished cultural and soft power which ranks alongside our greatest museums, galleries and stately homes. And indeed, I saw this again this Friday at my brilliant local club, Bournemouth FC, led by the indefatigable Danny Hunter. 3 generations of a family sustaining that club, sustaining community life, providing education, nurturing us through COVID, and facilitating the next generation of stars to rise all the way to the top of the Premier League. And indeed, it is because of that that I didn't hesitate to act when English football was threatened by the rapacious greed of the proposed European Super League, which would have deracinated 6 of our greatest clubs. And indeed, it is in that resistance to the ESL that the roots of this bill lie. The then Prime Minister Boris Johnson threatened the legislative bomb, which resulted in us bringing forward the governance review led by my excellent former colleague Dame Tracy Crouch. But I would also caution in our consideration of this legislation that English football also survives on cutthroat competition where the rewards for victory are high and the costs of failure are equally high. And it is also dependent on significant levels of global investment. Well-structured investment is not a threat to English football, it's one of its great strengths. And I could list many examples. Manchester City, backed by the Abu Dhabi United Group, that has posted record revenues of over 700 million, profits of 73 million, based on solid equity, not risky leverage, exactly the sort of leverage that is demanded. Likewise, Newcastle United, its new ownership led by the Public Investment Fund, 300 million of fresh investment, again, without debt. Thriving team, jobs created, silverware returned. Likewise, we've seen beyond the Premier League what the injection of funds at Wrexham has done for its extraordinary ascent through the league. Tottenham Hotspur, you just have to look at their fabulous stadium. Indeed, that's now expanding beyond to things like the Eubank Ben Masterclass at the weekend. So This leads to the core question before the House, which I have very little time to address, but I will try and succinctly make this point. There is undoubtedly a case for regulation. The pyramid's not working, 100 million for TV rights at the bottom of the Premier League versus 4 million at the top. We need to address that. It's not sustainable. Likewise, the movement from the National League to the EFL, we need to expand that as exemplified by the 3-Up campaign. But what I fear as we go down this path is that if you look at how circumstances have changed in the past year, look at the change in the global investment environment, principally as a result of instability in the US. Look at the national insurance rise hike being faced by every club up and down the country. Is this really the right moment to proceed with further regulation? Because in my experience, I would caution the House, my whole 20 years experience in and out of government, when a regulator is created, however benign the intention, a self-serving bureaucracy always seeks to expand its scope over time. This will really be the case with this piece of legislation and this regulator. It will be on the front and back pages of the newspaper every single day. We've already seen from the colleagues on the Lib Dem benches arguments to expand the scope of this regulator before it's even up and running. And I would just say, in this changed environment, and given measures such as the backstop and its application to the pyramid and to parachute payments, I think there still remains a window where we can threaten this kind of regulation but not actually introduce it, because I fear the damage that it will do. I regret I can't give way, but for those reasons I will be voting accordingly at the end of this session.
Clive Efford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I declare my interest at the outset. I'm a volunteer as a trustee of Millwall's Community Trust. This bill has been a long time in the making, and there's been more than a little bit of scaremongering along the way about the implications of a regulator for the future of the Premier League. This bill does not pose an existential threat to the Premier League, and no one who supports it wants to undermine the success of the Premier League. The existential threat is to the football pyramid should we fail to secure a fairer distribution of the resources. The EFL estimate that their clubs will lose 450 million this season. This will have to be covered by the generosity of their owners, and where it doesn't occur, we end up in the situation like we had with Bury, Derby, Wigan and many others. The EFL proposed the idea of a 75-25% split of the combined TV revenues of both leagues in 2020, approximately 300 million of additional funding for the wider football pyramid at that time. Instead, in the 4 years since the EFL first made that proposal, spending on transfers by the Premier League has gone up by £850 million. In 2022-23 season, the Premier League spent £2.8 billion on player transfers. The other major European leagues spent around £750 million per league. In wages, in 2023, the Premier League spent a combined sum of, in euros, 4.6 billion on players' salaries. Its nearest rivals spent an aggregate sum of 2.5 billion euros, over €2 billion gap. The Bundesliga, the gap is nearly 2.5 billion, and for France and Italy, the gap is about 2.8 billion. The 300 million extra that the EFL was asking for pales into insignificance when it comes to these sums of money. So a fairer distribution of the revenues would not impact on the ability of the Premier League to pay the highest players' salaries or the highest prices for player transfers. But this will make an enormous difference when it comes to sustainability of the pyramid. Currently, the 20 Premier League clubs and the 5 clubs in receipt of parachute payments get 92% of the distributable money, which is around 3 billion. The remaining 67 clubs of the EFL get a total of 8%, that's 245 million. This distorts the competition in the EFL and encourages clubs to overspend. The Premier League clubs have to agree to change the distribution of TV revenues across the pyramid. In 4 years, in the 4 years that this has been under discussion, no acceptable proposal has been put forward, and it's clear that football needs an adjudicator to end this impasse. Whilst it's reasonable to help clubs to adjust to being in the Championship, it's not acceptable to sustain a system that forces clubs to overspend to compete with clubs receiving parachute payments. In the last 7 seasons, 2 of the clubs promoted have been in receipt of parachute payments. The top 3 places in the Championship this season have gone to clubs in receipt of parachute payments with 2 matches still to go. The 75%-25% split will eradicate the need for parachute payments altogether, create a level playing field and remove the incentive for non-parachute payment clubs to overstretch themselves financially. One of the other major issues, as my honourable friend for Sheffield South East mentioned, is that of clubs being separated from their grounds. This has happened to my local club, Cheltenham Athletic, and many other clubs. And it's difficult to see how this bill could actually deal with that retrospectively, but it's an issue that we must not lose sight of. It may not be possible to solve this issue through this bill, but it's something we need to deal with urgently. The time has come for a football regulator. A football regulator cannot fail to recognise that the current situation is not sustainable and that they must usher in a fairer system. I pay tribute to all those who've played a part in getting us to this point, and I look forward to playing my part in seeing this bill, assisting this bill's passage through this House.
Charlie Dewhirst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as someone more recently elected, I'm somewhat less burdened by previous legislation. But let me be clear, having worked in sports administration for many years, I have serious misgivings about a government regulator in football. And I know this legislation started out as a very well-meaning initiative, but there are concerns already raised by others about creeping scope and the potential impact of government meddling in a great British success story. Now, it is hard to argue that the Premier League is not England's finest export. It is the envy of global football, a competitive and unpredictable league that attracts the biggest names in the game to play in front of packed stadia and hundreds of millions more watching around the world. The league contributes over £8 billion to the UK economy, pays £4 billion in tax and employs over 90,000 people. Its reach truly is unparalleled, as other honourable members have referenced. I've seen kids wearing Chelsea shirts in rural Rwanda and met Man United fans in Pyongyang. In fact, it may surprise the House to know that the Premier League is widely watched in North Korea, albeit through pirated broadcasts. Although I understand that Spurs don't regularly feature in the coverage thanks to their captain Song Heung-min. Now, I am sympathetic to fans up and down the country who fear that the owner of their football club is going to run it into the ground. And as a Leeds fan, I know a thing or two about bad ownership and financial mismanagement. And we've heard some good examples of that from members representing Reading and Sheffield Wednesday. But we should dispel the myth that every football club owner is some super-rich maniac trying to squander their fortune to destroy a local football club. And is it really the job... I will give way.
I'm absolutely happy to agree with the honourable gentleman that not all football owners are maniacs determined to ruin their club. What I would gently point out is that this regulator will ensure that those clubs who do have such owners will be better protected in the future. Does he not accept that point?
I disagree on the ideological point around who should regulate football. I'll come on to that in a second, because actually I don't believe it's the government's job. I believe that the football landscape already provides for regulation, but it is... No, I'll make some progress if you don't mind on this point, because as a former employee of a football club at Hull City, and someone who's worked for a national governing body in sport at the RFU and a national elite sport funding body at the UK Sport, I do have some experience of this. And each of those bodies, the EFL, the EPL, the FA, have a role in regulation. Now, there is no doubt... Yes, I will give way. Yeah.
thank my honourable friend for giving way, and as a fellow Leeds United supporter, he was probably prepared for me to talk about the transfer of Seth Johnson and the finances around that to Leeds United. But I wonder, would he recognise the words of John Badescu, who said the best way to be a millionaire is be a billionaire and own a football team, and recognise that the current ownership model does need to change?
Thank you, and I thank the honourable member for those of us supporting a club that was owned previously by Ken Bates and Massimo Cellino. We've had our fair share of rough ownership over the years. But it comes back to the point of the wider landscape and who should regulate, because above the Football Association, the EFL and the EPL, we have UEFA and FIFA as international bodies representing the global game. They each have a regulatory function. So I believe that instead of the government creating yet another quango headed up by a Labour Party crony, it should be working with the Premier League, the EFL and the FA to resolve current concerns like financial sustainability and fit and proper ownership. This would be a far more satisfactory... I'll just make a little bit of progress and I'll give way. This would be a far more satisfactory outcome for the clubs and ensure that sport and politics are kept at arm's length. I'll now give way.
I thank him for giving way. He's mentioned UEFA and FIFA. Would he categorise those as organisations where politics is kept at arm's length and where there's no place for cronyism?
The honourable member raises a very good point. I think FIFA's recent history is not a proud one, but we don't really have time to go into that today in the time I've got left. But it is an important point about the way in which UEFA and FIFA operate in that landscape, and there is a danger here that with measures that include parachute payments, which would affect competition tools and structures, that this scope of this bill places the government on a collision course with those international federations. We've already had that discussed already. Ultimately, the fact that we're here discussing this today is a sad indictment of the relationship between the existing stakeholders, but is not beyond the wit of government to find solutions that do not involve a new regulator. I am not burdened by previous legislation, and I'm happy to. So, I also worry this bill is playing to a certain viewpoint that the EFL clubs, viewpoint among EFL clubs, that money from the bottom half of the Premier League should be redistributed en masse to the Championship. Now, they would argue this would give the promoted clubs, of which I am a fan of one, a better chance of success. But I fear there would actually be very serious unintended consequences, because it could entrench a small group of successful clubs at the top of the Premier League and ultimately damage competition as the top clubs assimilate more and more wealth to the detriment of the clubs lower down. It would effectively end the chances of a Leicester winning the title, or teams like Brighton, Bournemouth, Brentford, Nottingham Forest cementing themselves in the league and challenging for Europe, another two-tier system created by this Labour government. But the idea that the Championship is a poor relation is also a false one. Every Championship club receives £7.8 million from the Premier League, which is between 20 and 40% of their typical annual revenue. The EFL has recently signed a domestic broadcast deal worth more than £900 million, increasing its own revenues by 50%. And the Championship is already the 6th richest league in Europe. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to address the issue of the medium to long-term future of the regulator. This legislation is morphed from creating an independent regulator with a narrow scope to a government regulator headed up by a Labour Party donor with sprawling powers. Once they've dealt with the most pressing issues, who knows how they might justify their existence in the future? The devil will surely make work for idle hands. And my fear is the football regulator won't behave as a guardian of the sport, but instead look to involve itself more and more in day-to-day club operations. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have come a long way from the dark days of the 1980s, an era that reached its nadir just under 40 years ago with the Heysel disaster, which saw English clubs banned from European competition for 5 years. A period where the best English players sought to ply their trade in Serie A, La Liga and Ligue 1. English football is now the envy of the world, and I'm sure our competitors in Spain, Italy and Germany are watching and would be delighted if we were to regulate ourselves into a less competitive place. Madam Deputy Speaker, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
John Whitby.
Football is the beautiful game, and it's truly the world's game. And for a century or so, the game had ever-changing churn of clubs having periods of success. The game wasn't totally dominated by money, although of course money has always been a factor. But with the inception of the Premier League, quite literally the game changed. And I'm not being overly critical of the Premier League. It is, after all, it has made the English league the greatest and most watched league in the world. The money that's flooded in from TV rights and sponsorship has led to many of the world's greatest players plying their trade in this country, which only adds to the global appeal. But the money, vast as it is nearly all in the Premier League. The gulf between the bottom of the Premier League and the top of the Championship is enormous. The prize money for coming last in the Premier League is 4 times greater than the prize money for the winners of the Championship, and that's before the 80 million plus that each Premier League club gets from TV rights. This makes the desperation to reach the top flight even greater than ever, because promotion doesn't just mean competing with the best teams. It now represents financial security. And one of a number of clubs who have fallen foul of too much risk and overstretching themselves in order to reach the promised land of the Premier League is my beloved Derby County FC. One of the founder members of the Football League, champions of England twice, FA Cup winners, European Cup semi-finalists. But sadly, having failed in the Championship playoffs 4 times in 6 years, Derby couldn't quite take that final step to financial security, and therefore their unusual take on amortisation and their questionable way of making money out of their own stadium became much bigger problems. It was the Premier League or bust, and for Derby it was very nearly bust. Derby went into administration, which in itself cost the club about 3 million just for the administrators. So despite the club's proud history and despite the club's remarkable fan base, with home gates averaging over 28,000, Derby County almost ceased to exist as a result of financial issues, with the club, according to the current owner David Clowes, being just 1 week away from going out of business. So I imagine that most Derby supporters would say that the creation of an independent football regulator would be a good idea. And the concept of a regulator comes from the people that make football what it is, the fans. This is, after all, a recommendation from the fan-led review.
Indeed.
The objectives of the IFR are sound: to protect and promote financial stability, protect and promote financial resilience, and safeguard our football heritage. Under the bill, each club will have to submit regular financial plans and regularly consult with fans. Clubs will also have to demonstrate that they have the resources to sustain operations and show that they have the systems in place to manage financial risk. These measures will help ensure the risk taken by Derby County cannot be taken again. I welcome clause 46 of the bill, which will require clubs to get approval from the IFR before selling their home grounds or using them as security for a loan. Clause 45 will prevent another European Super League debacle that had no consultation and no real competition, just a licence to print money at the expense of the integrity of the English game. Cardiff fans will no doubt be pleased to see clause 49 that will prevent a change of team colours. Madam Deputy Speaker, while I strongly support this bill, I also want to raise an issue brought to my attention by one of my constituents, former Arsenal and Leeds goalkeeper John Lukic. He has highlighted the growing number of ex-players, as has been mentioned today already, suffering from CTE, a form of dementia caused by repeated heading of the ball. I'm very encouraged to hear that the Secretary of State will meet with the Football Families for Justice. Football can and should do more to look after its former players. Madam Deputy Speaker, English football has been such a success, bringing joy and occasional pain to so many. I don't want another mass march to save Derby County. I don't want another 21-point deduction. Everyone wants their team to be successful, but more than that, everyone wants their team to exist. I urge everyone to support them on that. Oh, sorry.
Tom Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by congratulating Cheadle Town Stingers, who yesterday confirmed their second place in the Women's National League Division 1 North, just missing out on promotion by goal difference in which was their first season in the National League. I hope the House will share its congratulations to manager Dylan Wimbrey and the whole team for this fantastic campaign. I have every confidence they'll go one better next season. Yeah. Football has been a key part of my life since I can remember. When I was a youngster of about 7, I remember scoffing down my Sunday lunch so I could rush in front of the TV and watch my heroes John Barnes and Ian Rush put every team they played to the sword. Yes, I was a 7-year-old glory hunter. Transfixed by the way Liverpool would seem to effortlessly breeze past teams, the iconic red kit became my uniform whenever I played in the park with my friends.
Calm a bit.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I can still remember my first game. The long walk up, which seemed like an endless mountain of steps, to then come into full view of that bright green carpet, surrounded by a sea of scarves, banners and flags and players, my heroes, warming up on the pitch. I can still remember how it made me feel. It felt like falling in love for the very first time, because football has that power. It can bring people together in a way that only a few cultural spectacles can. For 90 minutes, whether it's a few hundred people watching a non-league club in Greater Manchester or 90,000 people watching the FA Cup final in Wembley, football encourages us to dream together. Please go ahead.
Thank you for giving way, and I'm interested in the community involvement. I refer the House to my register of interests. We are aware we're in a situation where mental health in men particularly is at a crisis point, and in fact suicide is peaks is a peak a cause of death under 50. And would he commend my club, Forest Green Rovers, who are trying to re-enter the English Football League, for developing a scheme of football on prescription, which is to refer men to football so that they can feel better and more socially included?
I thank the member for his intervention. That's absolutely fantastic work that's going on there. And football does create togetherness, and it's incredibly important for our communities. That's why this football governance bill is so important. For too many years, we've seen our game threatened by a variety of actors, be it poor owners, the creation of super leagues, and the ever-increasing prices of the match day, ensuring that only a smaller and smaller group of people can experience the game. The aims of the bill is to fix this are highly commendable, and I'm in fully support of them. However,
my honourable friend give way. I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Terms for the sale of Reading Football Club have been agreed, but we're currently waiting for Di Yonghi's signature for a deal to go through. Sadly, we've been here before. His ownership has been a Shakespearean tragedy. He has attempted to asset strip the club, bleeding it dry and holding it back for success. Does my honourable friend agree with me that Di must sell the club and allow Reading Football Club to enter a new era? Thank you.
But the member responds, if interventions are long, even fewer colleagues are going to get in. Interventions should be short, not speeches. Mr Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to my honourable friend for bringing that forward. I think it's absolutely key. We've got a history in this country of poor owners taking our clubs for granted, and it's the fans that pay for that. So thank you very much for bringing that forward. There are things that I'd like further consideration in this bill. I'd like to see more detail and focus on how football governance can support the wider football pyramid outside of the football leagues. I mentioned Cheadle Town Stingers at the beginning of my comments. Cheadle Town is a wonderful example of a community-run football club that not only champions excellence on the field, but off the field also. The club sits in the heart of Cheadle and plays an active role in its community, providing support for local food banks and coaching local schools. It's also, in my view, an exemplar of how both the men's and women's games should be championed in this country. There is a true one-club mentality in Cheadle Town, where the successes of both teams are worked for and celebrated equally, exactly as it should be. This is a true community club and everything that the Football Governance Bill needs to protect. The campaign organisation Fair Game puts it best when they say addressing the deeply flawed financial flow in the game could see extra money flooding into towns and villages that have lower league football clubs. And we all know the Premier League receives the lion's share of the market revenue. In 2023, just 25 clubs received a massive 92% of the revenues across the English game, whilst the other 67 clubs in the football leagues received just 8%. The disparity in this is completely eye-watering, but it doesn't even begin to take into account the clubs even further below. These are the clubs that are at real risk. They have to fundraise to save to ensure they can put the floodlights on. Many non-league clubs are now struggling with the rise in energy prices, which have quadrupled in the last few years, whilst others have had to sparingly cut the grass on their pitches to save further costs. Facilities are also a key issue. Across Cheadle, there are just 3 full-size 3G pitches, which are shared between 40 different teams, whilst of the 18 grass pitches in Stockport, 5 have no changing facilities at all, which has greater and more disproportionate impact on women's teams and disability teams. The issues in our game are not just impacting the Premier and Football Leagues, it's having a massive impact and sometimes fatal impact on our grassroots. And whilst the Football Governance Bill does start to mitigate these issues, it does very little to encourage clubs, particularly the larger Premier League clubs, to support the very lower tiers of the football pyramid. So I'd like to see this change as the bill progresses, and more opportunities and thoughts on how our grassroots game can be supported. Because football is about community, and often represents what is best about our community spirit. So supporting the game at its very base needs to be more of a priority. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is a step forward for our football in this country and should be welcomed. But there is more to do, and I hope the government will take this on board and introduce a regulator that not only protects this wonderful game, but promotes it at its very community grassroots level. And finally, if I may just share your indulgence for 10 more seconds, Madam Deputy Speaker, and allow me to channel that 7-year-old that was obsessed with the likes of John Barnes, Jan Molby and Ian Rush, and say this: Arne Slot, Big Verge and Mo, thanks for bringing home number 20.
Jake Richards.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations to Liverpool fans. As we've been hearing this evening, Madam Deputy Speaker, football is more than a game. For my constituents and I, it represents community, joy, sometimes a fair bit of despair too. It provides jobs, it brings people together, and is a source of immense pride, despite, or especially perhaps, in the darkest times. Isn't one of the most haunting images of the pandemic those football games that had to be played behind closed doors? It just wasn't the same for the players, for the fans, or anyone. Madam Deputy Speaker, last night I was honoured to be invited by Rotherham United to join them at the English Football League Awards. It's been a difficult season on the pitch for the Millers, but the incredible work the club do in the community never wavers. They support so many fantastic initiatives across the borough: walking football, the women's game, youth clubs, fitness classes for pensioners, active travel, the list goes on. I'm pleased to be working with them specifically on projects in Maltby, Kiveton Park and Swallowness in my constituency. Rotherham is a town that's had a difficult recent history, but remains proud and has, in my mind, the opportunity to flourish again. The football club will be critical to that mission, right at the heart of it. Anything that threatens the existence of clubs like Rotherham, as we've seen in Bury, Reading, Macclesfield, Bolton, Derby, the list goes on, is an existential crisis for the town. These are places for whom the football club, the team, is at the heart of their identity, economy and society. So, offering some security for clubs down the football pyramid must be a priority, and that is why I support the government's legislation today. The stories of financial ruin are becoming too common. The dam is close to breaking point, and there are increasing signs, not least the Premier League and Championship tables today, that the competitiveness at the top of our game is also wilting. Ultimately, and it is a statistic that's been said already many times in this debate, 25 clubs, the top 20 Premier League teams and 5 in the Championship, received 92% of the revenue, £3 billion, while 67 professional clubs share just 8%. This inequality cannot continue, not because of inherent unfairness or moral distaste, but because the game we love is now seemingly stretched to the point of breaking point. I'm sympathetic to the Premier League's position. As we've heard already from members from across the House, we should be clear that the Premier League is one of the most successful exports in modern Britain. I would not support any measure that could seriously threaten the League's position at the pinnacle of sporting competition, but this bill, in my mind, simply does not do that. Firstly, the financial might of the Premier League will not be threatened. There is a gap of €2 billion between the Premier League and any of its rivals when it comes to wages. Secondly, the bill purposefully maintains the lightest touch unless it is forced into more intrusive action. The government amendments in the Lords assist with that, ensuring that the focus from the regulator does not stray beyond a tight remit. And thirdly, the football pyramid relies upon a thriving Premier League. There is no benefit to any party in this negotiation to stifle the competitiveness or commercial success of the Premier League. The EFL and the independent regulator must and surely will recognise this in their decision-making going forwards. Ultimately, there should be a symbiotic relationship between the EFL and the Premier League. Each needs each other. A thriving football pyramid producing talented footballers, an ambitious club, and a Premier League that excels. As has just been mentioned, I would like to also raise the wider ecosystem in our football. Rotherham United is not in my constituency, but the football ecosystem of the borough, indeed South Yorkshire and the country, is made up of these brilliant non-league clubs. Maltby Main FC, Kiveton Park, Dinenage, flying high in the league, Swallowness in their famous Swal Zero Stadium, all play crucial roles in our community and are run through the sheer will and hard work of volunteers. I hope, once this bill has passed, the professional game consider how we can better help those in the non-league too. I have spent nearly 30 years watching football with my dad. I think each of my best friends were people I met playing the game several years ago. I spend lots of time, too much, many might say, watching, playing, reading about the game. It is the game I love, and I'm proud tonight to support this bill that goes some way to ensuring that it has a flourishing future for decades to come.
Put low.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I should declare my interest on the register in 2 football-related businesses as a result of my chairmanship of Southampton Football Club. We don't have many success stories left, but English domestic football is one of them. So what do politicians want to do? Regulate it, of course. The biggest beneficiary from the success of the Premier League is HMRC, through tax and national insurance levied on the player wages and staff wages. Money flowing out of the beautiful game. These salaries have correlated closely with the growth of broadcasting income, particularly overseas television rights. Lord Sugar referred to this as the prune juice effect. These salaries have correlated closely with the growth of broadcasting income, particularly overseas television. Sorry, I repeated that. No regulator played any part in laying the foundations of the world's most successful league. English football works and has worked for many decades. My message to you all today is leave it alone. Football is a risk business supported in this country by the most passionate fans in the world. It requires a balance between risk-taking and business savvy if the aspirations of the supporters are to be delivered in the form of entertaining, successful football of which they can be proud. Many of the failures in our game, such as Bury under Hugh Eves and Leeds under Peter Ridsdale, were driven by boards dominated by fans rather than by more logical businessmen. The job of running a smaller club in the Premier League is difficult at the best of times, I should know, when competing with clubs who have substantially greater turnover. A regulator will simply make the job of smaller clubs more difficult and limit their ability to take calculated risks in order to successfully compete, either for promotion, league position or cup success. It's the larger clubs who will benefit, and the dynamic which has driven the Premier League's success will be undermined. I will give way. Did somebody want to give way?
Speaker, is the honourable gentleman really saying that fans' involvement in clubs is a bad thing?
I think the passion of fans can be a dangerous thing if they're on a board, yes. The FAPL success has been driven by the prescient founding formula for financial distribution, ensuring a competitive league. Fans collectively will suffer, and another more innovative league in another geographic region, probably in Asia, will emerge as a leader. You might all feel good about yourselves, but billions and billions of pounds will be driven out of the country. There's no need for a football regulator, or indeed any more wokery in the game, exemplified by the support of a questionable organisation like Black Lives Matter, when the knee was taken before each game. The world's best football meets the world's best virtue signalling. Just last week, I uncovered 2 coaching roles offered by Ipswich and Fulham, both specifically excluding white men from applying. Ipswich made the right choice and removed the racist ad. Fulham have not. These roles have been pushed by the Premier League itself. Match-going fans are overwhelmingly male and overwhelmingly white. They would be surprised to hear that clubs are banning them from applying for certain roles based on their skin colour. Racism is racism, even when white people are on the receiving end of it. I hope that all of us in this House call it out for the wickedness that it is. We must eradicate the poisonous DEI from our beautiful game. Fans attend football to escape all that nonsense. A functional football team is the perfect analogy for any successful society, based on merit and merit alone. Fans don't want ideological lessons from their clubs. They want to watch exciting football, enjoy a beer and have a proper day out. Good for them, I say. All of us here need to leave them alone. Those responsible for this bill must also take full responsibility when the Premier League inevitably wanes as the woke do-gooders perpetrate the damage that history teaches us is inevitable. The Chancellor speaks oxymoronically about trying to revive our financial markets by regulating for growth, after the Financial Services and Markets Act of 2000 destroyed London as a centre where capital meets risk. You don't regulate for growth, you deregulate for growth. We do not need this interference by tire-kicking regulators in our national game. Judging by this debate, the Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport looks like she's pretty handy on the terraces. I say to her, in football lingo, you don't know what you're doing.
Luke Murphy.
It is indeed, Madam Legislative. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's no place I'd rather be than to follow the honourable member whose interesting views on fans being at the fault of the issues in the game were truly enlightening. I'm so pleased to be able to speak in this debate today on the Football and Governance Bill. Gifts from colleagues in the form of interventions to extend my time will be gratefully received. Not just because this bill will protect clubs, empower fans and keep clubs at the heart of their communities, but because it gives me an opportunity, after Basingstoke Town's final home game of the season, to pay tribute to a wonderful football club and the entire community that surrounds it, supports it and stands by it through thick and thin. It was a delight to see the team get the victory they richly deserved on Saturday by beating the league champions Merthyr Town 4-0. The result secured our position in the Southern League, Premier South, for another season. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Stoke are staying up. But more than that, it was just a joy after a tough season to see the dedicated team who lead and manage the club, the players, the support staff, the volunteers and our loyal fans celebrating after so much hard work. As the manager Dan Brownlee said in his open letter to the fans after Saturday's game, a massive thank you to the staff, volunteers, board and players. It goes beyond match days, endless meetings, endless hours behind the scenes, trying to create the best experience. You would not believe the half of it. It is selfless and it deserves celebrating. From the stewards, the board, the bar staff, the kit room and everyone in between, you are remarkable. To Jack Miller, Liz Lockie, Jackie Meachin, Katie Oliver, Brian and Sarah Parsons, Neil the head steward, Adam Robinson, Aaron Nicholson and so many other volunteers, players and fans past and present. I couldn't agree more. You are remarkable, because for all the money, the well-deserved global attention and the sporting excellence of the Premier League, it is the community and the fans around local football clubs like Basingstoke Town that make football truly great. Because football is more than just a sport. It is a source of civic pride, community identity and an economic opportunity. But for too long, the governance and financial model of our game has left clubs vulnerable to mismanagement, unscrupulous ownership and ultimately financial ruin. One stark example of this is the case of Basingstoke Town and its much-loved Camrose ground. The Camrose was gifted to the club by Viscount Camrose in the 1914s, and a covenant was placed on the land, restricting its use to football or a sports ground. And for over 70 years, the Camrose was the heart of our town's club, a vital community hub where generations of fans came together to support their team and people of all ages came to play the sport that so much of our nation holds dear. The covenant on the ground, which should have guaranteed a sports facility for the town for another 3 decades at least, was and continues to be blatantly and disgracefully disregarded. In 2016, the then chairman of the club sold the freehold of the Camrose to a company that he owned. Following years of underinvestment in the stadium, he eventually evicted the newly formed community club from the Camrose in April 2019. The move forced the club to relocate to Winchester City FC's ground over 20 miles away, disrupting not only the men's first team, but also the women's team, youth academy, and an array of vital community projects. And then a once iconic stadium that brought pride and opportunities to the town was reduced to a distant memory. Our town and club have lost a historic football ground, we've lost a large sports and community facility, and those responsible have been able to escape accountability and to profit handsomely on what has been a disgraceful episode in our town's history. Basingstoke Town has transitioned since to a 100% fan-owned model. But it's why I'm so passionate about this process, protecting not just fans of EFL clubs, but also protecting those supporting non-league teams like Basingstoke Town. Measures like these, including in the bill, I would like to see to protect clubs at all levels of English football. So I would appreciate any information the Minister can give on how the government will work with the FA to support and regulate non-league clubs, to protect clubs like that in Basingstoke. Stronger governance... I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's making an excellent speech. One of the terrible things that's happened at Reading due to the ownership is what's happened to the women's football team, who have gone from in the Women's Super League to now in Tier 5. So would he join with me in supporting women's football and also in asking the government to update on its plans to implement the Carney Review into the future of women's football? Yeah.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for her gift of an intervention, and I wholeheartedly agree with her sentiments around women's football, which is a vital part of Basingstoke Town Football Club as well. Stronger governance is vital. We do need tougher ownership tests to stop reckless takeovers, better financial oversight to prevent clubs drowning in debt, and more support for fan-led ownership models. Football belongs to the fans. They pour in their passion, time and money. They deserve a system that protects their clubs and their communities, not one that puts them at risk. This bill provides just that system, and I commend the government for it. But I do want to see just as much attention on the grassroots, non-league football and the fans and volunteers, which, as I said earlier, are what make football truly great. Thank you.
Peter Fortune.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And has been mentioned previously, there is only one Football League club that is represented in this place by a Conservative MP, and that is the mighty Bromley Football Club. And I must say, my efforts to have "You've got the only Tory" chanted across opposition stands in League Two is ongoing, and I will keep the House informed as to how well that proceeds. Hayes Lane, the club's ground since 1938, stands proudly in my constituency of Bromley and Biggin Hill. Bromley FC is a football fan's dream. We've gone from strength to strength in recent years, earning promotion to the Conference League South in 2006. Bromley FC was crowned champions 8 years later. We climbed the National League, reaching the FA Trophy final in 2018 and earning promotion in 2021. But our rise did not stop there. Bromley faced Ryan Reynolds' Wrexham at Wembley for a second shot of the FA Trophy in 2022. It was an amazing day, and one which I remember well. And whilst we may not have had Deadpool, we did have Michael Cheeky, the Maradona of Bromley, who secured the silverware with the game's only goal. I love Michael Cheek, and I congratulate him on being named League 2 Player of the Year last night. It is well deserved. And last year, a moment 132 years in the making arrived as Bromley were promoted to the English Football League for the first time in our history. And why is this story relevant, Madam Deputy Speaker? Bromley's football dream was realised thanks to sound management, private investment and raw talent, not a state regulator. And I congratulate Robert Stanton-Gleaves, Mark Hammond, Hamo, and Andy Woody Woodman for all they've done for the club. And as a Ravens fan, when I look at Labour's supposedly independent football regulator, I have to ask if it would help Bromley FC or aspiring clubs like it. And the answer, in its current state, is a resounding no. When the bill was first proposed, it had the right intentions. It would protect cherished community clubs from bad owners and prevent breakaway European Super League. But Labour's regulator is morphing into a meddling, costly and political deadweight for English football, because the regulator will be neither independent nor impartial. It's cronyism at its worst. I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He is a football fan, and does he recall in his experience hearing any fan group saying, what we really need is a Labour donor crony regulating the beautiful game?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. What fans tell me is they want the money to move more freely through the sport, and I'm going to come on to that in a second. Because the cronyism is what we're concerned about, and with political leadership, the risk of mission creep becomes greater, and more state intervention would threaten English football's independence. And without independence, as we have heard, UEFA warns English clubs could not compete in European leagues. The government knows their bill could torpedo English football. And that's why I wonder ministers refuse to publish UEFA's letter on Labour's football governance bill. The regulator will also cost clubs a small fortune. The levy to pay for new bureaucracy will cost clubs nearly £100 million. The regulatory burden will cost clubs nearly £35 million more, hurting the smallest clubs like Bromley, who do not have the staff to handle yet more red tape. For clubs, it means higher taxes, more paperwork, and staff working on state demands, not on football. For fans, it will inevitably mean higher ticket prices, especially considering the new job tax that Labour have instigated and employment red tape. We should be focused on getting money to the lower league clubs, not tying their hands with bureaucracy. This is what the clubs need. Madam Deputy Speaker, football is about risks and aspirations. Teams win or lose, get promoted or regulated. This isn't banking, it's football. And whilst I recognise smaller clubs need support, a partisan regulator is not the answer. English football's independence is worth protecting.
Ewan Yang. And I draw the House's attention by register of interests. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think most of us in this debate have agreed that football has a governance problem. And just last Friday, I attended a meeting with honourable members from Sheffield and fans of Sheffield Wednesday, fans who are desperate for their owner to sell their club in order that we can share learnings from Reading FC. And we know well the problems of bad ownership at Reading FC, whose stadium sits in my constituency of Earley and Woodley. Our club is on the brink of expulsion from the English Football League after its absent owner was disqualified by the EFL over a month ago. Reading and now Sheffield Wednesday are at the tip of the iceberg. We've also heard in this debate and seen over the last few years the crisis at Wigan, at Derby, at Portsmouth, Bury, Bolton, Macclesfield, Southend and beyond. So football has a definite governance problem, and I'm heartened that this Labour government is serious about fixing it. Yes. Sadly, the same can't be said for all parties in this House, and I think it's shameful that the Conservative Party opposite, which initially backed the football governance bill, has spent the last few months delaying its progress. And in those past few months, many members and myself have spent our time fighting for the future of our local clubs. Every day is another day in which Reading fans are left in the dark. Another day while Reading staff and local businesses are left waiting for late wage payments. Yeah. So I ask the members opposite, how much longer would you like us to wait for? Yeah. The Shadow Secretary of State likes to talk about business and the economic case. And I say to him, when the average club in the Championship spends more than 100% of their revenues on wages, when over 50 of the top 86 clubs in the top 86 clubs in the country are technically insolvent, with liabilities exceeding their assets according to the NGO Fair Game, is this a successful market? Is this a functioning market? No. And I would argue that this is not just unfair, it's financially unsustainable. As the Honourable Member for Gosport mentioned earlier, self-regulation has not worked, so we need to find out something that does work. Now, Reading is one of the oldest clubs in England, and I'll be glad to give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. Is it not right that she's received an £8,000 payment from the man her own government wants to stall as an independent chair of an independent regulator? Does she not accept that is a major compromise of the independence of that chosen nomination?
And I do not agree with that intervention. It is the place for this chamber to decide whether we want a regulator or not, whether we want football governance bill passed or not. I note that the opposition leader has said that she believes any regulator would be a waste of resources. And I presume that that means that her party believes that football does not need regulation. And it's the place for the Select Committee, as chaired by the Honourable Member for Gosport previously, who seems in her speech to support the idea of independent regulation, to scrutinise the appointment of regulators. Yeah. Reading is one of the oldest clubs in England, and it's a club that once prided itself on good governance, that was known for the Reading Way. But since the current owners took over, we've seen 4 winding up petitions, we've seen 5 points deductions. Now, sadly, the EFL, while it tries to support and intervene, has been unable to effect change for our club since it lacks sufficient regulatory powers. And this is where the new ownership test, as well as the new licensing regime proposed by the bill, would have been so helpful. Reading's crisis was an avoidable crisis, and if we had a strong independent football regulator, we could start to fix football's governance problem. So we need to, I will give way.
As a Sheffield Wednesday fan, I understand the pain, financial pain that clubs go through. Does my honourable friend agree that the party opposite don't actually know why they're objecting to this bill?
I feel like I've seen a lot of fancy footwork from the party opposite that probably belongs on the pitch. So we need to build a football system that's fair, transparent and sustainable. And that's why I strongly welcome this government's football governance bill, in particular the creation of an independent football regulator. And I strongly support the bill's new owners and directors test. But let me be clear, this regulator must also have real teeth. As well as the light touch, it must have the right touch. And that means, as well as the power to disqualify bad owners, I would hope that it also has the power to enforce that disqualification and enforce the bill by being able to force, for example, the sale of shares or other interventions to really make sure that the regulation bites. I'm confident that this bill will support clubs around the country. And I've said before, as I've said before in my Westminster Hall debate, we need a regulator that passes the Reading test, so that fans at other clubs don't have to go through what we've had to endure. I've spoken with the Sports Minister and the Secretary of State a number of times about Reading. I'm very grateful that we share a vision for what English football could be, although I'm sure the Sports Minister may disagree with my particular vision that Reading deserved to defeat Barnsley this weekend in order to reach the playoffs. I hope that the Ministers would, in theory, support a strengthening of the ownership test by the time this bill leaves the House. Yes, I would.
And can I also congratulate her on her excellent campaigning on this issue? Will she agree with me that Reading Football Club in Tilehurst, in my constituency and in her constituency, is absolutely at the heart of our community? We've got to act to protect clubs like Reading, and that in opposing this legislation and in their obfuscation on this legislation, they're letting down fans of Reading Football Club.
Yeah. I thank the Honourable Member for her intervention. I absolutely agree with the Member for Reading, West and Mid Berkshire, that the party opposite are letting down so many Reading fans, not just across our constituencies, but many of our neighbouring constituencies and fans across the country. So this matters because Reading is not just a club, it's a community institution. It's a source of pride, opportunity and identity, and I'm heartened that so many thousands of fans have come together over the current crisis at Reading to try to save it. Over 10,000 fans have signed my petition to launch an inquiry into the governance at Reading, and over 30 members of Parliament across various parties have spoken at the Westminster Hall debate I led on the topic of financial sustainability in football. This demonstrates just how much football clubs mean to people. But unless we act to change now how football is governed and run, unless we fix the distribution model, unless we rein in reckless spending and stop absent owners from hiding from fans, we will keep losing community clubs up and down the country. Madam Deputy Speaker, football deserves better. Fans deserve better. And with this bill, we have a once-in-a-generation chance to get it right.
Dylan. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I begin my remarks, can I draw members' attention to my membership of the Football APPG and the Women's Football APPG, which both exist to safeguard and improve the game that we love. I've also attended various briefings with interested organisations such as Fair Game. Now, it's clear to me that the bill has wide support for the principle of establishing a regulator for football. It was in the Conservatives' manifesto, and the Labour government are also now delivering on it, following their commitment in their manifesto. But the bill is also welcomed by the EFL, the Football Supporters Association, and even some of it from the Premier League. So I'm confident that it will pass its second reading later this evening, and once enacted will help us sustain our truly national game. Because there are over 14 million grassroots players, including myself, still, and over 40,000 association football clubs. It brings people together on a weekly basis to celebrate, to commiserate, and to enjoy the unfolding drama that only sport can deliver. Football is also crucial to our local economies and our local identity, but too many clubs are facing uncertain times, which is why I support the focus of the bill on financial sustainability, the ownership of clubs, and the fan engagement. If these areas of focus had already been realised, then my nearest EFL club, Reading FC, would not be in the situation that they currently find themselves in. That is why this bill is needed. We cannot let something of so much social and economic value to be unregulated. This bill can improve the connection between fans and clubs and protect their heritage. Now, the first half of this bill's legislative journey has now been completed, and whilst the government didn't formally accept any opposition amendments from the other place, the bill has been improved, and I welcome amendments that have been made. Board members and expert panel members to declare their interests, inclusion of play, or greater inclusion of players and fans, introducing a social responsibility duty, and including a club's contribution to the economic and social well-being of its local communities. Because football clubs must be held to account. The selling off of assets such as car parks, training grounds, transferring ownership of the stadium, or even selling the trophy cabinet cannot be allowed to happen.
What's one of those?
Yeah. A Tottenham fan would be able to sell the dust. Now, whilst football clubs are owned by wealthy individuals or investment groups, they belong to their communities. Financial fair play has created unintended consequences, such as selling homegrown players as you get a greater profit, or selling off your women's team for an accounting trick. As this bill progresses, we must make sure that this legislation doesn't do the same thing. Now, one area where there has been criticism of this bill is the unintended consequences to increased ticket prices. It was raised in the other place, and I note that the motion in this House declines to give the bill a second reading by also raising this issue. However, my own team, who yesterday were joined by Liverpool as 20-time league champions, have already increased their ticket prices without consultation with the fans. The ticket increase was because of the levels of debt. That debt hasn't strengthened Manchester United. The fans didn't ask for it, and it only benefited the owners. Now, the main focus of this bill is to create financial sustainability of the English game. So with less debt, more money going through the football pyramid, I don't hold the view that the regulatory burden will increase ticket prices. And Section 4, Clause 2C of the bill gives fans a legal right to be engaged on ticket pricing. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I support the principle of this bill, but as it progresses, I would like to explore how we can work with football clubs on fairer dynamic pricing, concessionary ticket pricing, the cost for away fans, alongside how fans can own a real meaningful stake in their clubs. And finally, whilst I accept that the women's game isn't covered by the legislation, but that the Secretary of State has the power to bring it into this new regulatory regime, I will also be seeking at Bill Committee more concrete commitments as to what trigger is needed for this to happen, as the financial success or not of the men's game is already impacting on women's and girls' ability to play organised football. Through the Bill Committee stages, I will be asking colleagues to explore these 6 areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Derby, our football club isn't just a team. It's the heart of our community, uniting us across generations. Derby and Derby County has a rich footballing heritage, heroes to inspire us and a bright future ahead. But that future hasn't always looked so bright. In 2021, we entered administration. Fans were left on a constant cliffhanger as administration negotiations dragged on and offered little clarity. We were celebrating that the club had been bought one day, only to find that funds that were promised hadn't arrived the next. Thankfully, local man and fan David Clouds stepped up to ensure generations of fans to come will be able to enjoy a Saturday afternoon at Pride Park. As he has said, we would never want to see another club and its fans suffer in the way Derby County did, both before and during the period of administration. Anything that can prevent that, including this bill, should be supported and applauded. I know that up and down the country, from Birmingham to Burnley, fans are rightly proud of their clubs. But despite this fan base, it's not just Derby County who has faced financial peril. EFL clubs across the country lose around £450 million this season. This financial instability undermines the clubs which unite our communities and the risks that matchday magic to our fans. That is why I absolutely welcome the government's plans to introduce an independent football regulator through the strengthened Football Governance Bill. It is right that clubs are required to stick to tough financial regulations, and that the independent football regulator can ensure a fair distribution of revenue. And having experienced a split at Derby County of the football stadium and the football club, I know absolutely it's right that clubs have to seek approval to sell or relocate from their ground. Because like Pride Park in Derby, the government also recognises that the stadium is a huge asset to fans. When interviewed on the opening day of his first season as chairman, David Clive was asked what he wanted Derby County to stand for. His response was stability, integrity and progress. And that's exactly what the Football Governance Bill stands for. Stability, integrity and progress to preserve and protect the game we all love.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak in this debate today. Like so many other members across this House, football has given me some unforgettable moments. I grew up listening to the scores on Saturday afternoons with my dad, and I can still remember the pride I felt when my son had the opportunity to be a mascot at Stamford Bridge and we spotted him on Match of the Day. Football gives us joy, community and a feeling that we're part of something bigger than ourselves. That same spirit, the connection, the pride, the sense of belonging is exactly what my constituents feel when they go to watch the Eastleigh Spitfires at Silver Lake Stadium or away, and I'm pleased to say that we drew with Woking on Saturday. Football clubs are part of the cultural DNA of our towns and cities, with rich heritage built by generations of fans who turn up for every match, in the cold, in the rain, all for the love of the beautiful game. This bill is long overdue to put the necessary guardrails in place to protect our local clubs and the communities which support them. Madam Deputy Speaker, what is football without stories like Leicester City's Premier League win or Wrexham's remarkable rise? Teams, no matter how small, with or without the support of Hollywood A-listers, should be able to have the same opportunity to compete. That's why I support measures to empower the independent regulator to block teams from joining a breakaway Super League. It would tear the heart out of English football. Currently, 95% of the £3.2 billion annual broadcast revenue stays with the top 26 clubs, Premier League sides and those receiving parachute payments. While the bill takes steps to address some of these issues, it unfortunately leaves the National League and grassroots football outside the scope of the proposed regulator. The regulator will only require clubs to consider the interests of their own fans and members, not the long-term health or sustainability of the entire pyramid. This is a missed opportunity that I hope the government will address as the bill progresses. We must also recognise the need to strengthen the owners and directors tests by including clear human rights checks. A repressive regime should not be allowed to buy its way into our national game, using English football to sports wash its image simply because it offers the highest price. That's why I hope the government will strengthen the bill by embedding a human rights test into the owners and directors regulations. This bill must strike a balance, protecting the success of our globally admired game while ensuring fairness, access and sustainability across the pyramid. Madam Deputy Speaker, recently I visited the Crescent Primary School in my constituency and was blown away by the passion and commitment of the school staff to encourage girls as well as boys to play football. It was a powerful reminder of what football can offer future generations when access, inclusion and opportunity are at its core. Football belongs to the fans, the communities and the kids kicking a ball about at school or in a local park. They have made this game what it is. We owe it to them to get it right. Kevin Benovia.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I start by quoting the following historic football match commentary. It's Grimsby, giving it away in a very dangerous part of the pitch. For the first time, the visitors becoming the architects of their own downfall. It's tucked in by the substitute, Luther Wilden, and Stevenage, you sense, are going up today. with apologies to my honourable friend, the member for Grimsby, that is the moment on the 3rd of May 2023 that the mighty borough, Stevenage FC, scored the final goal in a match that sealed their promotion to the EFL League One, where they remain today. Our club, whose colours I wear today, is part of the lifeblood of the town. Not just on the pitch, but off it too, with the incredible work that they do in the community. It is the exemplar of a local football club being a truly community asset. And so I speak in favour of the bill because it is not just about much needed regulation, it is about safeguarding the future of our national sport, ensuring financial stability for clubs across the pyramid and making sure that our fans, the people who spend their money week in and week out to follow their team across the country, are given a real say in how their clubs are run.
My honourable friend give way.
Happy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's telling a very similar story to our local club, Leighton Orient, whose fans warmly welcomed new investment from David Gandler, building on the leadership of Chairman Nigel Travers, who has delivered sustainable growth, promotion to League One, clear championship ambitions and a new stadium, and strengthened the community with up to £6.7 million in social value. Does he agree with me that all ownership transitions should be like this and follow this model with fan engagement?
Madam Speaker, I certainly agree with my honourable friend. We both represent constituencies with clubs that are good examples of what can be done. But our duty here is to safeguard our clubs and all clubs in this country from future failure. And they are not businesses. They are, as I have said, community assets. Last season, 23.7 million people attended matches in EFL competitions, demonstrating the profound connection between these clubs and their local communities. And it's not just on the pitch that clubs are contributing to their communities. In that same season, EFL clubs contributed over £1.2 billion of social value to their community programmes, with my local club's community arm, the Stevenage FC Foundation, alone generating 10.7 million of social value in my constituency and in the wider area. In that time frame, the foundation also delivered 185 training sessions per week, engaging over 15,000 unique participants annually and delivering over 9,000 hours of activity. And that is an incredible feat. But the financial stability of all clubs across the football pyramid is in a precarious place, with EFL clubs expected to lose around £450 million this season alone. And alongside this, the financial disparity between the Premier League and the EFL is stark. In the 22-23 season, 20 Premier League and 5 EFL clubs with parachute payments received 92% of the distributable revenues, while the remaining 67 professional clubs shared just 8%. This imbalance undermines the systemic sustainability of English football, and I am glad that this bill proposes change so that a 75-25% split of combined media revenues between the Premier League and EFL would become the new normal and provide much-needed financial support to EFL clubs. It is clear that the financial situation across the pyramid we find ourselves now in is untenable, and this has directly led to financial crises in clubs across England. It is beyond belief that the party opposite has now sat on its hands for most of the past 14 years and claimed in its manifesto that it wanted an independent football regulator. Yeah. Why on earth do we not have cross-party consensus on this principle? Very happy to do so.
Got independent.
Yeah. So, the honourable member will know that the bill has improved that to make the independent regulator more independent by, to give plenty of examples in the improvements in the bill, by, for example, giving that regulator more ability to actually regulate the game. Because the party opposite say they support independence, they say they want regulation on the front bench, but many of their members don't like regulation at all. This is not a party that believes in protecting the national game. It is a party that wants to play political football on something that should have cross-party consensus. But alongside the financial stability that this bill would bring to our clubs, We need to respect fans' involvement in these community assets. So I want to pay tribute to all those clubs that already engage in good faith with their fans. I'm proud of the work that Stevenage has done to involve fan representation in their yearly engagement plan, and for the initiatives of other clubs such as Blackpool, whose directors I chatted with at the match with Stevenage last week. They explained how they'd had a pint with Tangerine fans from across the country to hear their views on how the club should be run. That said, they did get a bit lucky at our place, although I'm sure my honourable friend, the member for Blackpool, would agree with me that both of our clubs have got great foundations and trusts that support their fans. I am pleased too that the amendments that the government has made to the bill and its passage in the other place actually does strengthen that independence, as I've already said to the Shadow Minister. Under this bill, poor and reckless behaviour that ignores local fan communities will not be tolerated by the regulator. This bill provides a safety net that clubs need to be financially secure and be able to deliver for their local communities for a long time to come. Let us all, therefore, support this bill and therefore support our fantastic football clubs. Thank you.
Lengthy interventions are eating into time, so time limits on speakers is now 4 minutes. James Wild, 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I declare an interest as a supporter of Norwich City and Kings Lynn Town FC, and others referred to the success of the Premier League and that the English Football League is one of the best attended in Europe. So football, we should take it as read, is a success story, and I want to focus on the risks this bill and the regulation it poses to the game. Indeed, even the government concedes the new regime and distributions provisions in particular are unique and unprecedented. And while objectives of sustainability, preventing breakaway competitions, safeguarding heritage and strengthening engagement are supported by fans, much of this is already happening under the FA, under the Premier League, under the EFL rules. And my concerns, and the one I expressed in the last Parliament when we debated a similar bill, was that this will lead to overreach and over-regulation. We've heard bids already from across other parts of the House to load on the burdens on football, including in protecting car parks. And the Prime Minister said on regulation, the key test is this going to make our economy more dynamic and unlock investment? Yet he's creating a new regulator which will take £100 million out of the game, including for smaller clubs, and regulatory scope and costs inexorably increase. And the task of the regulator is already vast. It's going to have to approve business plans for 116 clubs as part of licensing, and applying this banking-style regulation to a sport is inappropriate. And of course the provisions on revenues attract a lot of attention. Let's be clear here, the government is taking powers through the backstop to mandate the division of commercial revenues. These are unprecedented powers that are going to cause significant regulatory and investment uncertainty. There's a voluntary agreement at the moment which is essential to the health of the game to get those funds flowing through the pyramid. And the backstop, which was meant to be a last resort, is now the front stop. The Football League have been very clear. They're waiting for these provisions to come into force, and they're not going to agree to anything until then. And the government's made the situation worse by including the parachute payments, which will prevent clubs who want to invest when they get promoted and take a risk they can compete from doing so, which will weaken competitiveness of the game. And then there's the untried binding final offer arbitration model. Rather than considering the proposals put forward by the Premier League and EFL and determine which is the best approach, which may be a compromise between the two, we have a Russian roulette approach where the regulator has to pick one or the other. Lord Burt put forward an amendment in the other place to introduce an approach based on commercial arbitration instead of this model which incentivises gaming. And the Secretary of State made some warm words about what Lord Burt had done in the other place. I'd be grateful if the Minister, in winding up, can clarify. Is the government still talking to Lord Burt and the other legal experts in the other place with the intention of changing this flawed backstop model? To conclude, this bill would introduce unprecedented regulation of our national game. There are clear risks through excessive regulation that this bill will introduce to the very elements which make football the great success that it is. And that's why I'll be opposing this bill. And this government and the Prime Minister will be rightly held responsible if it gets it wrong and undermines football.
Thank you,
Madam Speaker. We're here to discuss football, an unmatched force of pride and passion across all corners of this country, from Barnet to Brighton and York City to Yeovil. And that's why this Labour government is introducing an independent football regulator. And today I'm speaking in this debate with a somewhat unique perspective
as a former national regulator myself at the FCA, but also as an ordinary person who enjoys watching their local team. I was involved in the FCA's development of strategy, and they moved from what was called a rules-based approach to an outcomes one. And in my view, the IFR should adopt a similar approach, based on focusing on what good looks like for football governance and community benefit. And so its core goal must be about putting fans at the heart of the game. I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way on this important matter. The fans are absolutely the heart and soul of all football clubs, and at Absolute United Football Ground, Fleet Supporters Trust are absolutely cracking in that space. Does the honourable member agree with me that fans want respect, transparency, stability and a voice in the game they love?
I certainly do, and that should be the goal of the regulator. And fan engagement is great at York City, but it's not a given elsewhere. And that's why the IFR should actually have a fan advisory board of its own, feeding back on its own effectiveness, just like I saw actually at the FCA with its advisory panels. Moving on, there's no greater problem in football that needs fixing than ticket pricing. And I think the football regulator should look at this in future. This is all about giving back to the ordinary working people of this country. Those grafters who pay their taxes, working hard all week, just waiting for those 90 minutes on a Saturday. Some championship clubs have charged away fans £45 this season, and some League Two sides will be charging over £30 a ticket next season. York could be soon playing in that league next season, and it's just not on. So in my view, the IFR should have a greater role around pricing. I'm going to make some progress to get other members in. Let's roll out an away ticket cap across the EFL and National League, like the one that already exists in the Premier League at £30, which I know is up for review this year. This should be not only kept, but expanded across all divisions as a ceiling, not a target for clubs. I understand the careful balance to be struck around the regulator's remit, but with prices climbing and no controls, we've got to do something before it's too late. Although this regulator will cover men's football, we should also consider how revenue could be shared to boost women's football and foundation clubs too. Perhaps this should be considered as well. The IFR will cover the top 5 divisions, recognising the great progress the National League has made in recent years. Take Wrexham, who won a 3rd successive promotion to the Championship over the weekend. The problem, though, is the cap on promotion places, with only 2 teams going up this season from the National League. There's been a debate for some time about introducing a 3rd promotion spot, and in my view, with the IFR, now is the right time. I should declare an interest. York City would be all but promoted by now. This is about opening our wonderful pyramid up, not closing off competition. Could I finish by sharing a further idea about English football? It's 40 years ago since alcohol was banned in view of the pitch. Perhaps it's time for a modern approach to a modern game. The days of hooliganism are gone. While fans of other sports can drink in the stands, football fans can't. Limited trials of designated drinking zones in the view of the pitch could be an interesting idea. For me, we should always keep family areas free of this, but let's give fans who want to drink in the stands the chance to do so responsibly. Or at least let's have a conversation about this as a country. And Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, fan engagement has to be at the heart of the reinvigoration of English football. This moment should kickstart a broader conversation about what fans want. And it's this Labour government leading the charge for the hard-working fans of this country. Today is about protecting the fans, to inspire the generations of tomorrow to protect the sport we all love.
Paul Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Unlike many members of this House, I can remember a time when football was in the shadows. Overwhelmed by hooliganism, it was looked down upon, as the Honourable Member for Caerphilly noted. So like a call across this House and the country, I'm delighted at how football has changed. As a lifelong Crystal Palace fan, much to my Wimbledon constituents' shame, I've followed my team across the country. Not to mention gloriously up the road at Wembley this weekend in the company of the Environment Secretary and other fellow Eagle, and seeing how a spectator sport, once renowned for mindless violence and prejudice, has transformed into one that champions inclusivity. The game I love is no longer marginalised. It's now celebrated, supported by people from all backgrounds, holds a central place in our national identity. Whilst the growth and success of the women's game has been particularly inspiring, it's critical to the sport's overall development. Can I just say I look forward to Crystal Palace women regaining their place in the Super League next season. As I said in my maiden speech, I welcome this bill. It's absolutely vital to introduce a regulator who can ensure the professional game is sustainable, puts those most important to its success, namely the fans, at its core, despite the contempt of the honourable member for Great Yarmouth and the bizarre volte-face from the official opposition. The Premier League, as we've heard, has unrivalled global reach. But in celebrating its global reach and national popularity, we must not forget football's origins. Football clubs are not assets to be bought and sold like super yachts. They are the lifeblood of communities. As the MP for Wimbledon, my constituents understand better than most what happens when clubs are treated as mere assets. The purchase of what becomes nothing more than a commercial franchise when the original Wimbledon FC moved to Milton Keynes, adopting the still controversial name MK Dons, remains a deeply traumatic event for many of my constituents. Despite opposition from the FA and the Football League, Wimbledon FC was stolen from the fans and ripped from our community. Thankfully, AFC Wimbledon rose from the ashes of the MK Dons debacle and serves as an inspiration to many. As a majority fan-owned club, they are rightly admired. Their success also demonstrates that clubs can thrive when fans are in control. In Wimbledon, we are fortunate to have two professional clubs that are deeply involved in the community. Fulham FC, whose training ground is in my constituency, undertakes significant community work, partnering with local schools, community groups and disability charities. Whilst AFC Wimbledon embodies the community spirit even more fervently. When the COVID-19 pandemic began, 3 FC Wimbledon fans established the Dons Local Action Group to help combat the impacts of poverty in our community. Last year, they distributed almost £1 million worth of food to the poorest in Wimbledon. The sustainability of our football clubs is crucial. However, we must be cautious about stifling ambition. A rigid regulatory framework could prevent clubs, especially those from smaller leagues, from making their way up the pyramid as swiftly as we've seen in the past. Fulham FC, for example, experienced a meteoric rise from the 4th tier to the Premier League in just 6 years. They, along with other clubs, have raised concerns that excessive financial constraints could stifle the ambition of smaller clubs who aspire to emulate their success. We must strike the right balance, ensuring that reckless behaviour is curtailed, but also allowing clubs the freedom to chase success in a responsible, sustainable way. Can I just say I support this bill and I'm so surprised by the Tory volte-face. It makes no sense.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think this evening's debate demonstrates to all of us, regardless of the opinion we hold on the bill, just how important our football clubs are to all of our communities, and the sense of pride with which we have all spoken this evening, I think, is a tribute to all of our clubs. Sadly, my remarks are slightly tinged with sadness, because on Saturday, Carlisle United confirmed their relegation to the National League, losing 3-2 to Cheltenham. And I'm very sorry the Honourable Member for Cheltenham isn't currently in his place, because I was going to, through gritted teeth, congratulate him on his team's win. My spirits are, however, somewhat restored by the provisions of this bill, namely to improve the financial stability of our football clubs, to protect the important cultural heritage and assets of our clubs, and to ensure our clubs engage with fans on matters that are important to them. I'm pleased to say, on these 3 counts at least, Carlisle United are on good form. Thanks to the Piatek family who bought Carlisle United just 18 months ago, the club's financial position has vastly improved. Not only did the new owners buy the historic debt, they have invested millions in Brunton Park, creating new fan facilities, including an excellent fan zone that befits loyal Blues fans. The owners have also agreed terms with Cumberland Council to develop a new training ground adjacent to the city's athletic facilities. And the board is also conscious of the important cultural heritage of Carlisle United. Last year, to mark the club's 120th anniversary, a special exhibition was created at our city's Tully House Museum, featuring among the exhibits Jimmy Glass's Blessed Boots. And if you don't know, you should look it up. Fan engagement is also strong, with open forums, community involvement and an active commitment to diversity and inclusion. And this was recognised in August last year, when the club was ranked second in English football for fan engagement by Think Fan Engagement. So whilst I might be saddened by Carlisle's relegation, I am confident that the foundations of the club are stronger than ever. But not all clubs can say this, and this is why this bill is required. I don't need to tell this place that our football clubs are more than just clubs, that they are the lifeblood of our communities, that they bring us together, giving us moments of collective joy and sorrow, and engender local pride. And that's why I'm glad we're finally stepping in to give football fans up and down the country some peace of mind about the future of their clubs. While Carlisle might be in the National League next year, I know it's in good hands, and I'm reassured that the bill will keep other clubs safe too. And that's how it should be, because, as the former Carlisle manager, the great Bill Shankly, once said, some people think football is a matter of life and death. I can assure you it's much more serious than that.
Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I broadly agree with the bill, but if you would kindly indulge me, especially as my team, Leicester City, languish near the bottom of the Premiership and are now confirmed relegated to the Championship. Now, relegation is not a new experience for Leicester City fans, but what is new, especially in what was very hard to bear this season, was the absence not only of fight, passion, but a complete lack of competitive edge. And that brings me to the heart of my remarks today. Madam Deputy Speaker, those of us who admire the beautiful game for a long time remember why English football captured the imagination of the world. It was not merely a technical exercise, it was a game of passion, grit and blood and thunder. Teams would throw the kitchen sink at the opposition to get a goal, and games were contested with courage as much as skill. Now, within the fabric of the sport lived lots of characters, mavericks, personalities, which made the game more than just a business. They made it a spectacle. However, today, football is different. There has been lots of improvements that have already been mentioned by many of the members. But what it is now is a highly technical game. Players are physical specimens sculpted by science. But there is a widespread feeling there's a widespread feeling that character is being coached out of our players, leaving behind robotic individuals tasked with executing tactical blueprints. My point is this: if football on the pitch is already at risk of losing its fire to rigidity and over-formulation, will regulation off the pitch risk extinguishing the spirit of competition entirely? So let me speak from personal experience. Under the late Vishai Sirivardhan Prabha, a man we still sing about from the terraces, a man who dared to have a dream. Promoted from League One to the Championship, and within 6 years, Leicester City were crowned Premier League champions in perhaps the greatest miracle in sporting history. Now, how did this happen? By taking certain risks. And one such risk was spending £1 million on a non-league player in his mid-20s. An absolutely unheard move at the time. An absolute gamble for a club of our size. That player, of course, was Jamie Vardy, who went on to break records, represent his country, and inspire an entire generation. And as Jamie now announces departure after 13 magnificent years, I take this opportunity to say, Jamie, you are the GOAT, and thank you for everything that you have done for us. Yeah. Leicester City's success gave hope to every so-called smaller club, and it showed that ambition, risk-taking and dreaming could defy the odds. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the essence of competitive sport, it is why some of us are concerned about this bill. Will regulation inadvertently consign clubs like Leicester to know their place, to simply participate rather than to compete? Will it entrench a system where a few are dominant and others merely survive? Of course, reforms are necessary. Yes, we must improve fan engagement. Yes, we must protect club heritage. Yes, we must stop breakaway leagues and insist on proper, conscientious ownership. But we must not create a sterile landscape where ambition is stifled and dreams are confined to the past. Madam Deputy Speaker, I seek reassurance on a couple of points. The funding from this legislation, will it be channelled properly into grassroots clubs, the lifeblood of our national game? The financial distribution will address, not exacerbate, the widening gap between the Premier League and the lower divisions, particularly regarding parachute payments. And the arbitration process will be fair, promoting compromise rather than extreme outcomes. And the reviews will be targeted and proportionate, not Ofsted-style tick-box exercises. We invented this beautiful game and shared it with the world. It is played in every gully, alley and favela across the globe.
Order. Chris Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When Christine Seddon sat down with myself and the Secretary of State last year in Blackpool, she spoke with a quiet, fierce pride of someone who had fought for a club and won. Christine is a third-generation Blackpool FC fan, and as chair of the Blackpool Supporters Trust, she helped lead a movement that brought integrity, pride and professionalism back to a club on its knees. She told us that the situation in Blackpool was unique, and she hoped it would stay that way. To have politicised football fans is not something we ever wanted, she said, but after being let down so badly, they felt they had no choice. Christine's words have stayed with me. Imagine having to go head-to-head with the very club your family has supported for generations because you love it too much to watch it be recklessly destroyed. That was the reality at Bloomfield Road. After years of mismanagement and failure to reinvest significant earnings and a complete disregard for supporters, Blackpool fans took matters into their own hands. After a 4-year boycott, led with the courage and unity by the Blackpool Supporters Trust, restored pride in our club and gave hope to fans everywhere. Christine told us that if we'd said to her 5 years ago a football governance bill was coming, she wouldn't have believed it. It would have been the answer to their prayers, but now we must get it right. This bill must give fans like Christine, groups like Blackpool Supporters Trust and millions of fans across the country the voice they have earned through their loyalty and sacrifice and by parting with the hard-earned cash to support their clubs through every high and low. Since its founding in 1887, Blackpool Football Club has been a constant in our community. But like so many others, we've seen a growing disconnect between those who own our clubs and those who make them matter, the fans. Fans are the beating heart of local football. They turn up, rain or shine, and it's a lot of rain in Blackpool, win or lose. But too often, they've been let down and ignored. Now, nowhere was the need for change more powerfully demonstrated than at Bloomfield Road in 2015. Blackpool's story is not just about survival, it's about what fans can achieve when they are respected, heard and empowered. That's why in 2018, Blackpool Supporters Trust became one of the first fan organisations to formally petition Parliament for an independent football regulator. They saw what was coming and they acted. Today, with this bill, we are answering their call. The bill will tackle rogue and incompetent owners. It will start to rebalance power between boardrooms and the stands. It will make sure no club, not Blackpool, not Bury, not Reading, not Macclesfield, is ever again allowed to fall into crisis because rules prevented them. The Premier League is a phenomenal British success story, watched and envied across the world. Nobody in this house seeks to punish its success. But even the greatest leagues cannot stand without strong foundations. When 95% of the $3.2 billion in annual broadcast revenue remains with just 26 clubs at the top, the case for fairer distribution to sustain the whole pyramid becomes impossible to ignore. Protecting the pyramid is an investment in the future of our national game. That's why the government's approach, giving the regulated, targeted backstop powers to intervene as a last resort, is the right one. Christine also reminds us of something else. Fans aren't just spectators. There are massive untapped resource of knowledge, passion and experience that clubs would do well to harness. This weekend, Blackpool will play its last home game of the season. Promotion hopes sadly have fallen short, but the stands will be full, because loyal fans will turn up and they will do as they always do, giving their unwavering support to a team that has shown professionalism, determination and ambition for our club. This is the bill for them. It's for every supporter who never gave up.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I declare my interest as an Aston Villa season ticket holder and speak therefore as somebody experienced in the highs and lows of football. I refer not to the FA Cup semi-final on Saturday, but the moment in 2018 when Villa almost went bust under Dr. Tony Gill. To own a football club is to respect your responsibility as a custodian of an important community institution. And this is something, despite some of the speeches we've heard today, that most owners respect. Madam Deputy Speaker, we can't debate this bill today without acknowledging the extraordinary success of English football, because the Premier League is the greatest show on earth. It's broadcast to 189 different countries, and nearly 2 billion people follow the league weekly. And the revenues football accrues are invested not only in top talent, but through the divisions and in grassroots facilities overseen by the Excellent Football Foundation. The New Croft in my constituency, for example, is home to Haverhill Rovers, who just became champions of the Thurlow Nunn League First Division North, and incredible all-weather pitches that host more than 50 teams of different ages and abilities. So what is the problem that this bill seeks to fix? The government says the new regulator will protect and promote the sustainability of English football. The examples given to justify regulation are Bury and Macclesfield Town, among some others, but the experience of these clubs shows the power of community and supporter activism. Bury was rescued by a supporters group and Macclesfield by a local businessman. Both are going concerns today. I'm sorry? Would you like to give way?
I'd be very grateful. I would just gently point out to him that Bury FC was allowed to collapse. They were expelled from the league, they lost their football share, and every Saturday, I know acutely from my own family experience, that supporters still continued to gather at the gates because of that drumbeat of ritual that had meant so much to them and their families. Surely he agrees with me, I know he cares deeply about community, surely he agrees with me that that can never be allowed to happen again.
Of course, I agree that the story of Bury was a very sad story. It was a very sad incident. But my point is that of the 60 clubs, I think the Right Honourable Lady mentioned earlier that had gone into administration, I'm not aware that any of them have collapsed to the point that they are not going concerns and not participating in league or non-league football. And we know from the examples of Bury and Macclesfield and AFC Wimbledon that it is possible for these clubs to come back. Supporter activism is not the only solution. I'll happily give way, but maybe you can give one of the names of the clubs, of the 60 that were listed, that are no longer live and are no longer participating in competitive sport.
I'm genuinely astonished. The honourable gentleman seems to be suggesting that a football team can be stripped to its very bones, can limp along, barely lifeless, and still be called a football team, and that should be good enough for fans. Is that genuinely his suggestion? Is he genuinely suggesting we shouldn't have any more hope or ambition for the community clubs that make our towns?
I'd say what the honourable gentleman just said about Bury Football Club is rather insulting to the fans who have kept it going. Of course it's a football club. Supporter activism is not the only solution when finances go wrong. When Villa were in trouble, we were quickly bought out by new owners. Such is the draw of English football. New owners are almost always ready to step in and invest. Even Birmingham City managed to find new owners 2 years ago. We're told we need a regulator to stop travesties such as the European Super League, but again, this is wrong. Those English clubs tempted by the Super League backed off as soon as supporters made their views plain. And the real motivation for the Super League was European envy of the Premier League, whose strength we risk with this proposal. We're also told we need a regulator because football finances are unsustainable. Now, everyone knows the issues caused by the leveraged buyout of Manchester United by the Glazer family, and there is action the sport itself can take to prevent this kind of case. But debt itself is not necessarily a problem. Spurs have borrowed to invest in their new stadium, for example, and many owners are willing to invest more in their teams, but have been blocked by financial fair play rules. These rules demonstrate why regulating football in this way is such a risk. They've protected the most established clubs from challenge, prevented teams from building on their success through investment, and caused all sorts of perverse decision-making. Premier League teams are selling promising young players because they represent pure profit in the financial fair play system. Players are signed on long-term contracts to amortise the costs. Some clubs have sold their grounds to comply with the regulations, and in the case of Chelsea, the club sold their women's team to a company belonging to their owners for an inflated sum of £200 million just to get around the rules. It's not difficult to see how a football regulator would lead to similar perverse outcomes and a loss in the competitiveness of English teams. Just today, we've seen calls from parliamentarians to extend the role of the regulator. We can imagine interventions on ticket prices, kit sales and carbon footprints, quotas for English players perhaps, wage equality between men and women's teams, the distribution of revenues, restrictions on heading the ball. I heard something said about human rights checks, or diversity mandates for youth schemes and the appointment of coaches. Football does not need this regulator. The vast revenues of the Premier League and their distribution and the extraordinary continuity of almost every professional club in the country shows that the sport is balancing commerce and community well. Our clubs are performing in an international and tough market and the most competitive of league and cups, and they're surviving and thriving as vital community institutions. When it's not even clear what the problem is that we're trying to fix, why would we risk something that's so cherished by so many?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to first of all thank my right honourable friend, the member for Wigan, and also my honourable friend, the Minister from Barnsley South, for ensuring that this bill is before the House today. You know, I've got it written here somewhere to thank the right honourable member for Daventry for gallantly coming forward before the election because he supported the bill. And hey, listen, I was flabbergasted to think that I came in here this afternoon to thank him, and he's changed his mind completely. He's changed his mind 100%. By the way, what will the Dame Tracy Crouch be thinking watching it on her television? She'll be utterly ashamed, she'll be appalled, she'll be disgusted. I'll tell you what, she did a lot of work. She did an incredible amount of work with regard to bringing this bill to the Chamber. She spoke to the FSA, she spoke to the PL, she spoke to every organisation she could to try and get the true feelings of the people involved in the proposed football governance bill. I would love the right honourable gentleman to explain, because what he said, Madam Deputy Speaker, what is being said is it's because there's been this chap elected as or appointed as the regulator, so they want to absolutely tear the bill, kill the bill on that. That's nonsense, man. It's absolute nonsense. And I'll tell you what, the Tories in the government understand that. It's just for the sake of opposing a fantastic bill. That's the course.
I'm grateful to him for giving way, but surely he understands that in sport, across all sport, political interference is something that is frowned upon and has consequences for teams, whatever sport it is, across the nation. Surely he agrees the independence of the regulator is absolutely important and paramount.
I think I agree with that, but from what I've heard from my honourable friends and my right honourable friends is really the issue with regard to the independent regulator was on a list that they received from the Tory government. This bloke who every one of the Tory benches have hammered was on a list proposed by... Yes, sir. Of course he was. He was on a list, and there was also other people on the list who were Tory donors. I haven't said that. I haven't. So the reason why this fantastic bill, which will give a lot of comfort to football supporters, is being opposed by the opposition, the official opposition, is because of one individual being appointed. He's obviously the best man for... You know the way I measure it? The louder they scream, the more opposition they give to anything that we say, the better it is. So I congratulate the Honourable... I'm not sure if I've got his name. I'm not sure. But the louder you shout, I honestly think it's the best job that the Labour Party could possibly do, or the Labour government could do. And let's hope that this individual is welcomed with open arms. Got a hell of a job to do to make sure that the football supporters in this country are actually listened to. It's their game, you know. It's football supporters' game. What we saw not so very many years ago was the rich and the elite trying to steal a working man's game in Europe. Steal it. Take it abroad, take it away without any consultation with the fans who pay the season ticket, who pay their tickets every day. These people, you know, these football supporters just absolutely love the clubs, you know. They love the clubs, and they really do take... they're greatly insulted by some of these, the rich and the elite, who are trying to take away their traditions, their cultures, their histories, because that's what it is. Football isn't just a religion, as my honourable friend said before. It's much more than that. And this bill, I think, will go a long way to support the fans up and down this country and give them that bit reassurance that the government has got their back.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If you indulge me as a lifelong Liverpool supporter, I would like to congratulate Liverpool and Arne Slot for winning the Premier League, and Arne in his first season as manager. Now, this is my first season in Parliament, and I hope to follow in his footsteps, but I don't know what the parliamentary equivalent of winning the Premier League is. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome this bill and commend the Government and the Secretary of State for standing up to the opposition to it from the Tories and from the football industry. I noted the recent comment from one of the Chelsea owners that he felt it was hard to appreciate the need for a regulator. Speaking from a point of view of an overseas owner of an English football club, he might not see such a need, but I can assure him football fans who are having to pay increasingly extortionate ticket prices to see Premier League games do see a need. Two of my nephews were lucky enough to see Liverpool win the Premiership yesterday, but they had to pay over £50 for the privilege. And Liverpool is a club more sensitive to fan pressure on ticket prices than most. The fact is, the price of attending Premier League games is beyond the means of most fans, even more so if they want to share that experience with family members. There is a desperate need to introduce an affordable ticket model, and I believe there is much to be learned from the German Bundesliga in this regard, despite our differences in ownership models. The current model of regulation is not working for the fans, but it is also not working for the long-term interests of the clubs either. It is remarkable that if a professional football clubs were treated like any other business, most would go bust tomorrow as their loans were called in. I will give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable member. I agree wholeheartedly with all that he has got to say, but will the member join me in congratulating Blackburn Rovers for their outstanding community work, especially in the work they do to support young boys and girls from all backgrounds in football. Their commitment to inclusivity and development at the grassroots levels is truly commendable.
I thank the honourable friend for his intervention, and I completely agree with his comments and pay tribute to the work of Blackburn Rovers in their community. We are all probably aware of the Everton and Manchester United examples, both up to their ears in debt while either building or planning to build stadiums that cost between £750 and £1 billion. But even if you look lower down the leagues, the sums are still eye-watering. York City lost £235 million last season. Salford City lost £5.3 million and Stockport County lost £7 million. It is difficult to see how at some stage, without regulation, more and more clubs will simply go to the wall. This financial precarity in football is such that it leaves them open to bad actors seizing on their financial vulnerabilities to offer a route to potential success. I am, of course, referring to the pernicious practice of dirty, muddy money and sports washing by dubious owners who see club ownership as PR vehicles to airbrush their misdeeds and human rights abuses, to reconstruct their reputations and exert geopolitical influences. One such example, it is deeply regretful that this odious and morally corrupting practice has been allowed to establish a foothold in our game since Roman Abramovich came to England as the owner of Chelsea Football Club with money, dirty money from Russia, and he was found to have funded or donated over £100 million to illegal settlement expansion in the West Bank. The other issue that I want to raise is around agent fees. So in the year 2022 to 2023, over £408 million was paid by the Premier League clubs to agents and facilitators. And in the Football League, over £65 million was paid to agent fees. Now, some agents are acting on behalf of both the player and the club, and they are receiving the remuneration from both. If that's not a conflict of interest or a potential bribe, I don't know what is. So I would encourage the government to look at this very strongly and try and stop as much money going to agents and going back into grassroots football. Thank you very much.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Football is more than a business. It's one of our country's greatest exports and a pillar of local and national identity. And football would be nothing without its fans. And this strengthened football governance bill will put fans firmly back at the centre of the game. For too long, financial instability has meant loyal fans and whole communities have risked losing their cherished clubs as a result of mismanagement and reckless spending. The previous fan-led review was instigated following three trigger points: the collapse of Bury FC, the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic, which suspended football, and the European Super League. And the fan-led review recommended, in light of these events, the structural issues in the pyramid, the government should establish an independent regulator for football finances. And I'm delighted that our Labour government has reintroduced and improved this bill without delay to deliver on our commitment to football fans. The bill's primary purpose is to ensure that English football is sustainable for the benefit of fans and the local communities football clubs serve. It will improve the sustainability of club finances, prevent rogue owners and directors, and strengthen the voice of fans. This legislation will protect our football pyramid for future generations. The independent football regulator will have three main objectives: club financial soundness, systemic financial resilience, and safeguarding of club heritage. And the proposed regulatory activities are pretty standard. It's a light touch regulator. The improvements that our Labour government have made to the bill will now include clubs to provide effective engagement with their supporters on changes to ticket prices and any proposals to relocate their grounds. It will be given a remit to include a parachute payments to be considered through any backstop mechanism when considering finances across the game. The requirement to consider government foreign and trade policy has now been ditched, which is absolutely appropriate. And the regulator will ensure that clubs democratically elect fan representatives for the club to engage with, which I think is absolutely right. And we must have that clear commitment to improve equality, diversity and inclusion within the game. So I was absolutely gobsmacked when I heard the thoroughly disappointing, embarrassing amendment from the official opposition, in the name of the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Shadow Culture Secretary, to decline to give this bill a second reading. And as a member of the Bill Committee, he well knows that there was genuine consensus with the bill. It is fundamentally the same bill with just a few changes, which I do not understand why he does not support. In fact, it's been mentioned already that the former member for Chatham and Aylesford, Dame Tracy Crouch, who'd worked so hard on the fan-led review, and no, I won't. I've got 4 minutes and that's it. I want to just remind the Shadow Secretary of State what he said on that last day of committee, when unfortunately the previous bill did not make it to wash up. He actually said, I genuinely think this is an excellent bill, a good bill to crack on with, because it is important for the future of football and crucially for the future of football brands. So to genuinely oppose this bill now, declining to give it a second reading, means that I fundamentally think the Conservatives don't want to see greater financial sustainability across the football pyramid. They don't want to tackle rogue owners and they don't want to see genuine greater fan engagement and club heritage protections. It's a disgrace why they're not supporting it today, but I wholeheartedly do.
Claire Young. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to focus on the distribution of revenues through the pyramid. Thornbury and Yate is a largely rural constituency with no league clubs, but it does have a number of clubs with passionate supporters in steps 4 to 7, otherwise known as levels 8 to 11 of the men's football pyramid, as well as teams in levels 5 and 10 of the women's pyramid. I've already had the pleasure of watching Tiffington Rocks and Yate Town and would like to congratulate Yate for clinching the Southern League Division 1 South title on Saturday. I wish them well in the Premier Division. Tyrone Mings played for Yate before he played in the Premier League and for England, and he illustrates one reason why investment in the grassroots is so important. The benefits go far wider though. For supporters, it can be an affordable way to watch football and feel a real connection with their community. Many contribute to their clubs through volunteering. Players of all abilities have a chance to find a level at which they can play with all the health and well-being benefits that brings, as well as the opportunity to progress to the professional game for the most talented. And the wider community benefits from community outreach programmes and fans using local services and shops. Sadly, while there is great wealth at the top of the game, in recent years, the share of the revenue making its way even to the Football League teams has decreased, let alone to the grassroots teams, such as those in my constituency. Grassroots teams are outside the scope of the proposed regulator, and I feel this is a real missed opportunity. The issues that keep non-league managers awake at night are more likely to be fundraising drives or the difficulties of securing finance for ground upgrades. Making a ground safe for the next level up can be a real challenge when you can't secure funding and has prevented at least one local club in taking up their rightful place. It would be fair to say that football has given me long periods of resilience building interspersed with moments of sheer joy, an experience common to many supporters. This bill has the potential to ensure those emotions are tied to the actions on the pitch rather than off it. But I'm astonished that some are trying to pretend that everything is currently fine. I would not be so blasé, having, as an Oxford United fan, lived through the Maxwell years, from his bizarre proposal to merge the club with Reading to the entire first team being put up for sale after his death. We cannot rely on the benevolence of owners in what is a cutthroat business. If we are to make football in this country truly sustainable, it needs to be from the ground up. I urge the Minister to think again about the scope of the regulator to ensure fairer funding throughout the pyramid. Ian Byrne.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the Secretary of the State for bringing this bill to Parliament and building on the great work of the former MP Dame Tracy Crouch, who I'm sure, like me, will be absolutely bewildered by the Shadow Secretary of State's newly found opposition to this bill. Unbelievable. I'd like to congratulate Lower Breck, a fantastic non-league football club in my constituency, won a thrilling game on Saturday to reach the playoff finals of North West Counties Premier League. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it would be, of course, remiss of me not to mention the historic achievements of my beloved Liverpool Football Club, who yesterday won an incredible 20th league title. So thanks to Arne Schloss, the team, the staff at LFC, for this wonderful achievement and putting our great club back on the pitch, and for giving all Red supporters a day and a night that will live long in the memory. Madam Deputy Speaker, the long-awaited Football Governance Bill represents a real opportunity to fix the game once and for all. But today I want to touch on 3 areas where I feel we could really strengthen the bill for all who both play and watch the beautiful game. We need a bill that would tackle the issue of the pricing out of working class supporters. For 2025-26, of those announced, the majority of prices have been frozen at Premier League clubs, but it has only happened following a concerted and coordinated effort by fan groups led by the FSA. I commend the supporters who have driven this campaign with so many groups deserving a mention. For fans to put aside sectarian differences and campaign in such a way shows the level of concern about ticket prices and being a privilege to stand alongside many of those supporters. Despite the news that prices are frozen, the reality is that prices are far too high already, especially for younger fans. I witnessed thousands of working class supporters, young working class supporters, priced out of Anfield yesterday, with some tickets going for over £1,000. It remains a great concern to me that we are seeing a gradual reduction in season tickets and general admission numbers in favour of a growing number of hospitality and one-off admissions at a prohibitive cost to the regular fan. In 2025, the Premier League's global and domestic commercial and broadcast revenue has gone up by 17% to £12.25 billion. This is no income problem in football, it is an expenditure and mismanagement problem that needs to be addressed. Therefore, I ask the Minister, or the Secretary of State, to consider the following amendments. The independent football regulator has involvement in ticket pricing, including reporting on this activity in its State of Football report and ensuring that fans have genuine input into their club's ticketing policy through structured engagement it will oversee. Also, the IFR to undertake a review of concessionary rates across the game to ensure loyal, younger and older fans are not priced out of the sport. We cannot allow the greed of some owners with no idea of how important the working class game is to the very communities that it should always serve. And Madam Deputy Speaker, today on Workers' Memorial Day, there's apt to remind the House that evidence shows that former professional footballers are 4 to 5 times more likely to develop dementia or other neurodegenerative conditions. Football Families for Justice are now looking to Parliament to intervene, and I hope the Minister will listen to their calls and look at the amendments. And finally, it would be remiss of me not to mention the issue of PSR and how it was perceived by many to have unfairly targeted certain clubs, including the Blue Half of my city, in the form of Everton. Many Evertonians believe the Premier League's handling of their case represented an abusive process. They would like to see the amendments passed to this bill, the Everton clause, giving the new regulator the backstop power to require the Premier League to rerun a PSR process if they were concerned about its fairness. As a minimum, supporters of all clubs should have the ability to appeal to the regulator to ensure fair and due process in the PSR cases to prevent any perception of unbalanced treatment.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Football is not just an important cultural institution in Britain. It is also one of our great successes and our most successful export. I accept that the government wants to set up an independent regulator with only the best of intentions. I'm sure members opposite genuinely believe this bill will achieve good things. I fear they are mistaken. I fear that the regulator will hinder growth in a sector that should be powering our economy forward, not held back by red tape and political interference. The Prime Minister says he wants to reduce the number of quangos, yet he has set up 41 new ones in the first 8 months of office. This is because this government's first instinct is always to regulate first and to ask questions later. How long will it be until we have an independent cricket regulator proposed? Perhaps rugby will be after that. We could have 2, one for union and the other for league. I believe we should make a different choice. We should accept that the state already does too many things in our country and does many of those things not very well. I believe we should limit the role of the state to a smaller number of things and demand that it performs those roles better. This bill threatens the future health of English football. Labour's changes to the remit of the regulator will impose a significant regulatory burden which will be felt particularly harshly on lower league clubs. The ultimate cost will be borne by the fans. Ticket prices already rising by an average of 7% this season, will rise further. The compliance costs for clubs are estimated at £35 million. That is money that could be spent on football instead of compliance. Is that really a good use of money? The operational cost of the regulator are estimated at £97.9 million, all funded through a new levy. Small clubs will struggle under this burden. What the government is saying is they want to take £130 million out of the game and spend it on administration. This means that the cost of labour will yet again be felt by working people, despite what the government claims. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm fully aware that it was a Conservative government that launched the fan-led review into football governance, chaired by Dame Tracy Crouch. That review made targeted recommendations for an independent regulator, focused solely on financial stability and protecting club heritage. The previous football governance bill, introduced last year, tried to strike that careful balance. While I would have had questions about that bill, I have even more significant concerns about this one. This is because Labour's version is a different beast. They have expanded the regulator's remit to cover parachute payments, solidarity payments, fan engagement mandates, new spending controls, and unnecessary diversity, equality and inclusion reporting. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill will take £130 million out of football and spend it on administration. It will expand the role of the state into a sector that is commercially successful and where that intervention is unnecessary. It is more government at a time when we need less, and that is why I shall oppose this bill tonight.
Now I'm going to reduce the time limit from after the next speaker, because members will be able to see there are still a number of you wishing to get in. So 3-minute time limit after John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Saturday at 12:30, I and thousands of other Derby County fans will be racked with nerves as the club faces Stoke City, hoping to avoid relegation from the Championship yet again. The fact that we've been through such occasions so often over the years will not make it any easier to endure. We've heard from supporters of so many other clubs, from Charlton, Blackpool, Sheffield, Wednesday, Reading, too many to mention. But here's my case for why I believe that Derby County provides the very best example of why we absolutely need this football governance bill. Finally, a competition we can win. Any good football anecdote should obviously start with Brian Clough. And having won us the league for the first time in our history in 1971-72, he was sacked less than a year later by the club's chairman, to the horror of our club supporters. This led to protests in the streets and threatened a players' strike. It's fair to say there were no minimum standards of fan engagement back then, as the board of directors hid in the boardroom and relieved themselves in a champagne bucket to avoid the fans' protests. A league championship aside in 74-75, years of financial mismanagement led us dropping down into the third tier and a winding up order in the High Court. We were saved by a certain Robert Maxwell, a once honourable member of this place, but it's fair to say, in hindsight, not a fit and proper person to run any business, and certainly not a community asset like a football club. He ultimately lost interest, stopped coming to games, and stopped investing in the club. All the while, he was defrauding the Mirror Group pensioners. In retrospect, Derby County got off rather lightly. Skip forward to October 2003, when the three amigos bought the club. John Slightholme, Jeremy Keith and Steve Harding bought the club for £1 each, but they had no money of their own, and very quickly, and not for the last time, they sold the club's stadium, Pride Park, and then charged us £1 million to rent it to stay there. The requirement in this bill for clubs to seek pre-approval from the independent regulator for the sale or relocation of their stadiums is absolutely essential. It was at this point that I joined the Rams Trust, the supporters group that campaigns for a stronger voice for supporters in the decision-making process at Derby County, and such trusts play an absolutely vital role in clubs up and down the country. The tireless efforts of the fans to scrutinise the activities of the management of the club led to the convictions of 4 people. Now, Maxwell and the 3 amigos, they would have passed any fit and proper person test. And that's why it's so important that this bill provides a minimum standard of fan engagement and the club licensing regime to help ensure a more consistent approach in how clubs are run and clubs' finances are monitored. I'm also delighted that parachute payments are included in this because they have been the driver of our most recent dalliance of financial ruin, where we desperately tried to get into the Premier League competing against clubs with parachute payments, which ultimately then led us to a 21 points deduction, relegation and near extinction again. The club was ultimately saved by a local businessman, but not without a dalliance into another fraudulent activities of somebody trying to buy us. The truth is that football is constantly, and Derby County in particular, is constantly threatened by fraudsters and terrible ownership that are ruining our communities. This bill will begin to stop some of the damage that is being done to clubs up and down the country, and I absolutely will be supporting it today.
Cameron Thomas.
Good evening, Madam Deputy Speaker. Supporters of lower league football clubs know the score. Relegation all but confirmed. Millionaire financiers abandoned, desperately clinging on to former glory. Leaky at the back, midfield absent, not much going on up top, leadership completely out of their depth. But enough about the Conservative Party. And despite their attempts to turn this debate into a game of two faces, I do have a serious point. In 2008, business partners Yasaki Kagami and George Simon became majority shareholders at Plymouth Argyle. Argyle had been shortlisted to host games at the 2018 World Cup had England's bid been successful, but of course it wasn't, and so collapsed their interest in the club. Finances were withheld, and Argyle, with one eye on the Premier League, were relegated to the Championship and then League One and then League Two in the space of 3 years. They were on the brink of insolvency before they were rescued by James Brent. English football clubs like Argyle should never become cash cows to vultures like Kagami and Sinan. Our largest clubs should never become money laundering operations for oligarchs tied to murderous dictators. Our football clubs are the beating hearts of our communities, around which local economies thrive, identities, friendships and rivalries are forged, and our culture is exported. I welcome this bill broadly for the regulation of ownership that it will introduce, but there are no mentions of slavery or human rights in this ownership test. Can the government answer me whether or not it considers these issues important in the fit and proper ownership of clubs? One more point. It is unfortunate that the government voted down an amendment from the Lords which would have reduced gambling advertisement and sponsorship in English football. There's an obvious opportunity here to protect our young people from a toxic industry which deliberately preys on the vulnerable. I know that Paul Morrison, I don't often give too much credit to Arsenal alumni, I know that he would have wanted this. Will the government tell me why it voted down this amendment? Thank you.
David Burton-Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Football clubs command a special place in the hearts of their community and the hearts of their fans. Their continued success is key to the identity and the community spirit of their areas, and local clubs bring a great deal of economic benefit. I know this is the case with my team, Southend United, the Shrimpers, in the heart of Southend and in my constituency. Over recent years, the former owner, Ron Martin, we nearly lost our club. Financial mismanagement left the club unable to meet its obligations. The club was put up for sale, but in the meantime, creditors queued up at the door waiting to be paid. The club was taken to court, had numerous deadlines and point deductions imposed upon it by the National League, and it faced a winding-up petition due to debt owed to HMRC. But what were we talking about risking losing here? A club that was formed in 1906 and started its life on the current Roots Hall site before moving to the Caerphilly during the First World War, before finally finding its way back to Roots Hall in 1955 to a ground built almost exclusively by the Supporters Club under the leadership of Sid Broomfield. A community asset under community asset, so many, a place that people come to share a common purpose, a place for community engagement, and that place for some that gets them out of social isolation. And then, of course, there's the social impact, worth estimated by the Shrimpers Trust to be 10.3 million annually. In the same publication, the Shrimpers Trust drew the following conclusions. Fans are not customers. We are key stakeholders in the football club. Football clubs are not businesses. They are cultural heritage assets born of and represented by their communities. I'm proud to see that this bill tackles these issues head-on, and the Shrimpers Trust welcomed the provisions of this bill, whilst having some sensible suggestions to improve it further. And I'm glad to see that my honourable friend, the Secretary of State, has said that she'll look at these at committee stage. And it too is disappointing that the party opposite, despite being in their Tory manifesto, want to kill this bill. Fans are clear they are not happy with this, and a statement just today from the Shrimpers Trust thanked those on both sides of the House for the work they've done so far. But they said, we urge those parties to continue to work together to progress this legislation and listen to the fans as the game's primary stakeholders, and not be swayed by out-of-touch figures with vested interests. So I welcome this bill. Thank you.
Josh Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to contribute to the debate around this important piece of legislation and what it will mean for football fans in Hertford and Stortford, thousands of whom travel week in, week out to Premier League games in London, which we're ably linked to by our rail services. And before I move on to the specific measures in the bill, I'd like to touch upon why football is so important to communities like mine. Since my election in July last year, it's been a pleasure to visit and watch a number of the non-league clubs across Hertford and Stortford, meet some of the managers, coaches, players and volunteers that keep them going and bring our community together. And it's from non-league clubs like those that so many players go on to much larger teams in the future too. We cannot underestimate the importance of grassroots football in our communities. And I want to pay tribute to the Bishop Stortford Football Club, Sawbridgeworth Town FC, Hertford Town Football Club, and Ware Football Club, Ware and Sawbridgeworth in particular, who have just avoided relegation in the latest season. I'd also like to briefly update the House on the 93rd birthday of John Staines. Some may remember that I raised Hertford Town Football Club's drive to get 1,000 people down to their game against Flackwell Heath to mark John's birthday, following more than 60 years of dedicated support for the club, 30 of them as a volunteer. It was heartwarming to see our community turn out to recognise John's contribution to the club, and I'm pleased to report that we saw just over 1,000 people turn out to Hertford to do so. Madam Deputy Speaker, it has become apparent in recent years that we do need to protect our game, and I applaud the bill's aims to protect and promote the sustainability of English football in the interest of fans and the local communities football clubs serve. And I welcome the bill's core objectives to ensure sound club finances, systemic financial resilience and safeguard club heritage. In particular, the creation of an independent football regulator which delivers on this government's manifesto commitment to protect clubs and empower fans is most welcome. Now, ahead of this debate and the time I have left, I do want to raise one quick point that was raised with me by some of our non-league clubs, which I'd be grateful if the Secretary of State could address. Clubs have raised a disparity in contract regulation between non-league and professional football. Currently, non-league players can only be offered a full-time contract at age 18. In professional, football players can be contracted at 17. To ensure fairness to our grassroots clubs, would the Minister consider allowing equalising the age at which non-league clubs and professional clubs can offer full-time contracts to players in the future? And just to conclude very briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's been my absolute pleasure to spend time speaking to our local non-league clubs. I know that our residents are immensely passionate about football, and it's fantastic to see this bill being brought forward to put our fans right at the heart of that great game.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, can I declare an interest as a proud season ticket holder of Hartlepool United? And I'm told the first member of the Hartlepool United Supporters Trust to be elected to represent our town as MP. We've heard today that football is not just a game. It is a vital part of our community, of our identity. It's the thing that makes a town like Hartlepool truly a place. So the importance of this bill, therefore, cannot be overstated. It's about putting fans back at the heart of our football clubs where they rightfully belong. Because for a town like Hartlepool, our football club means everything. And the establishment of an independent regulator to ensure that clubs operate with integrity and accountability really matters. Pools fans know that it matters. The bill will create a new owners and directors test, ensuring that those in charge of our clubs are suitable custodians of our club's history, heritage and place within our communities. And Pools fans absolutely know that that matters. Because owners come and owners go. Fans remain in our football clubs, and that's what we must protect. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe that the new regulator has a chance to act on the campaigns and priorities of fans. As a proud supporter of a National League club who sincerely hopes we leave that league in the right direction as soon as possible, I would propose that the new established regulator focuses on and champions the 3 Up campaign, which is being led by the National League. This campaign calls for the promotion of 3 clubs from the National League to the Football League, aligning with the rest of the football pyramid. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, as the new regulator leads discussions with the Premier League regarding the redistribution of football income, it must ensure that the needs of the National League are not overlooked during this process. It must use its new powers to intervene if necessary in the distribution of revenue if it becomes clear that the National League is being ignored. Redistribution of the vast wealth that exists in football clubs to places like Hartlepool is critical not just for the clubs, but for the communities they serve. We can foster growth in every part of our country if we get this right. Madam Deputy Speaker, our football clubs, our communities and our fans are at the forefront of this legislation. If done right, it has the ability to return football to what it always has been and should be. For the fans, by the fans, once more, the people's game.
Catherine Atkinson.
It is a big week for Derby County as we fight valiantly to stay in the Championship. There are no guarantees in who will rise and fall in the Football League, but we trust that our clubs themselves will go on. So to be able to speak in support of a piece of legislation that gives more control and certainty back to our communities is a great privilege. And our club's recent financial struggles are part of why we have the bill in front of us today. In 2021, the heartbeat of the club, the fans, had no say or influence on the financial mismanagement that led to the club going into administration and the 21-point deduction that we saw in penalty. And we ended up relegated to the League One. And our Rams Trust, one of our fan associations, set out that probably the most important provisions of the bill, and certainly those that will resonate most powerfully with supporters of Derby County, are those that seek to improve the financial resilience in the game. And the Rams Trust asked local MPs to support this bill. And I am so glad that all Derby and Derbyshire constituencies have Labour MPs to help us get this bill through, despite opposition from the Conservatives. And I stand with fans today, as I did with over 10,000 who I marched alongside to Pride Park on the 30th of January 2022, carrying banners and singing in solidarity to demand that the club was saved. And it was, by a local fan and businessman, David Klaus, after a disastrous attempt by Chris Kirshner to buy the club. Chris Kirshner, who was sentenced to jail for fraud last summer. And my honourable friend for High Peak rightly said at the time that there is no clearer example of the urgent need for better governance of football in this country and to protect football clubs. And I hope that the good that can come from that terrible time for Derby County fans is that this bill can make it less likely to happen to others. This bill is so important in giving fans a louder voice. Even my brilliant staff member, Sarah Chambers, who already uses her impressively loud singing voice to sing Derby County songs louder than anyone I know, including in the office. So for fans, on cold terraces and in the stands, for volunteers and mascots, and in the wider football community, the coaches running the grassroots teams that our children play in, and the parents who run the line in all weathers, I hope we can all support this bill and make it stronger still. And Madam Deputy Speaker, can I wish Derby County every success in their final crucial match of the season on Saturday by saying, up the Rams.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Fans of Reading Football Club, including many in my constituency of Bracknell, will be anxious as they wait for the final game of the season. Neck and neck with Leyton Orient, and a good result against Barnsley on Saturday, apologies to the Sports Minister, will send them to the playoffs. And any football fan knows these jitters. It's an essential part of what makes the beautiful game so beautiful. But the sad reality is that Reading fans are anxious for another entirely avoidable reason: the stranglehold of their absent owner, Dewhirst, on their club. I won't rehearse it all now. I've spoken to Westminster Hall debate a few weeks back, and we've heard a lot tonight about the state of the club. But with the EFL now finally forcing Dewhirst to sell up, with a May 5th deadline, Royals fans really are nervous. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Football Governance Bill will come too late for Reading fans. But the reason why it's so important is that what's happened to Reading should never be allowed to happen again, not to another club. And I want to take this opportunity to praise the Supporters Trust at Reading, Star, who have been fantastic standing with the club and with fans throughout this process. I want to thank the Secretary of State for meeting with me and colleagues to discuss the plight of Reading, and I want to thank the Sports Minister for meeting with us and Star. And Star have welcomed this bill, as have fan groups up and down the country. And that makes it all the more shocking that the Tories have U-turned and are proposing to vote against this bill tonight. Hearing from the Honourable Member for West Suffolk that it's all okay because no club has been lost irrevocably is an indictment. Nonsense. And I will also point out that there had been another party who have been completely silent on this tonight. Where are the Reform MPs? Why are they not in this chamber standing up for the clubs in their constituencies? It isn't good enough. But to make sure this bill does what I hope it will do and ensure that what happened to Reading is never repeated, I do think there are three aspects I will very quickly touch on where we could go further. Firstly, protection of community assets. The bill rightly protects stadiums, but it would be great to see more action on other community assets, including training grounds. Secondly, giving fans a say in their clubs. It's so important that this is strong, and bad faith clubs aren't allowed to get away with providing lip service. And finally, it's so important that a fit owners test is included in this bill. But we do need to work out what's going to happen when those bad owners are already in post or slip through the net. I recognise the huge complexities here, but Reading really is a cautious tale. Thank you.
Reading again, Matt Rother.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend from Bracknell. I want to speak in favour of the bill, which I hope will prevent what happened to our club, Reading FC, from ever happening to any other English club. Madam Deputy Speaker, I realise time is brief, but I do want to just put some of the key facts across in my brief remarks. Reading is one of the oldest clubs in the EFL. It has a proud history with 2 spells in the Premiership, glorious cup runs, and Reading also holds the record for the highest number of points ever scored in the Championship, 106 points in one season. It's also a family club with a strong track record in women's football. Sadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, all this has been put at risk by really, really irresponsible ownership. This has led to points deductions and relegation, threatening the very future of the club. And Reading fans have had to suffer an impossible emotional rollercoaster for more than 3 years. Madam Deputy Speaker, we hope there is now some light at the end of the tunnel.
To explain our story, I should say that Reading, like many other English clubs, was owned by a responsible local owner who had the best interests of the club at heart, and may I pay tribute to Sir John Medeski and to all those who worked with him, and to other Reading players and managers. But Dai Yong bought the club in 2017, and whilst things started out well, with investment in a new training ground, things quickly changed, and Mr Yong appeared to be losing interest in the club. He was subject to winding up petitions and fines after a series of financial issues, and this led to severe point deductions and the club being relegated to League One. Things went from bad to worse in the 2023-24 season, and it seemed that the future of the club was in doubt. Thankfully, Mr Dye finally announced he was going to sell, but the process then was drawn out for more than a year and a half. And as I know from dealing with the EFL, the current rules mean there's little that the league can do, with one sale even falling at the very final hurdle last summer to the agony of fans. Despite this, our young team has performed brilliantly, and there are hopes, as my honourable friend said earlier, of us reaching the playoffs. Madam Deputy Speaker, it has been an emotional rollercoaster, and I would once again want to praise fans, but I would not want to wish this on any other club anywhere in the world, indeed anywhere in England. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I would urge members from across the House to rethink their position and to consider how an effective regulator would have prevented this awful situation which we have had to suffer for far, far too long. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Jacob Collier.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to support this bill which will protect our football clubs and the heritage of our game. My club, Burton Albion, the Brewers, which play in League One, that position hopefully secured under the stewardship of Gary Bowyer, are fully in support of this bill. And we're looking forward to our match against the Secretary of State's Wigan side, and I know that she will want to wish us luck. It is fitting that one of the key measures in this bill is to protect heritage of English football, given that Burton Albion will mark its 75th anniversary on the 5th of July this year. I will give way.
Thank you for my friend giving way. Dudley FC, which is one of the oldest leagues in the West Midlands, is so important and integral to the community. And does my right honourable friend agree that we need actually funding for the whole entire pyramid of football and not just for the elite?
Jacob Collier.
Yes, absolutely. And our club was formed at Burton Town Hall with the name Burton Albion chosen through an overwhelming support on show of hands. And from the humble beginnings of non-league football, in 2016 the Brewers would go on to be promoted to the Championship. It was a remarkable achievement for a club rooted firmly in the local community, built not on vast fortunes, but on good management, the strong leadership of Ben Robinson and loyal support. The club touches the lives of so many local people, and like so many Burtonians, the club is a key part of my family story too. My very first football game was at Eaton Park with my dad, and one of my first jobs was pulling pints behind the bar in the ground, which set me up for politics, as I served fans in the away end, so I got used to dealing with difficult people, like Derby fans. The town fondly remembers the FA Cup in 2006 when the mighty Brewers took on Sir Alex Ferguson's Manchester United, and despite Rooney and Ronaldo coming on at the 58th minute, this still couldn't stop the Brewers. And like thousands of Burtonians, as a 9-year-old, I made the trip to the rematch at Old Trafford, coming back on the coach having lost 5-0, sorry. It wasn't to be, but it was a proud part of our town's story, and these memories live on in our town and show the power of football to bring people together. And that is key to this bill, which recognises that football clubs are not just businesses to be brought, traded, or asset stripped at will. They are living parts of our communities. And improving fan engagement is a key part of this bill, and BAFC already works hard on this through the Fan Advisory Board and the Burton Albion Community Trust. The recently formed Brewers Union adds a splash of black and amber and loud cheers wherever the Brewers go. The Pirelli would not be what it is without the fans. And Burton Albion already goes way beyond what is required in this bill. The work of the Burton Albion Community Trust, which was a strong focus of Ben Robinson as chairman, continues to touch so many lives on and off the pitch, from vaccinating local people to mental health support within our communities. And that's not to mention the grassroots teams that the club support across Burton and Uttoxeter, of which there are so many to mention. The fabric of our town would be totally changed if it were not for Burton Albion,
and I'm really privileged to represent such a community-rooted club that uplifts lives every day. This bill protects clubs like Burton Albion, it strengthens the future of the national game, and it puts communities back where they belong, at the heart of football. Up the Brewers.
Melanie on.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. For places like Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes, football is more than just a game. It is a source of pride, identity and belonging. Whether it's the roar at Blundell Park or the celebrations at the Linden Club, football unites our communities in a way few other things can. That's why I and my local clubs warmly welcome the steps that this Labour government has taken to strengthen the Football Governance Bill and ensure the future of our national game. Football is nothing without its fans. And the Shadow Secretary of State is not in his place, but he has previously been on record saying that this is a good bill to crack on with, that this has been pursued crucially for the fans, that they are the ones that we have been thinking about through the whole process. What on earth has happened? They say it is another bill. It is not another bill. It is their bill with a few additions. It is not a change to this bill. They have shifted their position, and it is a shameful, shameful situation. By putting supporters back at the heart of decision-making, this bill honours the passion and loyalty that sustain clubs up and down the country. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my Member of Parliament for giving way. She will know that as she talks about strengthening the bill even further, would she acknowledge that supposedly independent regulators, be they Ofgem or whatever, do the fans at Blundell Park would actually blame the politicians rather than the regulator if they make a decision about a potential investment in the club that they don't like?
Oh, well, the honourable gentleman will know that politicians are blamed for just about everything anyway, so it won't make very much difference. And the reality is that this is a very tightly drafted bill, that the role of the regulator is detailed within that bill, and that will be what the regulator has to follow, and those are the parameters that have been set. We know that while English football enjoys huge success at the very top, the financial foundations for many clubs in lower leagues are far too fragile. Bad ownership, financial mismanagement and unfair wealth distribution have pushed too many proud institutions to the brink. This Labour government is acting, delivering on our manifesto promise, and in fact their manifesto promise, to establish a regulator to protect clubs, ensure sustainability and empower fans. That is in stark contrast to those sat opposite. Now they are anti-regulation, preferring the continuation of the current wobbly, unfair system, taking a hands-off approach, reversing on their previous policy, backing the elite Premiership clubs at the expense of lower league clubs. Madam Deputy Speaker, our local clubs are loved, and for good reason. We have so much to celebrate. Cleethorpes Town FC have made my community proud, crowned champions with 3 games to spare and securing their well-deserved promotion. And meanwhile, Grimsby Town are pushing hard for the playoffs, although I remember in the Westminster Hall debate I said the same thing and then we lost, and so we're still trying. But give us a cheer on Saturday if we get through. And the success of these clubs is not just limited to the pitch. Initiatives like Grimsby Town Foundation generate over £4 million in social value within our area, showing that clubs are not businesses, but engines of hope for communities. We must never again allow clubs to be treated as disposable assets. They belong to the fans, to the towns they represent. This legislation puts in place the protections needed so that local clubs can thrive and continue to bring enjoyment for generations to come.
Steve Yen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my constituency, we're very lucky to have Mansfield Town as our local club. And of course, football clubs are a vital focal point for our communities. And therefore, it's important that we nurture and support grassroots football in our constituencies. And with this bill, we have an independent football regulator, new rules to protect our clubs and empower fans. Pro-growth, light touch, this will help ensure all clubs throughout the football pyramid thrive. And while football is certainly an incredible sport full of excitement, It has the power to do much more than just provide entertainment. Our local football clubs are often that focal point for our community, and therefore it's important that we nurture and support that in our constituencies. And I'm pleased to say that Mansfield Town do just that. So I wholeheartedly support their work, which helps break down barriers to opportunity, and as a local MP, I'll do whatever I can to support their civic-minded aspirations. And I hope that Mansfield Town will continue to go from strength to strength over the coming years. I will therefore be proud to be voting to support this bill, the Football Governance Bill, which delivers on our manifesto commitment to establish the independent football regulator and a new set of rules to protect clubs, empower fans and keep those clubs at the heart of our communities. Football would be nothing without its fans, and this strengthened bill will put them firmly back at the centre of the game. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that the fans and the board and the management of Mansfield Town Football Club also have told me that they welcome the government's commitment to delivering this bill. And I want to thank the Secretary of State for bringing it to the House and giving me and all of us an opportunity to support this important legislation.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my constituency of Morecambe and Lunesdale, we are and will always be proud of our club, Morecambe FC. Now, just 1 week ago, Morecambe lost a match and unfortunately confirmed our relegation. I was absolutely gutted, but I know that we'll come back fighting. I know that we'll come back fighting because resilience runs through our town, our fans and our club. In Morecambe, we've got the best fans in the country. When we went to Chelsea, I think we overwhelmed the home fans a little bit. I don't think they were expecting that level of noise, energy and passion from a club who went on to get beat 5-0. But the truth is, Morecambe FC and its fans have been badly let down by poor ownership that has damaged our club. Throughout these difficulties, the Shrimps Fans Trust and the board have done an incredible job of holding the club together. They've shown what it really means to care about your club. But despite their efforts, they've been kept at arm's length whilst ownership talks drag on, leaving the club stuck in limbo, going from transfer window to transfer window. That's why, before the election, myself and the now Secretary of State directly promised Morecambe that we would deliver an independent football regulator. And this bill that delivers the regulator will strengthen suitability tests for owners and directors. It will introduce a licensing system to make sure clubs are run responsibly. It will give fans a proper voice in how their clubs are managed. These are crucial steps to fix English football. Now, this bill started in the last Parliament, brought by a Conservative MP, Dame Tracy Crouch. It did have cross-party support, but surprisingly, the Conservatives seem to have spun on a dime. The Conservative leader said that introducing a football regulator would be, and I quote, a waste of money. But you only have to look at the wider social, cultural and economic benefits of football to know that this is simply not true. Grassroots football gets people into the game. On match days, football brings people into the area to pubs, cafes and shops. Clubs often provide facilities for schools, youth teams and community groups. In my constituency, we have the Morecambe FC Community Foundation, who work with young people, elders and veterans and others. They are a really important local organisation. So clubs like Morecambe are part of the fabric of our towns, part of what gives us our identity. They bring pride, passion and unbeatable matchday traditions, and in Morecambe we bring the best pies right to football. So let's back this bill. Sensible, light touch regulation and back the clubs and the fans that mean so much to so many towns. Thank you.
Chris Bloor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first, I congratulate the Minister and the Secretary of State for bringing this bill forward. My love affair with football started in 1990, World Cup Italia, in Bologna, David Platt volleying it into the net, 1-0 over Belgium, John Motson's fantastic commentary, Gaz's tears, Gary Lineker saying, have a word. I was stunned. 35 years later, I'm watching my resident Max Stokes Villa on tour videos as he tours the country following the Villa, and my life reflects more the comfort, character character and fever pitch than it does as an MP. Now, why is this bill so important? It's because, quite frankly, despite the opposition not recognising, something is not working in football in terms of regulation and governance. My own football club, Aston Villa, 5 or 6 years ago, had to almost sell car parks to pay an HMRC bill because of poor governance. The European Super League, led by the Big Six, or the Big Five and Spurs, tried to ruin European qualification for football. COVID, the sight of Premier League football clubs begging the bowl of the government to get through because it wouldn't pay its own staff its own money. Yeah. The collapse of Bury FC, the stories we've heard of Reading, and with other clubs to follow. Now, as someone who travelled the football pyramid as a player, I can tell you now, Macclesfield Town don't exist anymore. The member for West Suffolk was inaccurate in what he said. I'm sure he didn't mean to say that, but Macclesfield Town went bust. Macclesfield FC went to the bottom of the pyramid and is a new club. That's just something that we've seen. Now, you know, listen, football clubs are more than just what happens in the 90 minutes on the pitch. It's where I spend my time with my dad. It's where it's still okay to hug strangers and kiss them. My boy's first words with mama, but I was never prouder when maybe not his second words were up the villa, but I was pretty proud of that. And listen, I almost fell foul of Stuart, the security, getting onto the estate today when he said it was we weren't allowed to bring offensive weapons or gestures onto the estate because I was wearing a Villa shirt. So, now listen, this bill is important. It's a light touch bill. It is not major. The Secretary of State or the regulator is not going to be telling Unai Emery whether to buy Marcus Rashford. It's not going to be telling Wes Edens whether to invest in the North Stand, which he is. I wish perhaps he would, but it meets the challenges of what we face as an industry and as a club and as a community, but stops terrible things like Cardiff City having to wear red because their owner thought it played better in China, or asking AFC Wimbledon fans to go to Milton Keynes and lose their FA Cup. This should have been a unifying statement, a unifying policy on both sides. And I think of Geoffrey Howe's cricket analogy of what the poor Secretary of State has got to come out with and defend today, because I think, like Mrs Thatcher, the leader of the decision, broke his back before he came out today.
Yeah. Jim Dixon.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill enables us on this side of the House to ensure that we fulfil our manifesto commitment of making this the best place in the world to be a football fan. And the bill, as outlined by the Secretary of State, will put in place a new set of rules to protect clubs, empower fans and keep clubs where they belong, at the heart of their communities. And I say this, it's even more pleasing to be here after a successful trip to Wembley to see Crystal Palace overcome Aston Villa, with apologies to the member for Redditch. It was particularly pleasing to hear. It was particularly pleasing, however, to hear Birmingham City fans providing a great rendition of Glad All Over at their next match the following day. My long experience as a Crystal Palace fan, which has seen the club go into administration twice in a little over 25 years, in 1999 and 2010, has shown me the need for change. But this is not really about the larger clubs like Palace. It's about the fact that the current system isn't working for clubs further down the pyramid, where the risk of takeover and abuse by malicious owners is even higher. And we've heard from members across the House tonight, Reading, Bury, Southend, the litany goes on of clubs that have been brought low by poor ownership. And since 1992, over 60 clubs have gone into administration. And, of course, notoriously, we've seen club owners simply uprooting clubs, moving them around the country, changing badges, changing shirt colours without fans being able to prevent it. Over my time as a fan, and since being elected to represent Dartford in this place, I've seen the power of football clubs, not just as sporting organisations, but as the vessels for community identity and aspiration, as often the most important local institution that binds a community together, that gives a borough or a town or a city a sense of itself and a sense of its potential. Dartford Football Club is an integral part of our town, having been founded over 130 years ago by members of the Dartford Working Men's Club and saved by its fans in the early 1990s. And I'd just like to wish manager A.D. Pennock and the players the very best of luck in their playoff match on Wednesday against Cray Valley in their bid to return to National League South, where they belong. We all agree that football clubs must be solvent and well run, and every fan will dream of their club seeing success on the field, but they are and must remain so much more than companies competing in a marketplace, which is where the protection and regulation provided by this bill is so vital. So I hope, therefore, that all members of the House, for the sake of communities up and down the country, will support this bill tonight.
Colin Naismith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Football is more than a game, and our clubs are more than corporate assets. The game is part of our national identity and heritage. From jumpers for goalposts to your local pub team, all the way up to the elite standard of the Premier League. Now, we rightly talk about the Premier League. It is a fantastic export from this country. But I want to, in my speech, celebrate the English Football League, which has also provided immense entertainment as well as social and cultural value to communities up and down the country, and is currently home to some of the biggest clubs around the world, including the mighty Crewe Alexandra. Who can forget, for example, Nick Powell's screamer for Crewe Alexandra against Cheltenham in the 2012 League Two playoff final? I'm sure the Honourable Member for Cheltenham hasn't forgotten it, but if members want to look it up, I'd recommend you do so. It demonstrates perfectly why football truly is the greatest sport on the planet. And I have to say that it is unfortunate that I am making this speech today, merely days after Port Vale, our nearby rivals, secured promotion to League One. I congratulate them on that achievement, but I can't say I wish them well. But if anything, the point of this speech is that our national game is about more than winning trophies and signing world-class players. The game is part of the social fabric that binds our communities together. It's the week-in, week-out trips to Gresty Road with family or friends, the few pints beforehand, the buzz from singing your club songs on the terraces. And as custodians of these traditions, we have a duty to ensure we secure a sustainable future for the game we know and love, not just for elite clubs, but for the entire football pyramid. And that's why I recommend as a key provision in this bill the independent football regulator, which will have at its heart objectives of the protection of clubs and cultural assets, the empowerment of fans and financial sustainability for our beautiful game. But I would just conclude my remarks, Madam Deputy Speaker, by thanking the Government for bringing this bill back to the House and support the measures in this bill to safeguard and protect one of our biggest cultural institutions.
James Naish.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak today as a proud Member of Parliament for Rushcliffe, which is the home of Nottingham Forest Football Club. Now, many of you will know that Forest fans have had a season to remember. It's been brilliant to watch the men's team performing so strongly in the Premier League, and I am hopeful that a place in Europe beckons. But we must also remember our women's team, and I congratulate them on its double success, lifting both the FAWNL Cup and the Northern Premier Division. Of course, there was also huge excitement this weekend as the men's team reached the FA Cup semi-final. I know that many local fans made the journey to Wembley, and although the team was beaten by Man City, a club with one of the deepest squads in the world, Forest gave a fantastic account of themselves. And I'm sure that many neutrals would have liked the City goal to just be a touch bigger, and perhaps that is something that the Minister can think about as part of this bill. It was a performance full of spirit and determination, and I have no doubt that under the club's ambitious leadership team, the club will build on this going forwards. The club's commitment on and off the pitch has made our community in Rushcliffe immensely proud. Madam Deputy Speaker, football matters deeply to communities like mine. It's not just about match days, it's about civic pride, shared memories, and a sense of belonging that spans generations and communities. Clubs like Nottingham Forest are part of our national story, Who can forget Forest's wins in Europe in 1979 and 1980, for example? But these clubs are also part of the everyday fabric of places like Rushcliffe. And with the prospect of Nottingham Forest being back in Europe, I can assure everybody here that the contribution that the game makes to our local economy cannot be overstated. That's why this football governance bill matters so much. Football has long been one of the UK's great success stories, one of our great exports, watched by billions around the world, generating jobs, investment and opportunities up and down the country. But too often we have seen how fragile the foundations can be. And that's why today I think the establishment of a football regulator will change things for good. It will protect the financial soundness of clubs, secure the systemic financial health of the football pyramid, and safeguard the heritage that fans treasure. And that's why I welcome this bill today. I applaud the ministers for bringing it forward, and I will be wholeheartedly backing it shortly.
Mark Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents in Gateshead, by and large, have been subjected to a lot of dodgy owners in their time. The vast majority of my constituents are Newcastle fans. Many people remember the Mike Ashley era, the grotesque nightmare for Newcastle fans of seeing their football stadium named the Sports Direct at St James's Park Arena or being sponsored by Wonga. Even myself, as a Sunderland fan, found that pretty appalling. But Sunderland weren't spared the nightmare of bad ownership. We had owners who used parachute payments, as chronicled in the Netflix nightmare show Sunderland Till I Die, bought a football club with parachute payments. So I'm delighted to hear the parachute payments are within the scope of this bill. Frankly, for me, that is a unique selling point. It is not a downside of this bill. But a lot of my constituents also support Gateshead. Gateshead's also had its challenges with ownership. In 2019, Gateshead Football Club faced a winding-up order, and it was only thanks to football fans, Neil Pinkerton, now the chairman, at Gateshead Soul, and I have to say a big thanks to them, because thanks to Gateshead Soul and the current fan ownership of Gateshead Football Club, I still get to go to Gateshead matches with my dad, and they've preserved Gateshead Football Club so that one day my son might be able to come and watch Gateshead matches with his dad, because ultimately that is what football is about, and that's what football clubs are about. It's about sense of place, it's about community. But Gateshead's faced a huge amount of challenges as a football club. Somewhat infamously in the town, we were relegated in 1960, the last time we were in the Football League. But we weren't relegated on the basis of sporting merit. We were voted out of the Football League. There were two teams who were below us, Oldham and Hartlepool. And yet it was Gateshead who were chosen to be kicked out of the Football League. I'm pleased to say that if Gateshead are successful in beating Southend this weekend and progress through the playoffs, we have an opportunity, hopefully, this season to right 65 years of wrong and get back into the Football League. But that should never have happened in the first place. And it's something that matters a great deal to me, yes, but not just me, my wider community. So when I hear members opposite talk about how football clubs don't disappear, well, I'm afraid that's simply wrong. Because the Gateshead who were relegated were Gateshead AFC, and they disappeared in the 1970s, soon to be followed by Gateshead United, who also disappeared in the 1970s. These football clubs don't exist anymore. Gateshead FC now is not the same football club as before, and the reason that's particularly important to me is because of someone who's very important to me, my grandfather, Alan Foster, who played for the original Gateshead in the 1950s. And I hope the House will allow me in the limited time that I have left to talk about him, because he was passionate about football, not only a professional footballer, but also in his later years as Secretary of Northumberland FA. And the members from Caerphilly and West Derby have talked about dementia amongst footballers. And my granddad was a footballer that headed big, heavy, leather, wet footballs. He didn't care, he wouldn't have it any other way. He was a defender, that's what he did. But in his later years, he began to forget things. I once found him driving around the village where I grew up, unable to remember how he got there or even how to drive his car back. It has a profound impact. Now I'll never be able to prove there was anything to do with heading footballs in the 1950s, but it's always what I've suspected. So I think it's important that that is part of our debate moving on. So I thank the Secretary of State for bringing this, which is a huge, huge benefit to teams like Gateshead.
unusually for me to say this, we shall, having heard about Southampton earlier, conclude with Portsmouth. Amanda?
And what an honour that is, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start with an apology for my overzealous intervention earlier and refer to my register of interests. Madam Deputy Speaker, may I take the opportunity to firstly congratulate both men and women's Portsmouth football clubs in securing championship status this season. As a football fan, and a Pompey fan particularly, life is a roller coaster. The men's team history is one of highs and lows. We are one of 7 teams in the country to have won all football leagues, but we've also faced relegation, and not just because of on-the-pitch performance, but because of financial instability and docked points. Madam Deputy Speaker, Pompey's troubles were a combination of poor at best, corrupt at worst ownership. With a sell-off of assets and debt, our story is incredibly complex. A series of owners who included some who had international arrest warrants issued for them, some who had assets frozen by government, and one who no one could actually prove existed and was never bet by the EPL prior to taking over. Club assets were sold off to other companies, and it's not clear if the club ever received these monies. And important historical heritage were just chucked in the skip. The club ran up in excess of £100 million, including debt to local businesses and charities, and were basically written off after multiple administrations. And this took people's love of our club for granted and cost people's livelihoods. At one point, Madam Deputy Speaker, Pompey was such a toxic club that only the people willing to save and own it were its fans. And we began the rebuild. Fans and communities are the people hit hardest, and often the people who pick up the pieces and rebuild, hence why they should be central to football regulation. A new regulator can protect against poor ownership. A new regulator can force clubs to control their finances better, working to prevent the build-up of unsustainable debt. A new regulator can ensure we have competitive pyramid and a fairer distribution. A new regulator can prevent the sale of key assets. And a new regulator can ensure fans are at the centre of the national game. A new regulator can protect clubs like mine, who are the beating heart of my community. Madam Deputy Speaker, pride is everywhere in football. I'm proud of my football club. I'm proud to be a season ticket holder for over 30 years at Portsmouth Football Club. I'm proud to be an elected member of Portsmouth Supporters Club. I'm proud that our football club is now owned by people who genuinely love and invested in our Fratton Park. And I'm proud to be in a government that once again delivers on a manifesto commitment. I'm also proud to have written a joint letter with Andy Cullen, Portsmouth Chief Executive, to the Secretary of State and the Prime Minister to speak in favour of the bill and to invite them to both see how our club has risen from the ashes and is truly the heart of our community. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to back this bill today, and I'm proud to be a football fan. For all fans, I'm proud of this bill.
Shadow Minister, the Louis French.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to put on record my thanks to all honourable and right honourable members for their contribution today and everyone who is engaged with this process outside this chamber. Like politics, in football, there is always a risk of scoring an own goal, and this government has just done that with this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is plain common sense that a Labour donor and a key crony cannot lead an independent football regulator. It's yet another spectacular own goal by this Labour government. So bad that one has to question whether match fixing is in play. It is this highly controversial appointment, is it why it has taken so long for Labour to bring the bill back to this place? For months and months, this Labour government has held the ball in the corner, counting down the clock as the Prime Minister enjoys his 3 prawn sandwiches in a suit paid for by Lord Ali in his free box at Arsenal. So delayed, in fact, was the bill that Liverpool have already won the Premier League. Leeds and Burnley have already been promoted to the Premier League. The Toon Army have ended their long await for a trophy. Birmingham and Wrexham have been promoted to the Championship, and a Labour MP has been sent off for punching a constituent in the street. Introducing this bill in the other place was an attempt to avoid the issue here for as long as possible. And the question fans across the country will want to answer is why? Was it their register of interest because they wouldn't know a football if it hit them in the face? We Conservatives put fans first by launching the independent fan-led review of football governance, which focused on the long-term sustainability of the game. This review stated that this area of regulation should, in time, be returned to the Football Association. Having spoken to a great many number of football fans across the country and in my constituency, I can say with confidence that they would agree with this even more now that Labour are trying to directly interfere in English football. As we have heard already, this government is putting our football clubs' participation in UEFA licensed competitions at risk. Does she recognise that one particular area of concern stems from one of UEFA's fundamental requirements, which is that there should be no government interference in the running of football? Not my words, Madam Deputy Speaker, but those of UEFA themselves. Reports also suggest that UEFA make clear that they have specific rules to guarantee the autonomy of sport and fairness of sporting competition, the ultimate sanction for which would be excluding any federation from UEFA teams from competition. Is this Labour government prepared to be the reason that English football clubs risk being banned from the Champions League, from the UEFA League, from the Conference League, the Super Cup, or even worse, Madam Deputy Speaker, national competitions? Moreover, UEFA, like the Conservative Party, reportedly has concerns about scope creep from this government's regulator. Our bill had the intention of the regulator to oversee the long-term financial sustainability of clubs and help protect fans and heritage assets. However, this new bill makes it more likely that once established, the government's regulator may expand its mandate beyond these areas and amount to government interference. If Labour has nothing to hide, publish the letters. Publish the letters. There are already obvious ways that the government's regulator will increase its own scope, and the noble minister in the other place has not been able to provide a clear answer to the questions asked on the following two matters. First, a concern raised to me by its various serious and senior football people. Where does the government bill leave Newcastle? Where does the government's new bill leave Newcastle United's Saudi majority owners in relation to the regulator's powers to investigate and potentially remove club owners? Is the government saying to all those Newcastle fans who have seen Cup glory for the first time in a generation that this will have to stop? Where will the Labour government's interference end? Labour and Liberal Democratic peers have voted down Conservative protections for such investment, risking the withdrawal of billions of pounds of investment from clubs. And fans would have heard today the comments made by MPs about scope creep of the ownership test. Could the Minister also clarify where this will leave clubs who are involved in multi-club models? For example, Manchester City had a worldwide group of partner clubs, while in 2023 Chelsea acquired a majority stake in French League One club Strasbourg. How will the regulator assess these clubs? Will they assess the whole ownership group, in which case they suddenly become an international football regulator? Or will the regulator only assess clubs in England, in which case the super wealthy clubs will simply hide losses in other jurisdictions, as other members have pointed out? And this could directly impact the flourishing women's games, given the multi-club model in English football. The own goal is already so much bigger than this place and politics, Madam Deputy Speaker. For we on this side of the pitch understand football, and we know why the independence of a football regulator is so important. The Labour government does not. So, apart from their donor, this government already has 38 civil servants working on their shadow regulator, making it clear that there is already political and government interference in the function of football. This legislation and the government's action in proposing their own donor, David Cogan, as the chair, explicitly and deliberately compromises the FA's autonomy as the primary regulator of football in England. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's also clear that this compromises the competitiveness of English football in its purest form, using your jumpers for goalposts in the local park and standing on the terraces with family and friends supporting your local club. We cannot lose sight of the business side of professional football and the delicate international ecosystem which sees fans from around the world enjoy English football. For example, there are only a handful of owners in the Premier League that are actually English these days. This country is a football global powerhouse, as every single one of us benefits. Billions of pounds for the economy, investment in towns and cities across the country, and tens of thousands of jobs. A phenomenal export, our beautiful game is watched across the world, with the Premier League a true British success story that attracts the most fans, the best players and managers. The EFL and National League are also fantastic competitions enjoyed by many across the country. Football clubs up and down the pyramid are at the heart of our communities and have such a force in so many people's lives. So much so that they've even had the ability to split family loyalties, which is also the case in my old Bexley and Sidcup constituency, where historically you tend to be either a Millwall or a Cheltenham supporter. But as any football fan will know, competition across the world is rising fast. Not just across Europe, but also in America, the Far East, and of course the new Saudi League, all of whom are wanting a slice of the Premier League's success. And let's be honest today, Madam Deputy Speaker, if this Labour regulator was created many years ago, the Premier League and all the benefits they talk about would not exist. Let's be honest to fans about that. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I understand the Premier League is the first and only domestic competition in the United Kingdom where the international media rights strip out those of the domestic right deals. And the government is hitting them hard. As we've heard already, the Premier League alone will be hit across the course of this Parliament by £250 million of cost by this Labour government's budget of broken promises. All clubs will see their cost increase, first from the Chancellor's tax rises and second from an ever-increasing amount of red tape introduced by this government and exemplified by this bill. Football might have changed over the years, Madam Deputy Speaker, but the Labour Party hasn't. A bill touted at reducing costs for fans does nothing of the sort. In fact, plain as in day, it will increase the costs for every fan across the country. The government can stand at the dispatch box today, but they know full well that this regulator will increase the cost on fans. So much so, their peers voted against an amendment which should have disclosed the real true cost of this regulator on football ticket prices. What are they trying to hide, Madam Deputy Speaker? So I asked the Labour Minister, why are you blocking transparency over ticket prices? Not one Labour MP has been able to say how their regulator will reduce the ticket prices of fans across this country. And I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I'm conscious of time, and I want to give the Minister a chance to speak. I'm afraid that this shameful Labour government has once again put their party first. Cronies over clubs, favours over fans, greed over the beautiful game. Madam Deputy Speaker, seems to me that this government has taken inspiration from John Barnes and taken his lyrics too literally. When he sung, "They will always hit you and hurt you," I'm sure he did not mean that the government should hit fans with increased ticket prices and hurt English football. The Conservative Party is under new leadership and will not shy away from telling the fans the truth. Labour have shamefully cut grassroots sport funding across the country, including the Lionesses Fund, and Labour's regulator will mean even higher ticket prices for fans at every level of the game. As every Conservative knows, the problem with socialism is you already run out of money with other people's money. We are calling full-time on Labour's shameless power grab over English football, which will certainly see them relegated in the minds of voters and will put English football at major risk internationally.
Now I'd like to return to the substance of the bill. The Shadow Minister. English football is the envy of the world. It is one of our greatest exports, watched by billions globally, with some of the most exciting players, clubs and stories in any league. The Premier League, the EFL and the National League contribute billions to our economy, supporting thousands of jobs and providing the infrastructure that supports the next generation of sporting talent. But despite the global success of English football, nothing can disguise the underlying fragilities of the game. Too many fans have watched on as their club sells their stadium, changes club colours or collapses under malicious ownership. Since 1992, over 60 clubs have gone into administration, and expert analysis suggests the financial picture across the pyramid is worsening, not improving. For each club that fails, there is a devastating knock-on impact for local communities. Indeed, these clubs are more than just businesses. They lay at the heart part of communities up and down the country, steeped in history and providing sources of identity and pride across our towns, cities and villages. I have seen this firsthand when visiting clubs across the country, from Southend United to Everton, from Barnsley to Brighton, and these fans deserve to focus on what is happening on the pitch rather than off it. Now, of course, it was the previous government that launched a fan-led review into football governance. That review, led by the former Conservative Sports Minister, Dame Tracy Crouch, who I would like to pay tribute to today for her tireless work on this topic, identified the need for an independent football regulator. And of course, it was the previous government who published their bill to do just that. And it fell due to the election, where members on both sides of this House stood on an election manifesto that committed to bringing a regulator forward again. Now, ultimately, the purpose of this bill is simple. It introduces a new light-touch regulator for the game, intended to cover the top five levels of men's football. At a very basic level, the regulator will require just 3 things of clubs. Be a fit and proper owner, have a sensible business plan, consult your fans, and it will, of course, be applied proportionally. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, several members across the House have highlighted the experience of their local clubs with rogue owners. The member for Earley and Woodley, Sheffield South East, Sheffield Brightside and Hillsborough, Derby South, Blackpool South, High Peak, Tewkesbury, Blacknell, Reading Central, Portsmouth North, and I know many other members would have liked to have contributed to this debate. Now, I'd like to turn to the issue of financial distribution. I want to be clear that a football-led solution is the preferred outcome. The regulator's primary focus will be ensuring clubs have a suitable custodian and are run sustainably. Distribution should primarily be a matter for leagues themselves, but if a football-led solution cannot be reached, the regulator will be ready to step up if required. And as a last resort, it can facilitate a solution. This is a backstop mechanism that will only be used if football needs it, and it will be underpinned by the State of the Game report, which will inform the regulator's work through a comprehensive review of the financial health of football. Now, I'd like to turn to some of the other issues raised in the debate. A number of members rightly paid tribute to their own grassroots club, and I have seen the contribution in my own constituency of Barnsley South. Grassroots football is the foundation on which the football pyramid is built. It is not in scope of the bill, but a few weeks ago we announced further investment, and I was, of course, pleased to visit Basingstoke as the member raised this point specifically, and I know other members from Cheadle to York Outer also mentioned it. A number of members raised the issue of concussion. It, of course, isn't included in the bill, but the Secretary of State and I will be meeting families shortly, and I've heard the points they have made. I'd now like to address the points that the Chair of the Select Committee, the member for Gosport, made. She rightly highlighted how some of the changes that we have made as a government reflect the previous Select Committee's report, from fans to regard to foreign policy. She also pointed out that you could ask 10 different people about parachute payments and you'd get 10 different answers. We believe it is right they are not ruled out. Now, she spoke about the Chair and how they will need to demonstrate an understanding of the complex football ecosystem. I very much heard her comments about the Chair appointment, and we of course welcome the scrutiny her committee will provide. I know that she will be fair and robust. She asked for a cast iron guarantee on clubs in trouble. We believe the regulator would be able to prevent or mitigate similar situations, because regulation can act proactively. Real-time financial monitoring will allow early intervention if a club is showing signs of distress, and we've heard so many examples in this debate, from Derby to Reading, Sheffield Wednesday to Blackpool. Now, I appreciate the support and the contribution of the Liberal Democrat spokesman. He raised a number of issues. I'd be happy to meet him further to discuss it. I'd like to address his specific point on commercial issues. The regulator will not be intervening on commercial matters like sponsorship. The government will continue to monitor the best available evidence on the impact of gambling sponsorship within sport to inform future decisions. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me be very clear on the issue of UEFA. UEFA has confirmed in writing to the Shadow Secretary of State, and the FA confirmed directly to members of the other place, that the bill as drafted does not breach UEFA statutes. The regulator will be operationally independent of the government and will not exert undue influence on the FA's ability to govern the game. The extent of its statutory powers and duties will simply not allow it to do so. Now, members opposite call for private correspondence to be published. How many letters from FIFA and UEFA were published under the last government? None. None. That is the answer. And I'd now like to move on to address the reasoned amendment. It is, of course, disappointing but not surprising that the members opposite have laid an amendment to kill this bill. I will take some of the points in turn in the short time I've got. The Secretary of State has selected David Cogan as a preferred candidate for the role of Chair of the Independent Football Regulator. This follows a fair and open recruitment process that was run in line with the Governance Code for public appointments. David brings a wealth of expertise from the sport and media industries, making him an outstanding candidate for the role. Now, on the regulatory burden and costs on all English football clubs increasing, particularly for the lower leagues, I'd like to make a few things clear. Firstly, this is exactly the same levy provisions used in the previous bill which those on the benches opposite introduced. As they will know, the government is not setting the levy charge. Given the requirements in the bill, we expect any charges will be distributed proportionally. Those with the broadest shoulders will pay the most. I'd also like to challenge the suggestion that the proportionate cost of the levy should be directly lead to increased ticket prices. Some clubs have spent more on the transfer fee on one player than the regulator is estimated to cost over several years. When distributed across clubs, no club, big or small, will be charged more than is fair or affordable. So to pass these costs on to fans would not be proportionate. It is quite amazing that the Shadow Minister spoke of own goals. When I sat in his place, I heard him question the then Sports Minister about how this bill could go further. And indeed, I spent hours with that member for Daventry, who I like and respect, and I know he's had a difficult day today. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, each member here from across the House will have a football club in their constituency, whether that be in the grassroots or right up to the Premier League. All of our communities have a stake in this game and in the pyramid. I believe the bill we have brought forward will protect and promote the sustainability of the game. I'd like to thank everyone who has contributed to this bill, from the clubs to the leagues to the fans and of course to the DCMS officials. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to ensure the sport we all love can be enjoyed for years to come by local fans and communities. It is the Labour Party on the side of football fans. We are making good on our manifesto promise. Tonight we will deliver that change. I commend this bill to the House.
Order. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby. Is that the amendment be made. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The tellers for the ayes are Rebecca Smith and Rebecca Paul. The tellers for the noes, Vicky Foxcroft and Kate Dearden.
The ayes to the right, 74. The noes to the left, 337.
The ayes to the right were 74, the noes to the left 337, so the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. No! Division! Clear the lobby. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Vicky Foxcroft and Kate Dearden. The tellers for the noes, Rebecca Paul and Rebecca Smith. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 342. The noes to the left, 70.
The ayes to the right were 342, the noes to the left 70, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move it.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Money resolution to be moved formally.
I beg to move formally.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Ways and Means resolution to be moved formally.
I beg to move formally.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.